Chapter 1. This is a brain storage space. The book doesn't feature overly sentimental characters, the protagonist isn't repressed, and the action isn't mind-numbing. 3 chapters daily. Now please enjoy the main text. Feng, this is the last pig demon for today. Quickly devouring it. There are others waiting ahead. The master chef, who had just slaughtered a pig demon, waved to Feng, who was sitting in a daze on the debiting table. All right. Feng snapped out of his daze upon hearing this, responded cheerfully, rolled up his sleeves, and got to work with great enthusiasm. Feng, from the planet Water Blue, in the 13th district of the Huaxia Federation, is a graduating senior from the 3rd Awakening High School. Of course, Feng has another identity. He is a soul who has transmigrated to this world and has been living here for 18 years. Just yesterday at the school's awakening ceremony, Feng successfully became an awakener. In this world where everyone is an awakener, Feng only obtained an E-rank profession, Skeleton Commander. This is a weak class, with only one active skill, Summon Skeleton. The skill has a 12-hour cooldown and summons one skeleton at a time. The new skills that will be upgraded and awakened in the future will all enhance the skeleton and will not have any other abilities. The only highlight might be that the summoned skeletons have a chance to come with special traits, such as strength, agility, fearlessness, etc. Feng should have been discouraged to have been given such a weak job, but he received his transmigrator perk. Golden Talent, Bone Fusion. Bone Fusion. It can fuse with any bone material and can infinitely strengthen one's own bone strength. Awakened individuals are extremely rare when they awaken their profession, with only 1 in 10,000 possessing a talent, and golden talents being even rarer. This golden talent is already extremely powerful, and more importantly, it can be fused with the skeletons that Feng summons himself. The skeletons summoned by Feng have the same attributes as Feng. By fusing with the skeletons summoned by Feng himself, one can gain 1% of the original skeleton's attributes. Furthermore, if you summon a skeleton with special abilities, those abilities can also be absorbed and fused, which is fantastic. Although the cooldown time for summoning is a bit long, it can still increase your own attributes by 2% per day. The effect isn't obvious when the attributes are low in the early stages, but once Feng's attributes reach 1 million, he can increase his attributes by 20,000 per day. What a sight that would be! While others progress quickly in the early stages, but slowly in the later stages, Feng's progress is the opposite. Moreover, no one stipulated that Feng's progress had to be slow in the early stages. He could also devour and fuse the bones of demonic beasts to improve himself. At this moment, Feng had already devoured 3 bored demon skeletons in the slaughterhouse, increasing all his attributes except for his spirit by more than 30 points. Awakener. Feng class, Skeleton Commander level, 1 physical condition, 42 strength, 39 agility, 41 spirit, 22 skill, summon skeletons with the same attributes as the user to fight, cooldown time, 12 hours, talent, bone fusion. Just as Feng was diligently removing the bones, a discordant sound rang out. Feng, I didn't expect you to actually be here killing pig demons. The speaker was a young man, who looked disgusted, covered his mouth and nose with one hand, and had his other arm around the waist of a beautiful girl. Feng looked over upon hearing the sound and frowned slightly. This persistent ghost has actually found its way here. The man and woman were both Feng's classmates. The man's name was Chunyang, and the woman's name was Lu Xiao. It wasn't because of any dramatic school bullying incident. The only reason they came to find Feng was because of Nangong Shui. Nangong Shui lives downstairs from Feng. The two have been classmates since childhood. They are not a couple, but they are closer than lovers. They are together almost every day except when they sleep at night. When Feng was 4 years old, his parents went on a mission and entrusted him to Nangong Shui's mother. They were gone for more than 10 years without any news of him, and no one knew whether he was alive or dead. Feng is very grateful to his parents in this life. He knows very well how much they loved him. He has always kept their disappearance in his heart, but he is currently powerless to help them. Because they had been eating at Nangong Shui's house since they were young, their relationship was naturally quite special. Feng, what have you thought about what I told you yesterday? Chunyang sounded annoyed, clearly finding the environment of the slaughterhouse somewhat unacceptable. What decision Nangong Shui makes is her own business. What's the use of you coming to me? After responding, Yifeng continued working with his head down, his hands covered in blood. Yifeng, if you persuade Nangong Shui to sign a contract with my Chun family company, you won't have to do this dirty work anymore. Why don't you work with me? I can also promise you that if you join the border army, I can use my family's connections to ensure you have a good life there. After 3 to 5 years, I will transfer you to my family's company. You know in your heart what profession you have awakened. Without my help, you probably wouldn't even be able to pass the practical training the day after tomorrow. What Qinyang said was true. The world is far from peaceful these days. The Huaxia Federation on the Blue Star has only built 18 major regions, and the rest of its vast territory has been occupied by monsters. The border troops are the first line of defense against monsters in each region. High school graduates with potential can enter the Awakener University for further studies, but at the very least, they must have obtained a D-level profession to be admitted. For awakened individuals like Yifeng, who are at the E rank or even the lower rank F rank, the only path is to join the border army. The federal government doesn't support idlers. This is no joke. Those who are E-level or F-level awakened individuals and join the border army typically do not live more than 3 months. This is real data, not a joke. The reason why Qinyang cares so much about Nangong Shui is because Nangong Shui has awakened the S-level Flame Queen profession. This year, only 3 out of nearly 100,000 senior high school students in the entire 13 districts awakened an S-level profession. The Chen family holds a prominent position in District 13. They are business tycoons with extensive connections in the military and political spheres. Chen Yang's intention in winning over Nangong Shui was to have her serve the Chen family for 5 years after graduating from university, in exchange for the Chen family providing all the resources Nangong Shui needed during her university years. This seems like a win-win situation, but capital doesn't do business at a loss. What you gain now you will have to pay back later, and you'll only have to pay more. Qinyang even intended to marry Nangong Shui, but Nangong Shui explicitly rejected him. That's why Qinyang sought out Yifeng, hoping to use a roundabout approach to persuade Nangong Shui. Because Nangong Shui usually listens to Yifeng very much. Yifeng, we all know you're close to Nangong Shui, but don't you even consider your own status and Nangong Shui's status? Do you think you're worthy of being together with her? Seeing that Yifeng remained silent, Lu Xiao pointed at Yifeng and added insult to injury in a bossy manner. Are you out of your mind? I can understand Qinyang coming to see me, but why are you getting involved? Don't tell me you don't know what Qinyang's feelings are for Nangong Shui. If they get together, what are you then? A mistress? Yifeng looked up and opened his mouth to retaliate. Who is unworthy? Chapter 2. How? How can you talk like that? Lu Xiao couldn't hold back any longer. She, Lu Xiao, had only awakened the C-level profession of Wind Mage, while Qinyang had awakened the A-level profession of Berserker. In terms of status and professional potential, she was not a match for Qinyang. Lu Xiao didn't expect to become Chun Yang's wife in the future. She just wanted to get as many benefits as she could now. That's why Lu Xiao helped Qinyang come up with ideas. And even when Qinyang expressed his desire to marry Nangong Shui, Lu Xiao didn't react much. But Yifeng actually called her a mistress, which made Lu Xiao a little defensive. Who isn't a little girl? Who doesn't have some self-respect? I can say whatever I want. Did I eat your rice? If you have nothing better to do, get lost. I can't be bothered with you. Yifeng was extremely impatient. Not to mention Lu Xiao, a C-rank Wind Mage. Even Qinyang, an A-rank Berserker Yifeng, is not taken seriously at all. Once he gets a few more pig demon bones, he'll still crush him on the ground and grind him mercilessly. Qinyang's expression darkened further. Yifeng, you don't actually think Nangong Shui can protect you now, do you? She's just an S-class character who hasn't fully developed yet. It would be difficult for me to deal with her, but killing you would be a piece of cake. Who do you want to kill? Nangong Shui's voice came from behind Qinyang, and flames were already burning on her body. Nangong Shui. Qinyang turned around abruptly, his face filled with shock. Why are you here? Yifeng frowned. If I hadn't come, they would have bullied you to death. Tell me, who do you want to kill? Nangong Shui glared at Qinyang, raised her hand and pointed at him, a ball of flame already gathering at the tip of her finger. Even S-rank awakened individuals use fireballs differently than normal people. Nangong Shui, this is inside the city. The use of professional abilities is not allowed inside the city. If you dare to hit me, you will be arrested. Chen Yang chickened out, mainly because Nangong Shue's eyes were really scary. He felt that the fireball that Nangong Shue was conjuring with her fingers was about to rush over. Everyone had just awakened their professions, and Chen Yang's professional abilities had not yet been developed. He did not think he could dodge Nangong Shue's attack. Nangong Shue, Chen Yang just wanted to help you out. We're all classmates. How could you treat us like this? Lu Xiao was so frightened that her voice rose to a high pitch. If that fireball hit her, would she still have a pretty face? Nangong Shue was clearly not buying it. Before, when others bullied her at school, Yi Feng always stood in front of her. At that time, their families were not well off, and they were only able to stay safe thanks to Yi Feng's ruthlessness. Now that she had the ability, she naturally had to protect Yi Feng. Just as Nangong Shue was about to shoot the fireball from her finger, Yi Feng spoke up. Nangong Shue, what nonsense are you talking about? Yi Feng. Nangong Shue looked at Yi Feng stubbornly. Nangong Shue knew that people like Chen Yang and Lu Xiao wouldn't give up until they were thoroughly punished. Yi Feng had a bit of a headache. Have you forgotten what I told you? I'm here. I'll protect you, understand? Nangong Shue was stunned for a moment. She was worried that awakening an S-class profession would create a rift between her and Yi Feng. Surprisingly, Yi Feng hadn't changed. But things have changed. It's time for me to protect him. Aren't you coming over here right now? Yi Feng shouted sternly when he saw that Nangong Shue had no intention of stopping her supernatural powers. Whoa! Nangong Shue subconsciously withdrew her skill, and the flames surrounding her body disappeared. She then obediently came behind Yi Feng, having gotten so used to listening to him that it's a bit of a side effect. Seeing that Nangong Shue had withdrawn her supernatural powers, Chen Yang and Lu Xiao both breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Xiao looked at Nangong Shue with a gloomy gaze, her heart filled with jealousy and hatred, wishing she could become Nangong Shue. Chen Yang's heart burned even hotter. S-class professions were indeed different. They had only been awakened for a day and were already showing such strength. He wanted Nangong Shue even more. Chen Yang believes that the only obstacle between them is Yi Feng. Just as Chen Yang looked up at Yi Feng, he saw a B****** G knife spinning and flying towards him. Yi Feng knew Chen Yang's nature. These second-generation rich kids all had one flaw. They had to get what they wanted, and they had a very persistent spirit. This guy won't give up unless Chen Yang realizes the seriousness of the situation. Yi Feng threw the knife with great accuracy, the B****** G knife striking a wooden stake only about 20 centimeters to Chen Yang's left. Although the B***** G knife did not harm Chen Yang, the blood that came out with it splattered all over Chen Yang's face. Get lost. If you dare show your face again, this knife will chop off your head. Yi Feng's tone was icy. Chen Yang was stunned. Not only was he stunned, but he also felt a surge of urge to urinate. If he hadn't been leaning against Lu Xiao, he probably would have already sat on the ground. For a fleeting moment, he truly felt that death was about to befall him. Yi Feng, you dare to lay a hand on me? You just wait. Let's go, let's go. Chen Yang grabbed Lu Xiao and ran as fast as he could. Nangong Shue stood behind Yi Feng, her eyes burning as she stared at the man in front of her. That last slash was so cool. What onlookers didn't notice was that the not-so-sharp B***** G knife had penetrated 2 inches into the wood, a full 6 or 7 centimeters, with half of the blade embedded in the wooden stake. A newly awakened Level 1 Awakener could not possibly possess such power. Even a Level 1 Awakener who hasn't leveled up will only have 20 or 30 points of initial attributes, even if they are S-rank. Yi Feng caught a glimpse of Nangong Shue's adoring gaze out of the corner of his eye, but he seemed oblivious as he stepped forward and pulled out his B***** G knife. However, when he turned around, he was met with Nangong Shue's resentful gaze. This pretty girl changes her expression so quickly. Yi Feng muttered to himself. Nangong Shue is very beautiful. She is 1.7 meters tall with a curvaceous figure and fair skin. She wears tight jeans with a white short-sleeved shirt, has big eyes and a small mouth, and her hair is tied in a ponytail. Her originally fair forehead has a red flame-shaped mark on it due to her awakened profession, which adds to the beauty of her already pretty face. If you need money, Just tell me. The school has given you a lot of scholarships. I'll buy you whatever you want. Why did you come here to work? Nangong Shui was indeed very unhappy, and she had already hidden her slightly infatuated look very well. At this moment, Nangong Shui felt that Yi Feng had become distant from her and no longer considered her one of his own. Who told you I'm here to make money? I'm here to work for free, okay? Yi Feng shrugged. Free? Are you stupid? Nangong Shui's eyes widened. Where can you work for free? You don't know anything. The live fire exercise starts the day after tomorrow. Why aren't you familiarizing yourself with your own strength? What are you doing here? I was just worried you'd get bullied by them. Come on, let's quit. I'm rich. I'm really rich now. Ignoring the blood on Yi Feng's body, Nangong Shui pulled Yi Feng out. The others in the slaughterhouse just watched. No one stopped them or commented. Outside the slaughterhouse, Qinyang was making a phone call with trembling hands. I want him dead. He must die. Qinyang was determined not to let Yi Feng's near wetting of his pants go unpunished. He was going to take revenge, a severe one. Chapter 3. Honey, how are we going to deal with him in the city? Lu Xiao asked, clinging to Qinyang's arm like a little bird, seemingly oblivious to his trembling hand. If it doesn't work in the city, then let's go outside. Isn't it normal for some people to die in a live fire exercise? Let's go back first. After Qinyang finished speaking fiercely, he grabbed Lu Xiao and left. We really have no choice but to leave. If Yi Feng and Nangong Shui catch up with us, we're doomed. Fortunately, Qinyang was wise. When Nangong Shui pulled Yi Feng out of the slaughterhouse, she just happened to see the taillights of Qinyang's sports car disappear. Wow, that's really fast. Yi Feng, do you like sports cars? Should we buy one too? Nangong Shui knew that men all liked sports cars. Yi Feng rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Even if you become rich overnight, you shouldn't spend your money like this. You should use this money to improve yourself, understand? Yi Feng didn't know how much scholarship the school had given Nangong Shui, but he estimated it must have been substantial, given that the school had only produced such a promising talent. Okay, but you get a share of this money. Take this, there's 3 million in it. Nangong Shui took out a card. She looks exactly like a rich woman who wants to maintain a gigolo. Yi Feng really wanted to say no, but his hand had already honestly taken the card into his grasp. All right, I'll return it to you in a few days. Go find a sparring partner to practice your skills, and don't worry about me. Okay, my mom said she'll cook something delicious for us tonight, so come home early. After saying that, Nangong Shui ran away without looking back. Her purpose in coming to find Yi Feng was very clear, to give Yi Feng money. The skeleton commander class is weak, but so what? With her around, even a hardline approach can carry Yi Feng into the sky. What Yi Feng is getting now is just a small amount of money. Yi Feng watched Nangong Shui run away into the distance. It's actually quite nice to be rich, Yi Feng muttered, looking at the card in his hand. If you have money, buying some bones or something is easy, isn't it? Thinking of this, Yi Feng turned around and went back to the slaughterhouse. This time, Yi Feng found the owner of the slaughterhouse. Boss. Kid, we had a deal. You're not getting paid to work for me, no matter how amazing your girlfriend is. Clearly, the boss knew what had just happened. However, it was impossible to get him to pay for something that had already been agreed upon. Even if he could only earn $50 for deboning a pig demon, he wouldn't pay. The rules couldn't be broken. Boss, I'm here to buy pig demon bones. How much? Huh? You want to buy it? The boss was a little confused. If you have money, why don't you buy some pork demon meat to eat? Pig demon meat contains blood essence, and eating pig demon meat can improve the attributes of awakened beings. What use is gnawing on bones? Yes, how much is one? Bones are worthless. There are many unprocessed pig bones in the slaughterhouse. This, 50, I guess, the shopkeeper said hesitantly. I want more. How many? I'll take as many as you have. All right, give me 50,000, and all the bones in the warehouse are yours. The boss quickly made a decision. Since they were all unwanted bones anyway, and troublesome to deal with, it was better to sell them all to Yi Feng at once. Okay, Yi Feng is a rich man. 50,000 is nothing to him. After swiping the card and processing the payment, Yi Feng suggested that the slaughterhouse send a truck to help him transport the bones away. There were a lot of bones piled up in the warehouse. If Yi Feng were to devour and fuse all of these bones in one go, he would make the news before the next day. Therefore, The bones need to be removed. The transaction went smoothly. Selling a car was no big deal. After loading was completed, Yifeng followed the car to the garbage disposal plant in the suburbs. It was already getting dark, and the driver couldn't understand Yifeng's thought process. He spent 50,000 yuan to buy a truckload of bones, and then sent them to a garbage disposal plant. He wondered if Yifeng had lost his mind. However, he didn't dare to question Yifeng to his face. After all, Yifeng's girlfriend was really amazing. After unloading the bones as Yifeng requested, the young man drove off. His mother had told him not to play with mentally challenged people, as it was contagious. Phew, it's starting. With no one watching, Yifeng didn't hold back. He placed his hand on the bone and then activated his innate ability. A large amount of bone fluid was formed, which was then rapidly absorbed and fused into Yifeng's bones. Because of the exceptionally large amount this time, Yifeng could clearly perceive the changes in his own bones. The increased bone density caused his bones to itch terribly, but Yifeng endured it. He was staring at his attribute panel. Seeing the numbers rapidly increase, Yifeng was in an incredibly happy mood. Soon, Yifeng's attributes all broke through the 200-point mark. Even an A-level berserker would need to be at least level 5 to have such attributes. Yifeng is currently only at level 1. However, this rate of improvement stopped almost instantly. Yifeng fell silent as he looked at the remaining half of the pork bones. He could sense that the bones inside his body had begun to reject the pig demon bones. The pig demon's bones are not strong enough. Even if it devours and fuses, it cannot improve its bone quality. Forcing the fusion will only lead to a decrease in bone quality. Isn't this a waste of money to buy so much? Yifeng didn't know this would happen at first. What a spendthrift. Summon skeletons. Devouring the boar demon bones was definitely out of the question, but Yifeng could devour the skeletons he summoned. The timing was perfect. The skill had already cooled down. A skeleton the same height as Yifeng, holding a bone knife, appeared out of thin air. The way it appeared was quite magical, but the key point is that this skeleton's strength is now completely different from before. It is no longer a weakling with only a dozen or so attribute points. It has the same attributes as Yifeng. Furthermore, in Yifeng's eyes, this skeleton had something different about it. A special feature has been released. The odds are pretty high. This is the second skeleton summoned by Yifeng. Bone Skull, Power, Summoned Physical Condition, 238 Strength, 243 Agility, 239 Spirit, 22 Characteristic, Strength increased by 10%. Skills, none power characteristics. I wonder what I can get by absorbing it. Yifeng's eyes lit up. Devour. If you want to know what you can get, you'll find out once you devour and fuse with it. The newly born skeleton vanished without ever having a proper look at the world. The absorption and fusion process was incredibly fast, taking less than 2 seconds to complete. Yifeng stared at the attribute panel and rubbed his eyes. Awakener. Yifeng Class. Skeleton Commander Level. 1 Constitution. 241 Strength. 245 plus. 2.4. Agility. 241 Spirit. 22 Skill. Summon skeletons. Summon skeletons with the same attributes as the user to fight. Cooldown time. 12 hours. Talent. Bone Fusion Great Strength. Increases own strength by 1%. It devoured a new talent? Holy crap. Yifeng couldn't help but swear. Talent is very rare and precious to other awakened individuals. And Yifeng, if you can devour one talent, then wouldn't you be able to devour a second one? The key point is that Yifeng knows that the talent he absorbs can be enhanced. As long as he summons another skeleton with the strength attribute, the amplification of this strength talent will increase after he absorbs it. Oh no, isn't this even more outrageous? Chapter 4. Yifeng said he was doomed, but he was secretly overjoyed. Let's go back and pay back the money. Yifeng hummed a little tune as he walked back. Although the road was a bit far, it didn't matter. As long as he was in a good mood, that was enough. As for why I'm paying back the money, it's because I don't need it anymore. The best bones that could be found in the city were pig demon bones, which came from a monster raised by humans. Other bones, such as cow bones and sheep bones, were about the same strength, and consuming them wouldn't improve anything. Therefore, Yifeng definitely won't waste this money. It was 2 hours later when Yifeng strolled back to his front door. He was lucky to flag down a car halfway through the journey. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have gotten home until late at night. Before Yi Feng could go upstairs, Nangong Shui rushed to Yi Feng's side. "Where have you been? Didn't I tell you to come home early? I'm waiting for you to eat." Nangong Shui pouted and stared at Yi Feng, her mood not very good. Yi Feng reached out and ruffled Nangong Shui's hair. "Of course I have something to do. Here, I haven't touched the rest of the money in this card." "What are you doing? You're so annoying. What equipment did you buy for yourself?" Nangong Shui asked, fixing her hair while staring intently at Yi Feng's body from head to toe. "I didn't buy anything. I couldn't afford anything too good, and I didn't like anything bad. Let's go back and eat. I'm starving." "Then you should buy some demon cores to absorb." Nangong Shui was quite dissatisfied that Yi Feng hadn't spent any money, but she was still secretly pleased. Yi Feng's actions warmed Nangong Shui's heart, because Yi Feng hadn't changed. He was still as willing to tease her as ever, and there was no sense of distance between them. "I bought the absorption skill for you. What use is it for me to absorb it? The actual combat training depends entirely on you. I'm waiting for you to carry me. How's your skill training going?" The demon core is produced inside the body of a demon beast. After an awakened being absorbs it, they can gain experience, which will allow them to level up and increase their strength. The attributes gained from leveling up each profession are fixed. The growth rate of an S-rank profession is miles higher than that of an E-rank profession. The former gains 10 attribute points per level, while the latter gains only 1 attribute point per level. How can you compare them? It's more practical to find some bones to devour. Of course, there are other ways to improve your attributes, but don't think about it if you don't have money, as all other methods are very expensive. I've already mastered the basic skills. Let me tell you, they're very powerful. When we have actual combat practice, my level should be able to reach level 3. Nangong Shui was very excited when she talked about this. Different profession levels result in different speeds of absorbing demon core energy. It is already very impressive that Nangong Shui was able to raise her level to level 3 in just 2 days. Chen Yang's A-level profession can probably only be upgraded to level 2. As for Yi Feng, even if he were given 5 days, he might not be able to raise his level to 2. That's the difference. Because of their low professional status, they have no human rights whatsoever. There's no fairness to speak of. Amazing, amazing. Let's go eat first. Mom's getting impatient. Nangong Shui didn't continue on this topic and pulled Yi Feng upstairs. She knew that continuing might make Yi Feng uncomfortable, so she just needed to let Yi Feng know that she was strong now and could carry him to new heights. Slow down. Although Yi Feng's strength far exceeded that of Nangong Shui, he couldn't use his strength on Nangong Shui, so he just reminded her with words. At Nangong Shui's home, Nangong Shui's mother, Li Ro, was busy cooking. Hearing Nangong Shui and Yi Feng laughing and joking, she called out from the kitchen, "Xiao Feng, hurry up and wash your hands. It'll be ready soon." "Okay, godmother." Yi Feng had already become familiar with Nangong Shui's family, so he naturally didn't stand on ceremony and treated it as if it were his own home. "Wash your hands, then eat." Today's meal was exceptionally lavish. Thanks to Nangong Shui's scholarship, their family was able to eat monster meat today, and it was wild monster meat, not the kind of meat from farmed monsters like pig demons. Li Ro did not distance herself from Yi Feng because of the difference in Yi Feng's awakened profession. Watching Yi Feng and Nangong Shui playfully bickering at the dinner table, all her worries disappeared. In fact, Li Ro was more afraid that the two children would drift apart because of the large gap in their career aspirations. "Things are fine now. Godmother, let me pick up the table. Go cultivate. Don't delay things," Yi Feng said to Nangong Shui while picking up the table. Monster meat can provide qi and blood. If the body absorbs enough qi and blood, it can increase its attributes. Nangong Shui's speed of converting qi and blood far exceeds Yi Feng's, so Yi Feng naturally does not want to delay Nangong Shui's cultivation time. Nangong Shui didn't argue with Yi Feng. She pouted at Yi Feng before running back to her room. "Xiao Feng, you should go back to cultivate too. We don't need you here." Li Ro snatched the bowl and chopsticks from Yi Feng's hands and pushed Yi Feng toward the door. "All right then, I'll head back now, godmother. Go quickly, and if there's anything you need, just tell Schwer. Don't be shy with her," Li Ro said to Yi Feng before she left. "Don't worry, I won't be polite to her." After saying that, Yi Feng put on his shoes and left. Yi Feng slept soundly that night. showing no intention of cultivating at all. However, Yifeng woke up promptly at 6 o'clock in the morning. It wasn't that Yifeng was used to waking up early, but rather that the cooldown time for summoning skeletons had expired. Summon skeletons. A skeleton appeared out of thin air once again in front of Yifeng. The skeleton perfectly inherited Yifeng's attributes. Although it did not inherit any talents, the skeleton developed new characteristics. Isn't the chance of this special characteristic appearing a bit too high? Yifeng himself was a little at a loss. Based on Yifeng's understanding of the skeleton commander class, the summoned skeletons don't have such a high probability of being summoned with special attributes. Who cares? It's a good thing. Then Yifeng examined the skeleton with its new characteristics. Bone skeleton, swift, summoned item. Level, 1 constitution, 241 strength, 245 plus, 2.4. Agility, 241 spirit, 22 special feature. Increases attack speed by 10%. This, Yifeng rubbed his eyes. This feature seems pretty impressive. Devour. No matter how powerful this skeleton is, it only deserves to exist for a moment in Yifeng's eyes. Professional abilities cannot be used in the city, and Yifeng will have to summon it again in 12 hours. So, what are you waiting for if you don't devour it? The absorption was swift. In the blink of an eye, the skeletal skeleton transformed into bone fluid and merged into Yifeng's bones. Awakener. Yifeng class. Skeleton commander level. 1 physical condition. 244 strength. 247 plus. 2.7. Agility. 243 spirit. 22 skill. Summon skeletons. Summon skeletons with the same attributes as the user to fight. Cooldown time. 12 hours. Talent. Bone fusion. Great strength. Increases own strength by 1% swiftness. Increases own attack speed by 1%. There's nowhere to reason with them. I wonder what the limit of this absorbed talent is. If we could break through to 100%. The scene was too beautiful for Yifeng to bear. He decided to take a nap first. Cultivation was out of the question. He wouldn't do something so arduous. He would just sit back and wait to devour the skeleton. When it comes to actual combat, just leave a skeleton to go up and kill the monsters. His job is simply to devour and fuse bones. Chapter 5. Yifeng has given up, but there are many others who haven't, and they are all working harder than the last. Xinyang, this spoiled brat, worked incredibly hard, and not just any hard work. He spent the entire night stimulating Lu Zhao's body. At dawn, instead of absorbing the demon core, he prepared to absorb a blue liquid. Young master, this is spiritual energy liquid that the master bought especially for you. It cannot be given to that young lady. The Chun family's butler whispered to Xinyang. Other things are given away, but this is too precious. I know. Find her some high-grade demon cores and let her cultivate on her own. By the way, how's the matter I asked you to arrange going? Xinyang held up a small medicine bottle in his hand. This small bottle, which could only hold about 3 ounces of liquor, was only half filled with blue spiritual energy liquid. This small half bottle is worth at least 20 million, and it's not something you can just buy whenever you want. Don't worry, young master. Everything has been arranged. The butler naturally knew what Xinyang was talking about. Killing an ordinary student, especially one who had only awakened an E-level skill, was a piece of cake for the Qin family. That's fine then. You can go ahead and do your work. Xinyang waved his hand impatiently. After the butler left, Xinyang swallowed half a bottle of spiritual energy liquid in one gulp. The psychic fluid took effect immediately. It was indeed expensive, but its effects were definitely worth the price. Xinyang's blood and qi surged, and as his attributes improved, his professional experience also increased. About half an hour later, Xinyang absorbed all of the half bottle of spiritual energy liquid, and his level jumped to level 5 in one go. Not only were its attributes greatly improved, but it also awakened a new skill. Rampage charges at the target from a distance, with a chance to stun them. My strength attribute has increased to 208 points. Hee, Yifeng, you wait. Xinyang felt his body's condition, and he was very satisfied. The Berserker class has the highest strength growth, gaining 8 points of strength with each level increase. Other attributes don't have such high growth, but they're not bad either, with 7 points of stamina and 6 points of agility. Xinyang's high attributes, apart from those automatically gained from leveling up, were all acquired by absorbing spiritual energy liquid. This is the difference between being rich and being poor. Their basic attributes far surpass those of the poor. However, the spiritual energy liquid cannot be continuously absorbed. After absorbing it once, you must wait at least a week before you can absorb it again, otherwise your body will not be able to withstand it. Moreover, one cannot continuously consume spiritual energy liquid to improve attributes. If the body develops too high a resistance to the drug, continuing to drink it will become ineffective. However, he can use other resources to improve himself later, but those things are too advanced, and Chunyang's small body simply cannot withstand the impact of that medicine. I need to get used to my current strength. Butler, where's the sparring partner you found for me? Young master, the sparring partner is already waiting in the training room, the butler replied. Upon hearing this, Chunyang got up and headed straight for his training room. Once he gets used to his current strength, Chunyang will need to get himself a suitable weapon, and he'll also need some armor. Unlike Chunyang's busy schedule, Yifeng didn't actually wake up until after midnight. With my profession, even if I perform well, I definitely won't get into Awakener University. But even if you asked me to go, I wouldn't. The Awakener University is indeed quite good. It offers skills training, career planning, access to valuable resources, and more. However, Yifeng had never heard of Awakener University providing monster bones, so Awakener University was really not suitable for Yifeng. On the contrary, the border troops face attacks from monsters outside the city every day, killing countless monsters each day. If one could join the border troops, getting into the border army is definitely not a problem. But how can I get into the logistics department? Yifeng closed his eyes and pondered. Only the logistics department has access to monster bones, and only by joining the logistics department can Yifeng quickly improve himself. However, Yifeng thought for a long time but couldn't come up with a solution. His parents had been out of contact for a long time, and he hadn't seen any of his comrades in arms come to visit him over the years. He couldn't find any connections to help him. Never mind, we'll talk about it later. After tidying himself up, the carefree Yifeng started to space out. What else could she do but space out when she had nothing to do? 6 hours left, time is dragging on and on. What is she doing? Yifeng's thoughts had wandered off somewhere else, but no matter what he thought about, it always ended up back on Nangong Shui. She should be out training now. I'll talk to her again tonight. The difficult time will eventually pass, and dinner arrived as scheduled, once again at Nangong Shui's house. However, Yifeng did not leave after the meal this time. Xiaofeng, you'll be with Shui tomorrow, okay? The live fire exercise is dangerous. I can only feel at ease if the two of you are together. Li Ro pulled Yifeng aside and instructed her, her expression full of worry. Mom, don't worry, I'll protect him. He'll be fine. Nangong Shui patted her chest, making the little white rabbit bob up and down. What do you know? Xiaofeng has always been more opinionated than you. You should listen to Xiaofeng more. Li Ro rolled her eyes at Nangong Shui. Li Ro knew what her daughter's awakened profession represented, and she gave such instructions because she was afraid of hurting Yifeng's self-esteem and wanted Yifeng to feel that he was a useful person. Nangong Shui pouted in dissatisfaction, but did not refute. Godmother, don't worry. Yifeng nodded in agreement, without saying anything more. All right, I've taken Yifeng home. Mom, you can pack up yourself. With that, Nangong Shui pulled Yifeng away. You little rascal. Li Ro gave Nangong Shui a light kick on the bottom in a doting manner. Nangong Shui rubbed her bottom and made a face at Li Ro. After leaving the house, she spoke mysteriously to Yifeng. Yifeng, may I see your skeleton? What's so interesting about this? You can see those videos online. Yifeng looked at Nangong Shui with a puzzled expression. No, I want to see what you do. Hurry up and go. Nangong Shui acted unreasonably, not giving Yifeng a chance at all. Yifeng glanced at the time. Perfect timing, it's time. What kind of skeleton will I summon this time? Upon returning home, Nangong Shui, without even taking off her shoes, stared expectantly at Yifeng. Hurry up. All right. Summon skeletons. Using the skills, they were adept at it. Energy condensed in front of Yifeng, and a skeleton appeared out of thin air. Not only did Nangong Shui stare wide-eyed, but Yifeng did too. It has other features? Yifeng, your skeleton looks pretty cool. Nangong Shui stopped bothering Yifeng and ran to the skeleton, looking it over and poking the bone knife in its hand. Wow, this bone knife looks very sharp. It's all right, Yifeng replied modestly. This time, the characteristic is bone strengthening. What talent will you gain if you devour it? Chapter 6. With this skeleton acting as our meat shield, I can unleash my full damage potential. That's great, Nangong Shui praised, while observing Yifeng's expression. When she did and said these things, wasn't she also taking care of Yifeng's feelings? Okay, I got it. I'll be your meat shield. You go back and absorb the demon core, or you won't be able to level up to level 3 tomorrow. Yifeng grabbed Nangong Shui and pushed her out of the room without saying a word. Nangong Shui pouted and said unhappily, Yifeng, what are you doing? Do you still want to take me flying? Okay, get up early tomorrow and don't be late. I'll get you breakfast. After saying that, Nangong Shui ran downstairs. Yifeng smiled as he watched Nangong Shui run downstairs. How could Yifeng not feel the concern expressed by both Nangong Shui and Li Ro? They say true friendship is revealed in times of trouble, and isn't this a testament to that? If it were someone with a snob eye, who would care about someone who had only awakened an E-level profession? Let alone neighbors who aren't related by blood. Even your closest relatives will give you the cold shoulder. Devour. Yifeng had no interest in studying the skeleton's specific structure. Devouring was the only way forward. A 1% increase in attributes is a minor matter now. Yifeng is more concerned about what talents he can obtain. Talent. Bone strengthening. Increases bone strength by 1%. The attribute boost and new talent were good things, but Yifeng, who had devoured the skeleton, fell silent. What exactly is going on? Why do the skeletons he summons all have special characteristics? Although Yifeng doesn't summon skeletons very often, this data is enough to illustrate the point. If there's anything that makes me different from others, it's only this talent, or perhaps my physique? Yifeng suddenly widened his eyes. The summon skeleton skill is based on Yifeng's own attributes. In other words, Yifeng is the template for the skill of summoning skeletons. My bone strength has increased, so the skeletons I summon basically all have special abilities? That should be the case. If my bones become stronger in the future, will the skeletons I summon have some advanced characteristics? Yifeng was quite excited after figuring it out. If every skeleton he summons has special abilities, he can quickly raise all the talents he acquires to extremely high levels. Yifeng spent the entire night dreaming about the future and didn't sleep at all. When it got light, Yifeng didn't actually have panda eyes, but his complexion wasn't looking too good. Yifeng, let's go. Nangong Shui knocked on the door, very excited. Coming. Yifeng hadn't slept, so he quickly tidied up and went out. Where's the skeleton? Nangong Shui was still thinking about Yifeng's skeleton. She looked around Yifeng's back, but couldn't find any trace of it. Make it disappear, and prevent the use of abilities on the streets. Oh, I forgot. Here's your breakfast. You can eat it on the go. Good. Yifeng followed Nangong Shui downstairs with breakfast in hand. Upstairs, Li Ro watched Yifeng and Nangong Shui leave, her eyes filled with tears. Although Nangong Shui's awakened profession is very powerful, how could she, as a mother, not worry? If she had a choice, she would rather Nangong Shui had a support role, so she wouldn't have to face those terrifying monsters in the future. However, there aren't that many what-ifs. Yifeng and Nangong Shui walked together to the school. The school was already filled with more than 30 buses, one for each graduating class, and everyone was to participate in the live fire exercise. Honey, Yifeng and Nangong Shui are here. Lu Xiao gently nudged Chen Yang, who was surrounded by the crowd. Chen Yang's awakened profession was already very strong, and he also had the Chen family as his backer. Not only was his level the highest in the class, but his equipment was also incredibly luxurious. Even Lu Xiao, who was following Chen Yang, had a decent set of equipment. After hearing Lu Xiao's words, Chen Yang looked towards the school gate and said, "Humph, Yifeng, that gigolo, he actually dares to come." At this moment, everyone surrounding Chen Yang turned their attention to Yifeng and his group. However, none of them made any sarcastic remarks about Yifeng. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I don't dare. With the Chen family as his backer, Chen Yang naturally wasn't too afraid of Nangong Shui. However, they lacked suitable career options and had no powerful families to rely on. Offending Yi Feng is the same as offending Nangong Shui. They are classmates, so they naturally know what kind of relationship Yi Feng and Nangong Shui have. Therefore, it's absolutely impossible to make sarcastic remarks. They all have brains. Even those who wanted to curry favor with Chen Yang didn't dare to speak up because they didn't believe Chen Yang could protect them. Seeing that no one was echoing his sentiments, Chen Yang's expression naturally turned somewhat unpleasant. "Honey, they're here," Lu Xiao reminded him. "Don't block my way." Yi Feng was quite arrogant, though he wasn't in a very good mood. Since Yi Feng cannot use his professional abilities within the city, he cannot summon skeletons. The skill cooldown time has long been up, but I can't summon it, which is very frustrating and a waste of time. It would take at least 3 or 4 hours to get from their school to the border army camp, and this delay would drag on until noon, wasting 4 or 5 hours of his time. "Yi Feng, you actually dare to come? Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? And Nangong Shui, aren't you really going to think this over carefully? Aren't you afraid something might happen to Yi Feng?" Chen Yang's threat can be said to be completely out in the open. "How can you be so shameless?" Yi Feng blocked Chen Yang's view of Nangong Shui. Nangong Shui wanted to jump out and scold Chen Yang, but Yi Feng held her hand. Chen Yang narrowed his eyes, suppressing his anger. "Fine. I hope you can stay this tough." All right, stop fooling around. Almost everyone's here. Hurry up and get on the bus." The class teacher's voice rang out. The crowd scattered like birds and beasts. None of the students dared to contradict their homeroom teacher. Regardless of what profession the class advisors awaken, they are all at least level 40, and students can't afford to mess with them. After most people boarded the bus, the class teacher came to Yi Feng and Nangong Shui. Yi Feng's class teacher was a middle-aged man, slightly overweight, and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. "Yi Feng, you get in the car first. I have something to discuss with Nangong Shui." "Good." Yi Feng obediently got into the car. "Nangong Shui, are you sure you want to come with Yi Feng?" After Yi Feng got on the bus, the class teacher looked at Nangong Shui seriously and asked. Nangong Shui is a promising talent, and all the school leaders are keeping an eye on her. Even many awakened universities have come to the school to make their presence known, but they have all been stopped. Once the live fire exercises are over, regardless of Nangong Shui's performance, she will receive a flood of offers. Sure, you need to understand that having him follow you isn't entirely a good thing. The class teacher wasn't that snobbish, because there was no need for it at all. His class already had Nangong Shui, which was enough. He didn't need anyone else to embellish it. Therefore, the class teacher's words were entirely for Nangong Shui's good, and might be a little unfair to Yi Feng, but that's the reality. It's all right. Anyone who dares to plot against him will be made to pay the price. Chapter 7. On the bus, before Nangong Shui could even settle down next to Yi Feng, Chen Yang took out his phone. "Is everything arranged?" Chen Yang asked, his eyes fixed on Yi Feng. The two were only one row apart, and although Chen Yang did not turn on speakerphone, the conversation could still be heard clearly. "Don't worry, young Master Chen. Everything has been arranged. An E-level awakener will definitely not survive." "Fine. It's better if we can't live." Chen Yang smiled contentedly and shook the phone in his hand at Yi Feng. "Honey, you're so naughty. You scared him to death." "Right. What if he really dies? Nobody will claim the compensation, right? I heard that his parents died away from home a long time ago. If he dies too, won't the family line end?" Lu Xiao gently shook Chen Yang's arm, her gaze fixed on Yi Feng's face, wanting to see what expression Yi Feng would have. Yi Feng had no expectations for the two people's performance at all, but Lu Xiao's words provoked Yi Feng's sore spot. Yi Feng kept the matter of her parents' disappearance to herself and never revealed it. Now Lu Xiao actually. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. Yi Feng never took the petty squabbles, jealousy, and envy among the kids seriously. But now, he felt that Chen Yang and Lu Xiao had already found a way to get themselves killed. Just then, Nangong Shui grabbed Yi Feng's hand. When she saw Yi Feng looking at her, she slowly shook her head at Yi Feng, her eyes filled with a pleading look. Nangong Shuitai understands Yi Feng, knows what Yi Feng cares about, and knows what words can provoke Yi Feng. If a fight breaks out on this bus, too many people will be affected. Even if she is an S-class awakened, she probably won't be able to control it. "Don't worry." Yi Feng patted Nangong Shui's small hand, his breathing becoming much more even. "That's terrifying, honey. Look at the way he looks at me. It's like he wants to eat me alive. Yi Feng calmed down, but Lu Xiao still wouldn't let it go. It's all right, he doesn't have much time left. Chen Yang had just sensed the murderous aura emanating from Yi Feng. He recalled what had happened in the slaughterhouse, and to be honest, it was quite terrifying. However, Chen Yang thought about his arrangements with the border troops and put his bad mood behind him. He's just a dead man. All right, everyone stop talking, let's go. The class teacher got on the bus. Buses drove out of the school one after another, and a large number of parents waited and watched outside the school. They could not go with the border troops and could only watch them leave from the school gate. The journey was quiet. With the class teacher on the bus, most of the conversations were in hushed tones, and no one made a loud noise. 3 hours later, the bus arrived at the border army camp. When Yi Feng and his group got off the bus, there were already hundreds of buses parked in the military camp. Among the 13 districts of the Huaxiao Federation, there are 18 awakened high schools. All graduates of these 18 high schools must come to the border army to participate in live fire exercises, without exception. Yi Feng is unsure of the exact number of participants, but it is a large number. The school and class advisors have already gone to negotiate with Bian Jun's people. Before long, a group of about 20 border soldiers, led by school leaders, arrived in front of Yi Feng and his men. You will need to undergo 1 hour of training, after which you will enter the live fire exercise area. The exercise will last for 2.5 days. Now, you are divided into groups, and each of you should find a team leader to guide your training. Where is Nangong Shui? The man who spoke was standing at the very front of the border troops. He was a very strong man, and judging from his rank, he was a high-ranking officer, probably a battalion commander. The border troops were divided into defense zones by camps, each camp being its own territory. The highest-ranking officer was the commander-in-chief, followed by the battalion commander, company commander, and squad leader. The position of battalion commander is already very high in this camp. I am Nangong Shui. When Nangong Shui heard the captain call her name, she raised her hand cooperatively. Come here. Upon hearing the sound, Nangong Shui jogged towards the captain, and those around her looked at her with envy. It's obvious that this is to give Nangong Shui special treatment. Sure enough, when Nangong Shui arrived in front of the battalion commander, he said, "You will train with me. Let's go." "Wait a minute. I have teammates who need to come with me," Nangong Shui hurriedly said. "Sure, let's invite them all." The captain knew what an S-rank awaken meant, so he naturally wouldn't refuse Nangong Shui. "Yi Feng, come here quickly." Nangong Shui greeted Yi Feng happily. Yi Feng touched his nose. He felt he had been a bit too high profile, but it didn't bother him. He casually walked towards Nangong Shui. At this moment, not only Chen Yang, but countless others were staring at Yi Feng with eyes that longed to replace him. In fact, many people had secretly contacted Nangong Shui, hoping to be with her, but she refused them all. The captain looked at Yi Feng with suspicion and asked, "Only him?" "Yes." Nangong Shui nodded firmly. "Let's go." The captain didn't say anything, but he glanced at Yi Feng a few more times. After the captain left with Yi Feng and Nangong Shui, the crowd really erupted. Many people were belittling Yi Feng, saying that he was a gigolo who got lucky. Chen Yang was much calmer. "Just wait and see. You won't be smug for long. Honey, there's no need to get angry with a dead person. What should we do? Just pick anyone, it doesn't matter." Chen Yang looked down on the border soldiers from the bottom of his heart. In his opinion, it wouldn't be long before he could trample these soldiers under his feet. Okay, Lu Xiao nodded. She would do whatever Chen Yang said, and her main goal was to be obedient and well-behaved. On the other side, the captain had already led Yi Feng and Nangong Shui to an open space. "You can call me Captain Zhang. What's your profession?" Captain Zhang knew about Nangong Shui's situation, but he didn't know who Yi Feng was. "Hello, Captain Zhang. My name is Yi Feng, an E-rank skeleton commander. Well, I don't have any advice for you. Summon your skeleton and try your best to make it carry out the commands you give. There's really nothing to advise on about this. The skeleton commander's abilities lie in the skeletons he summons." However, Captain Zhang was quite curious. He felt that Yi Feng was not as simple as he seemed. Because he could sense that among so many newborn eggs, Yi Feng was exceptionally strong, the kind that stood out from the crowd. He even knew that Yi Feng's attributes were much stronger than Nangong Shui's. This strength has nothing to do with profession. It's purely a matter of attribute strength. Could it be a bodyguard arranged for Nangong Shui by the higher-ups? Zhang muttered to himself, then ignored Yi Feng's gaze as he looked at Nangong Shui. Use the skills you have to attack me with all your might. Captain Zhang was serious and earnest, not at all like he was joking. Chapter 8. Nangong Shui also became serious. Flames ignited around her, and a fireball condensed at her fingertips, exactly the same as the one she had condensed at the slaughterhouse, only much faster and larger. They're coming, Nangong Shui reminded Captain Zhang. Then the fireball was launched. The sound of flames rubbing against the air was loud. A heat wave swept through, and the temperature rose rapidly. The fireballs used by Nangong Shui could reach temperatures of around 300 degrees Celsius, making them extremely fierce. However, these fireballs posed no threat whatsoever to Captain Zhang. No matter how strong your attack power is, you still need to be able to hit your target. With a slight dodge, the fireball flew past Zhang's body into the distance, and when it hit the ground, it created a fireball more than a meter in diameter. The power is good, but the speed is not enough. Condense a fireball the size of your thumb to increase its speed. When encountering monsters in actual combat, don't waste your energy. Let's begin. Team Leader Zhang's guidance was quite professional. Yes, Nangong Shui knew that Captain Zhang was doing this for her own good, so she naturally didn't object and started training according to Captain Zhang's requirements. When Captain Zhang looked towards Yi Feng had already summoned a skeleton. Unsurprisingly, the skeletons summoned by Yi Feng still possess special characteristics. However, no new ability appeared this time. Instead, the strength ability reappeared. Yi Feng wasn't really sure how to command the skeletons, since each time a skeleton was summoned, it would be devoured by Yi Feng within 5 seconds. So, commanding skeletons in battle isn't that simple, is it? It's not as clumsy as they say. Yi Feng was still quite puzzled. Skeleton commander is, after all, a profession he obtained, so Yi Feng naturally wants to learn more about it. According to some experienced players, skeletons are clumsy, and even high agility is not very useful. Their advice is to accumulate more constitution so that they can at least act as a tank. But Yi Feng didn't feel that way. He was directing the skeletons to sing and dance, and it was very smooth. To be more specific, the skeleton can perfectly receive Yi Feng's thoughts. Whatever Yi Feng tells it to do, it can do it. The level of control. Captain Zhang was a little dumbfounded. Team Leader Zhang has encountered far too many E-rank and F-rank awakened ones, and he's also had his fair share of awakened ones like the skeleton commander. But it is extremely rare to be able to control skeletons so smoothly. It would take at least a year of living in the border army to achieve this level of skill. However, despite his surprise, Captain Zhang did not show it or ask any questions. At this moment, he was even more certain that Yi Feng was sent by his superiors to protect Nangong Shui. An hour passed quickly. When the time was up, Captain Zhang handed Nangong Shui a few things, including a small camera, a privilege only the elite received, something Yi Feng didn't get. The border troops will monitor Nangong Shui's situation in real time and will provide immediate assistance if there is any danger. The other items were several bottles and jars and a small storage backpack. The camera is worn on my chest, and these potions include healing potions, stamina potions, and magic potions, which are kept in this backpack. Thank you, Captain Zhang, Nangong Shui said. Although she had prepared some medicine and other supplies, they certainly didn't look as good as the ones Zhang gave her. The quality was different. This also shows how much the border troops valued Nangong Shui. As for Yi Feng, there wasn't a single hair. All right, you can set off now. I wish you good luck and welcome to the Border Army Awaken University. Team Leader Zhang didn't forget to give the Border Army Awaken University a shout-out. As for whether Nangong Shui will choose the Border Army Awaken University, that's up to her. In any case, she's already made a good impression. The Awaken Universities in the city are divided into 3 levels. Although the Border Army Awaken University is also among the top-tier universities, it is too dangerous and therefore not attractive to top-tier geniuses. Okay, Captain Zhang, I'll consider it. Nangong Shui nodded in response, then ran to Yi Feng's side. The training ground for live-fire exercises is actually quite simple. The border army camp was divided into 3 lines of defense. Yi Feng and his group were located on the line of defense closest to the city, which was the third line of defense. The live fire exercise took place within a range of approximately 100 kilometers between the third and second lines of defense. The border defense line is not airtight. The third line of defense is better because it is close to the city, has a small defensive range, a large number of troops, and very strong defensive buildings. After all, the city is just behind it. The second line of defense was much weaker than the first. It consisted of a series of small camps, with each camp about 500 to 600 meters apart. The first line of defense at the forefront consisted of outposts, with each outpost at least 2 or 3 kilometers apart. In fact, the first line of defense only serves as a warning. The firepower of the second line of defense is what can effectively stop the monsters from attacking. However, some monsters will still break through the second line of defense and enter the 100-kilometer range between the second and third lines of defense. In response, the border troops would conduct regular cleanup operations, but this time they deliberately left the weaker monsters as new combat targets. The points students can earn vary depending on the grade of the monsters they kill. The points earned in practical exercises are very important and are one of the criteria for admission. By the way, here's a map. I hope you can use it. Before Yi Feng and Nangong Shui left, Captain Zhang tossed a map to Yi Feng. The area between the two lines of defense is quite large, and not everyone has this map. Don't talk about fairness. There is no such thing as fairness in this world. Thank you, Captain Zhang, Yi Feng said, taking the map that Captain Zhang had thrown to him. All the new students flooded into the camp, and the order was maintained quite well because there were soldiers present, and no one dared to cause trouble at this time. Qinyang and his small team followed not far behind Yi Feng and Nangong Shui, and Qinyang couldn't help but smile. Because Yi Feng is about to die. On the other side of the camp, several gates were fully opened, and all the new students filed out from different gates to begin a 2.5-day live fire exercise. During this period, they were not allowed to return to the camp. Once they returned to camp, the exercise is considered over, points are recorded on the spot, and they are not allowed to leave camp again. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no one returns to the camp early. Moreover, robberies occur every year not far from the camp, because the scoring is recorded using the monster's ears. Robbing other students is a good way to get high scores. Both the border troops and the school knew this, but no one ever stopped them. That's just how cruel this world is. Chapter 9. Yi Feng, where are we going? Nangong Shui followed Yi Feng excitedly. Although everyone had learned the theoretical knowledge and was mentally prepared to face the monsters, when it came to actually facing them, some were excited and some were terrified. Yi Feng, on the other hand, appeared much calmer. He was examining the map in his hand, while everyone around him stared at Yi Feng with envious eyes. It wasn't just because he had Nangong Shui by his side, but also because of the map Yi Feng had. Let's go to the wolf's den. There are fewer people there, and the points are higher. Yi Feng deliberately responded loudly, as if afraid that others wouldn't hear him. Yi Feng's words made those who wanted to follow him back down. Many people follow you after you come out of the camp, which is very annoying. These people's purpose is quite clear. Nangong Shui's strength must be very strong. Following Nangong Shui will not only ensure their safety, but they can even get some points. However, if you go to a place like a wolf's den, the danger level increases significantly. Wolves are social animals, and even if they become demonic beasts, they are still the same. If a large number of demonic wolves rush over, Nangong Shui alone cannot stop them. Many people back down and change their routes because of Yi Feng's words. After advancing for more than 20 minutes, the number of people following Yi Feng and Nangong Shui had dwindled to a handful. What exactly do they want? With the number of people following them decreasing sharply, Nangong Shui naturally noticed Qinyang and Lu Xiao, who had been following them all along. Qinyang simply followed along with his men and didn't cause any trouble, which made Nangong Shui very unhappy. I don't know, maybe they want to kill me. Yi Feng shrugged. They dare. Nangong Shui couldn't help but turn around and glare angrily. Why are you so excited? Yi Feng stopped Nangong Shui. It's obvious that Qinyang isn't ready yet. Once he's ready, he'll naturally jump out. Nangong Shui, what do you want to do? Seeing Nangong Shui glaring at him, Qinyang immediately adopted a defensive stance. As long as Nangong Shui shows any inclination to make a move, he will strike first. Nangong Shui's awakened Flame Queen is a veritable mobile turret. If Nangong Shui is allowed to attack at will, who can stop her? Qinyang, if you don't want to die, you'd better. Feng, is that all you've got? Just standing behind a woman all this time. Qinyang ignored Nangong Shui and looked at Feng instead. Qinyang's main target was Feng. He wouldn't dare to openly target Nangong Shui. Yeah, Feng, you used to be so tough. Why are you so soft now? Lu Xiao made a disgusted face. Do you really want to know if it's hard or soft? Feng chuckled and glanced down at his crotch. Feng. Before Lu Xiao could speak, Nangong Shui was already displeased and pinched Feng. Husband, Lu Xiao grabbed Qinyang's arm, looking as shy as a pure white lotus flower. Feng, you're asking for it. Qinyang was furious. Lu Xiao was his woman, and how could he possibly tolerate someone harassing his woman like this in front of him? Come here. Since there was no way to avoid it anyway, Feng didn't even think about hiding. Although it wouldn't be good to kill Qinyang in front of so many people, crippling him shouldn't be a big deal. Seeing Feng's arrogance, Qinyang finally couldn't hold back any longer. You guys attack. Qinyang had 7 henchmen, all of whom he had carefully selected. With 4 C-level and 3 B-level members, the lineup is quite strong, given the Chun family's influence. Nangong Shui, you'd better not move, otherwise Feng might really die here. Qinyang was on guard against Nangong Shui. As long as Nangong Shui doesn't make a move, it doesn't matter how you deal with Feng. Nangong Shui also sensed that things were getting a bit tricky. After all, Qinyang and his group had too many people on their side. Xiaobai, go and deal with them, Feng called out. In fact, there's no need to speak at all. The skeleton and Feng are of one mind and can be controlled with just their thoughts. But saying it out loud makes you seem more sophisticated. Haha, what a ridiculous thing. The 7 people behind Qinyang were indeed somewhat wary, but what they were wary of was Nangong Shui. What they didn't expect was that Feng would actually make the skeletons he summoned do the work. It was simply ridiculous. The skeletal figure slowly approached, moving very slowly. I'll chop down this skeleton. One of the 7 charged forward, a warrior-type character wielding an exaggeratedly heavy, gold-backed broadsword. Heavy armor warrior, C-rank class, Nangong Shui reminded Feng. At the same time, she prepared to attack. Once the heavy armor warrior shattered Feng's skull, Nangong Shui would teach the heavy armor warrior a lesson. As long as this heavily armored warrior can be severely injured quickly, the others will not dare to make any rash moves. Heavy armor warrior? He must be very strong, right? Feng muttered. Then the skeleton sped off like a sports car with the accelerator floored in the fuel tank. Its rapid acceleration created a crater in the ground. What? The heavily armored warrior, who had been grinning maliciously, suddenly showed a look of horror. Without thinking twice, he immediately held the knife in his hand horizontally in front of him. You know what? This guy's combat awareness is pretty high. The moment he held his knife in front of him, the skeleton's bone knife came crashing down. Boom! The collision of the 2 knives produced a sound like a grenade exploding. The heavily armored warrior was now questioning his existence, and he had already knelt on the ground. The immense force transmitted by the bone knife was simply beyond his ability to resist. Before anyone could react, the skeleton's foot had already landed on the heavily armored warrior's chest. The golden-backed broadsword fell to the ground, and a skull footprint appeared on the heavy armor worn by the heavily armored warrior. He rolled several times on the ground before blood kept spurting from his mouth and nose. This. Qinyang took a few steps back in horror. No one expected Feng's skeleton to be so brutal. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he killed this C-level heavily armored warrior in one move, would it? In fact, only Feng knew that the skeleton hadn't used its full strength at all. If used at full strength, even a heavily armored warrior couldn't withstand a single blow. This heavily armored warrior has only leveled up by 1. Even if he uses some special resources, his strength attribute will not exceed 50 points. The difference between him and the skeleton is not just a little bit. Go, all of you go. Qinyang was genuinely scared, and he took a few steps back while giving orders to others. Lu Xiao was quite calm. She used wind magic from a distance, and she knew that her wind blade skills could not harm the skeletons, So her target was Yi Feng. Yi Feng is the master of the skeleton. If the master is attacked, the skeleton will definitely protect Yi Feng and will not bother them. This woman does have some brains. Yi Feng glanced at Lu Xiao again. However, not many. Chapter 10. Why did Yi Feng say that? Lu Xiao's thinking was correct. But she didn't consider that if the skeletons Yi Feng summoned were so strong, how could Yi Feng herself be weak? The skeleton's attributes are inherited from Yi Feng's own attributes. Moreover, Lu Xiao's wind blades were quite slow, and Yi Feng not only dodged them herself, but also helped Nangong Shui. At this moment, the skeleton had already rushed into the crowd, overwhelmed with superior attributes, and it doesn't matter what class the opponent is, it's all useless. Although you have to endure attacks from the swarming skeletons, their attacks are insignificant to the skeletons. High physique means high defense. Moreover, skeletons have no flesh and blood, and are all bones, so being cut is not a big deal. At most, it will only leave a white mark on the bones. Honey, what should we do? Lu Xiao was at her wit's end, and she looked at Qinyang. Qinyang's hand holding the weapon trembled slightly. He hadn't expected Yi Feng's skeleton to be so powerful. It's okay, I even prepared a surprise. Only then did Qinyang remember that he had prepared a surprise for Yi Feng. Then, Qinyang took a piece of bone out of his own body. Go and put this bone on Yi Feng's body. Qinyang handed the bone to Lu Xiao. Honey, I'm a mage, how can I go? Lu Xiao didn't dare to answer at all. Qinyang frowned. He didn't dare approach Yi Feng either. It wasn't just because Nangong Shui was standing next to Yi Feng, but also because he had guessed Yi Feng's strength. Snort. Qinyang snorted coldly, a sound that seemed to give him a lot of courage, and then he rushed towards the white skeleton. It's true that they don't dare to approach Yi Feng, but approaching the skeleton is no problem, since his underlings are besieging the skeleton. Yi Feng saw Qinyang's actions, and under his mental control, the skeleton's attack target changed to Qinyang. Before Qinyang could do anything after rushing into the battle, he was met with bone blades slashing down from the skeletons. This strike was powerful and heavy. The skeleton would not hold back against Qinyang, and Qinyang raised his sword to defend himself, just like a heavily armored warrior. However, the forces they faced were different. Qinyang's weapon was knocked away, and the immense force made it impossible for him to hold onto the knife. However, Qinyang's weapon was indeed quite advanced and sharp enough that a nick appeared on the bone knife. However, this gap does not affect the speed at which the skeleton attacks. Just as the skeletal skeleton raised its knife to strike him, Qinyang suddenly unleashed a burst of power from somewhere, and his body, which had been smashed to the ground, rolled away to dodge the bone knife's attack. Then Qinyang pounced on the skeleton like a toad, risking injury to stuff the bone he was holding into the skeleton's eye socket. This piece of bone got stuck right inside the skull of the skeleton. Seeing this, Qinyang happily retreated quickly. When he returned to Lu Xiao's side, he took out something that looked like a flute. An unpleasant sound burst forth from the flute. Yi Feng frowned upon hearing the sound. Is this guy trying to disgust us to death? Yi Feng looked at Nangong Shui. Nangong Shui slowly shook her head. It seems like he's summoning something. What could it be? Yi Feng wondered to himself. This must be the surprise Qinyang had mentioned. But how can I let you have your way? Yi Feng used his mind to control the skeletal figure to rush towards Qinyang. Do you want to summon the big guys over? Will you get the chance? The skeleton's speed exploded, and Qinyang's henchmen, each bearing injuries, couldn't stop it at all. Or perhaps, they never even intended to stop the skeletons. Husband, it's coming. Lu Xiao cried out in terror as she tried to block the skeleton with her wind blades. Qinyang wasn't blind, and he was terrified too. He hadn't even retrieved his weapon that had been knocked away. If the skeleton rushed towards him, he would have no choice but to take the hit with his bare body. But can this armor I'm wearing really stop the bone blades of the skeleton? Without much hesitation, Qinyang turned and ran. However, he did not stop playing the flute. He was very persistent. Just as the skeleton caught up with Qinyang and slashed him twice, a huge tremor suddenly came from the ground, like an earthquake. It's underground. Nangong Shui reminded Yi Feng. Yi Feng had already sensed it. Although his mental strength was not high, the ground vibrations could be transmitted into his body, so how could he not sense them? Such a big commotion. It's truly a wonderful surprise. Yi Feng, you're finished. Qin Yang's eyes blazed with fury, and blood gushed from his back. The skeleton's bone blades were extremely sharp, and Qin Yang's armor couldn't withstand them at all. Actually, it's because Qin Yang's own attributes are too poor, so he can't equip himself with equipment that has stronger defensive capabilities. Otherwise, given Qin Yang's wealth, it would be impossible for the skeleton attribute to harm him. Am I doomed? I don't think so. Yi Feng grinned. Qin Yang's behavior just now was so obvious. Does he really think Yi Feng is a fool? The skeletal figure standing in front of Qin Yang threw the bone knife in its hand aside. Qin Yang was prepared to withstand several attacks from the skeleton, but unexpectedly, the skeleton stopped attacking him. Just as Qin Yang was wondering what was going on, the skeleton took out the bone that was stuck in its eye socket. What are you going to do? Qin Yang was now truly unsettled. Will the skeleton respond? Of course not. It doesn't speak at all. It just silently stuffed the bone into the gap in Qin Yang's armor. Qin Yang fought back fiercely, his fists and feet raining down on the white skeleton. However, he was powerless against the skeleton's strength. The skeleton showed no mercy. That piece of bone wasn't simply stuffed into the armor, but rather into the wound on Qin Yang's back. Bloody and violent. Qin Yang was in so much pain, he almost fainted, screaming wildly as he underwent surgery without anesthesia. After doing all this, the skeleton picked up the bone knife that had been thrown aside and quickly ran back to Yi Feng to act as a guard. Qin Yang ignored the pain and wanted to remove the bone that was inserted into his body. Unfortunately, the bone was stuck in his back, and his hands couldn't reach it at all. Aren't you going to help? Qin Yang roared at Lu Xiao, who was already dumbfounded, with a ferocious expression. Aye. Lu Xiao had never seen such a bloody scene before and didn't dare to step forward. Just then, the ground tremors suddenly reached their peak, the soil was blown away, and a huge centipede with a diameter of 1 meter burst out from underground. The location was only 3 meters away from where Qin Yang had fallen. Seeing such a terrifyingly large creature, Lu Xiao dared not approach it. It's over, Qin Yang muttered absent-mindedly, staring at the centipede's head so close to his face. Chapter 11. Qin Yang is reaping what he sowed. The bone he inserted into the eye socket of the white skull was from the centipede child, and it carried the scent of the little centipede. The whistle he just blew was imitating the sound of a small centipede. Originally, all he had to do was place the small centipede's bones on Yi Feng's body, then lure the large centipede in, which would then fixate on Yi Feng and kill him. Now, the protagonist has changed. It's himself now. No, I'm quitting the exercise, help. Qin Yang cried out for help. The giant centipede did not attack immediately. It was searching for its offspring. Help me. Someone must be watching Nangong Shui, right? Come save me. I'll pay you. Qin Yang knew a lot of inside information. A genius like Nangong Shui must have powerful figures secretly protecting her nearby. He can be rescued as long as those secretly protecting him are willing to help. Unfortunately, no matter how much he shouted, no one appeared. Are we really not going to do anything about it? A level 38 A-rank awakened warrior frowned and asked the person next to him. The person standing next to him looked at him with disdain. Did you give any orders? No. If you want to get punished, that's your problem. I'm not going to. All right. This is the attitude of these two secret protectors. They obey all orders. Since they hadn't received any orders from above to rescue people, they were just there to watch the show. Besides, Qin Yang's behavior was truly despicable to these two. He was so arrogant when he was swindling others, but now that he's the one being swindled, he's scrambling for cover. He's a complete coward. Inside the border army camp command post. Who helped him? A man with half-gray hair asked softly. Even though his voice was soft, everyone knew he was angry. He is Zhang Gang, the commander-in-chief of the border army camp in the 13th district. What? Do I need to send someone to investigate? Fine. Whatever shady dealings you have with the families in the city, anyone who tries to interfere again will have to chop off their own hand, understand? Yes, Captain. Everyone in the command post dared not utter a sound. The pressure emanating from this person was too immense. The logistics department captain was drenched in cold sweat, because it was he who helped Qin Yang get the giant centipede to the training area. If it turns out he was the one who did it, he'll definitely be in big trouble. Fortunately, the captain didn't seem inclined to investigate further. In fact, he knew it wasn't because the captain was merciful. The reason the captain hadn't pursued the matter was because the person he trusted hadn't gotten into trouble. Otherwise, this matter would never have been so easily forgotten. As for whether Qinyang was dead or alive, the head of the logistics department simply couldn't care less. Whose son will die or not? He would never risk offending the chief captain for Qinyang's life or death. Find out all the information about this kid and hand it over to me, Zhang Gang instructed before leaving the command post. Only after Zhang Gang left did the others dare to breathe normally. However, one person was quite surprised. This person is Captain Zhang. He glanced at the people inside the command post, then quickly left. Captain, I have something to ask you. Captain Zhang caught up with Zhang Gang. Speak. Zhang Gang's tone was stern. That kid, isn't he the bodyguard you placed next to Nangong Shui? No. If there's nothing else, get lost. That kid will be joining the border army. Don't let anyone harm him, understand? Zhang Gang glared at Captain Zhang. With me? Captain Zhang pointed to his own nose. It's up to him. Anyway, take good care of him, and don't let anyone else take him away. Get lost. Zhang Gang cursed and walked away. Captain Zhang touched his nose and then returned to the command post. On the other side, the giant centipede finally confirmed that the aura of its child was on Qinyang. There was only breath, but no sign of her child. What does this tell us? Its child was killed or eaten by this human. The giant centipede was enraged. Get out of my way. Qinyang also went berserk. If no one would save him, he would save himself. Qinyang mobilized all his strength and charged towards the giant centipede. I don't ask for anything else. I just want to be able to hug the giant centipede's body. As long as he isn't eaten by the giant centipede, he won't die easily. If he can hold on for a while, someone will definitely come to rescue him. However, his idea was too idealistic. Would the giant centipede give him a chance? This giant centipede has reached level 20, and it's not some minor demon beast, it's an elite-level demon beast. Based on the levels of human awakened beings, the giant centipede is comparable in quality to a B-level awakened being. Is it really that difficult for a level 20 B-rank awakener to subdue a level 5 A-rank awakener? It turns out to be very simple. Before Qinyang could even make contact with the giant centipede, several of its legs swept towards him. One attack followed another. Qinyang grabbed one of the giant centipede's legs and held on tightly, refusing to let go. But he could only hold onto one leg. The tips of the giant centipede's leg were like spears, extremely sharp. When the giant centipede's 3 legs pierced Qinyang's body, Qinyang no longer had the strength to hold onto the centipede's legs. Run. Such a bloody scene deeply stimulated the senses of the onlookers. The first to run away were Qinyang's henchmen. If they were allowed to take action against Feng, they would naturally not be too afraid. But let them deal with this giant centipede that don't even think about it. Even if they were all tied together, they wouldn't be a match for this giant centipede. Lu Xiao was also retreating. She was also very scared. She was just a C-level wind mage and had no ability to rescue Qinyang at all. Help me. Qinyang saw Lu Xiao and reached out his hand to her. No. Lu Xiao screamed and turned to run away. Let's go too. After it killed Qinyang, it will probably go on a killing spree. Nangong Shui tugged at Feng's sleeve. Leave? No way. This monster dares to act so arrogantly in front of us. How can we let it go? I'm going to save people. You run far away first. Hurry. Feng patted Nangong Shui's hand twice, appearing very righteous. Nangong Shui raised her head slightly, looking at Feng with a puzzled expression. If Qinyang were replaced by someone else, Nangong Shui might still believe that Feng wanted to save people. But if you said Feng would go to save Qinyang, Nangong Shui would never believe it even if you beat her to death. Helpless, Feng stepped forward and gently hugged Nangong Shui. Nangong Shui was completely dumbfounded. What is Feng trying to do? A farewell before death? Hurry, I can kill it, but we can't let anyone else see. Feng whispered in Nangong Shui's ear. Nangong Shui's ears turned red. However, she couldn't care less about the strange feeling in her heart right now. She gently pushed Feng away and looked seriously into Feng's eyes. Feng didn't speak, but simply nodded to Nangong Shui. All right, I'll leave first. Be careful. If you die, I'll destroy the whole world to take you with me. Chapter 12. Nangong Shui's words were rather harsh, and Feng was taken aback. However, A warm feeling had already flowed into Yi Feng's heart. "What are you talking about? Just go." Yi Feng raised his hand and gently tapped Nangong Shue's forehead. With reluctance and worry, Nangong Shue turned and left, choosing to trust Yi Feng. She knew why Yi Feng had asked her to leave. Because she carries a camera, if she stays here, everything Yi Feng does will be broadcast live. Since Yi Feng didn't want others to see what he was doing, Nangong Shue naturally had to cooperate. With Nangong Shue gone, the people secretly protecting her naturally wouldn't be watching Yi Feng and Qinyang anymore. Their mission was to protect Nangong Shue. The lives of others were none of their concern. Although they were also eager to see what Yi Feng was up to, they suppressed their curiosity. "Little White, go, kill it." Yi Feng commanded the skeletons to charge at the giant centipede. The skeleton's attributes are inferior to the giant centipede's. After all, the giant centipede is a level 20 monster. However, Yi Feng could tell that the giant centipede was actually seriously injured, and the dark green blood flowing from its body had stained the ground a different color. Moreover, not only can the skeletons attack Yi Feng, but Yi Feng himself can also do so. Are his attributes no longer attributes? However, Yi Feng did not attack immediately, as he did not have a suitable weapon. Yi Feng felt that the weapon Qinyang had lost was pretty good, so when the skeleton charged at the giant centipede, Yi Feng ran to pick it up. "I got the big knife. It's a bit too light." Qinyang's weapon was easy to use, but Yi Feng would definitely find it too light, since Yi Feng's strength attribute far exceeded Qinyang's. When Yi Feng got the big knife and went to look at the skeleton had already jumped onto the back of the giant centipede. The bone knife was relentlessly cutting into the back of the giant centipede, and the dark green liquid was almost turning the white skeleton green. The giant centipede wouldn't give up easily. It desperately shook and rolled its body, trying to shake the skeletal skeleton off its body. However, one of the skeleton's hands had already penetrated the giant centipede's body and grasped the centipede's internal joints. No matter how hard the giant centipede tried, the white bone skull seemed to be stuck to its body. Often, physical strength is not the key factor in determining victory. Having a sharp mind is also very important. "I think I don't need to go help anymore." Yi Feng touched his nose. He did want to help, but given the current situation, he couldn't find an opportunity to rush forward. The giant centipede was behaving erratically, and Qinyang, whose body had been pierced by its feet, had been torn into countless pieces due to the centipede's ferocious behavior. Although Yi Feng's attributes are very strong, he really can't rush in at this time. However, the skeletons themselves are enough. Although the fluid inside the giant centipede has some corrosive properties, the skeleton is basically immune to this corrosion. Other collisions are also useless against the skeleton. It feels no pain and no fatigue. As long as the skeleton doesn't break, it can keep attacking. The already injured centipede grew weaker and weaker after being tormented for 2 minutes. Yi Feng seized the opportunity and threw his broadsword out. The large knife spun as it flew toward the giant centipede. With Yi Feng's strength, the large sword he swung out easily pierced the giant centipede's body. A penetrating wound more than a meter long appeared on the giant centipede's abdomen, and various substances were constantly flowing out from the opening. With the skeleton's finishing blow, the giant centipede thrashed about a few more times before collapsing to the ground with a thud. "Little White, be on guard. Cut down anything around us." Yi Feng ordered the skeleton as soon as the giant centipede stopped moving. The skeletal creature jumped off the giant centipede and then quickly left following Yi Feng's instructions. This thing does have bones inside, but not many. Yi Feng approached the dead giant centipede. The giant centipede's corpse was still warm, and some parts were even twitching. Yi Feng wasn't afraid at all. He reached his hand into the giant centipede's body. At this moment, there's no time to worry about anything else. When Yi Feng touched the skeleton inside the giant centipede, Yi Feng's eyes lit up. Devour. The giant centipede's skeleton turned into bone fluid, which flowed down Yi Feng's hand into his body and eventually merged into the bones within him. Comfortable. The bones inside my body are getting stronger, and my whole body is getting stronger too. This comfortable feeling comes from the heart, and it's much more comfortable than devouring the bones of a pig demon. However, the giant centipede doesn't have many bones inside. These are bones that it evolved after becoming a demon beast in order to maintain its enormous body. Otherwise, centipedes would not have bones inside their bodies. View panel. Awakener. Feng class. Skeleton commander level. 1 physical condition. 310 strength. 325 plus. 5. Agility. 284 spirit. 22 skill. Summon skeletons. Summon skeletons with the same attributes as the user to fight. Cooldown time. 12 hours. Talent. Bone fusion great strength. Increases own strength by 2%. Swiftness. Increases own attack speed by 1%. Bone strengthening. Increases bone strength by 1%. What a pervert. Feng commented on himself. The level hasn't increased, yet the attributes are so abnormal. However, Feng also knew that this was the first time he had absorbed a relatively high-end monster bone, and the effect was the strongest. If he absorbed the same type of bone again in the future, the improvement would not be as great. By the way, this thing has a demon core inside. Feng took a few quick steps and pulled out the large sword stuck in the ground. Then he went to the giant centipede's head and, without saying a word, cleaved the centipede's skull open with a single stroke. The core of a demon beast is usually located inside its head. The giant centipede's demonic core was dark green, and it looked to be of very good quality. Feng happily accepted it. Unfortunately, the giant centipede has no ears, so it cannot be collected and no points can be earned. This is not because there was a flaw in the drill. The main reason is that the border troops did not intend to bring something like a large centipede into the training area. Those creatures that can move around in the training area are all monsters with ears. Although Feng didn't manage to get the giant centipede's ears, he was already very satisfied. Let's go, little white. Feng called to the skeleton. At the same time, Feng also checked the skill cooldown time. His attributes improved, but the attributes of the skeletons he had summoned before did not improve accordingly. Feng could only summon skeletons with the same attributes as himself by summoning them again. Unfortunately, the cooldown period is still 10 hours long, so it's still a long way off. Chapter 13. Feng. Damn Feng. Please don't let anything happen to you. Nangong Shui stared anxiously in the direction of Feng. To ensure that the camera did not shine on Feng, Nangong Shui naturally could not see Feng either. No, I have to go check it out. After more than 10 minutes, Nangong Shui could no longer bear the torment in her heart. She decided to cover the camera and go help Feng no matter what. If Feng is truly in danger, she should deal with the giant centipede herself. The people secretly protecting her will definitely come to her aid and prevent her from dying. However, just as Nangong Shui was about to take action, a person and a skeleton appeared in her sight. Feng. Upon seeing Feng, Nangong Shui disregarded everything else and immediately ran towards Feng. Seeing Nangong Shui's red eyes, Feng felt a mix of emotions. The next moment, a heavy person was hanging on his shoulders. Nangong Shui hugged Feng, a hug so tight that both her feet were off the ground. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Nangong Shui hugged Feng, her hands groping around. Have you gained weight these past few days? You've gotten so heavy. Nangong Shui pushed Feng away in embarrassment, realizing that her behavior seemed a little inappropriate. However, it was only after experiencing the pain of separation and death that Nangong Shui truly realized how much Feng held in her heart. You're the one who's gained weight, I haven't. Where's the giant centipede? Dead. Feng shrugged in response, as if he had only killed a low-level rabbit demon. Dead. Nangong Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh, okay, I got it. Let's go now. Nangong Shui suddenly realized something and pulled Feng away. Whether he's dead or alive, the important thing is that Feng is back safe and sound, and that's better than anything else. If I continue to pry, I'm afraid I'll expose Feng's secret. Nangong Shui is a very smart girl. She knows that Feng must have a secret, otherwise how could Feng be so strong? Although Nangong Shui didn't know if Feng had really killed the giant centipede, she had personally witnessed Feng's skeleton easily defeating 6 or 7 people. An E-rank professional can easily defeat C-rank and B-rank professionals, and do so many at once. If there weren't some secrets behind this, who would believe it? All right, let's go to the wolf's den. We don't have a single penny yet. Feng pulled Nangong Shui up and sped up. The two were in high spirits. and poor Qinyang didn't even have the right to be mentioned by them. However, some people still remember Qinyang. Even after Lu Xiao ran far away, her body continued to tremble. What should I do? What should I do? Lu Xiao was completely at a loss, having no idea what to do next. Qinyang died in front of her, and she didn't save him. Will the Qin family hold her accountable? No, the Qin family will definitely cause me trouble. What should I do? Yes, it has nothing to do with me. It's all Yi Feng's and Nangong Shui's fault. They're the ones who killed Qinyang. That's it. Oh, and I can still get pregnant. Qinyang is the only son in the Qin family. To be fair, Lu Xiao is indeed intelligent enough. In this extremely short time, she not only figured out how to exonerate herself, but also how to control the Qin family. Qinyang is dead. If she is pregnant, then her child will be the only heir of the Qin family. Does it matter whether she is actually pregnant or not? Lu Xiao didn't know if she was carrying Qinyang's child, but that didn't really matter. She just needed to conceive a child of the Qin family, and the father of the child could be anyone from the Qin family. Even if the Qin family does a paternity test, they won't find anything, because the child's biological father is dead. As long as they are from the Qin family, they can all be identified as related by blood. With this in mind, Lu Xiao decided against conducting any practical exercises. Without Qinyang's help, what university could she have gone to? She might as well just cling to the Qin family and become their young mistress. Lu Xiao returned the way she came, and when she got back to the camp and was disqualified from the exercise, the Qin family arrived. Are you Lu Xiao? The newcomer was a very imposing middle-aged man. I am, and who are you? How did my son Qinyang die? Qinyang's father, Qinjiang, suppressed his anger and tried his best to speak to Lu Xiao in a calm voice. If he didn't want to find out the cause of Qinyang's death, he would have killed Lu Xiao long ago. Qinjiang knew about the relationship between Lu Xiao and Qinyang, and that this woman had been following his son. Why is it that her son is dead while Lu Xiao is still alive and well? However, to Qinjiang's surprise, after he finished asking, Lu Xiao didn't reply at all, but instead pounced into Qinjiang's arms. Uncle, Yang has been murdered. Lu Xiao, who was nestled in Qinjiang's arms, was crying her eyes out. It was a truly heartfelt moment. This moved even Qinjiang, who was used to seeing big scenes. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should push Lu Xiao away or gently pat her back to comfort her. Qinjiang's nose also felt a little sore from Lu Xiao's crying. He was indeed a strong man, but he was also a father. He couldn't shed tears in front of others. Even if his son died, he had to maintain his image. However, Lu Xiao cried so much. All right, child, your uncle is here. Tell your uncle who killed Yang. Qinjiang, after all, loved his son dearly. He patted Lu Xiao's back a few times and asked her in a gentle voice. Lu Xiao felt a surge of joy upon hearing Qinjiang's voice. Uncle, it was Yi Feng. He's the one who killed Yang. I tried my best to save him, but Yang pushed me away. He did it all for our child. If it weren't for Yang's child, I wouldn't be alive today. Lu Xiao said the answer she had prepared long ago. What did you say? You're pregnant with Yang's child? Really? Qinjiang suddenly grabbed Lu Xiao's shoulders, staring intently into her eyes. Lu Xiao's eyes were filled with tears. She didn't speak, but just kept nodding. You have a child? Great, great. Qinjiang's eyes were full of surprise. Originally, given Lu Xiao's family background, even if she became pregnant with Qinyang's child, she would not have been qualified to give birth to the child. But things are different now. Qinyang is dead, and Lu Xiao is carrying Qinyang's only bloodline. Come on, come with your uncle. Let's leave this place and go home. Qinjiang affectionately took Lu Xiao's hand and pulled her away. Uncle, I want revenge. Yi Feng killed my Yang. I want him to pay with his life. Lu Xiao hadn't forgotten to play the role of a lovesick fool. She held on to Qinjiang with all her might, refusing to leave. Child, don't worry, he will die. Your uncle will not let him go. The most important thing now is you. Qinjiang came here to avenge Qinyang, so naturally, he wouldn't let Yi Feng go. However, he had more important things to do now. Chapter 14. The enemy is right here. There's no escaping him. But Lu Xiao's health cannot be compromised. He needs to settle her in first. Uncle, I won't leave. I must watch him die, otherwise I won't be at peace. I also want to bring Yang back. Yang is still here. Please go and bring him back. Lu Xiao still refused to leave. She definitely can't go with Xinjiang, because once they get back, Xinjiang will definitely take her for a medical checkup, and that checkup will expose the truth. So she needed to stall for time. She needed to get a fertilized egg for herself. Xinjiang was moved. Xinjiang is very pleased with himself now. This girl truly adores her son. As a father, how could Xinjiang not be moved when he saw Lu Xiao like this? Okay, we'll stay here and avenge Yang. Uncle, let's go find Yang. Let's take him home first. Okay, we'll take Yang home. Your uncle will arrange a place for you to rest first. Xinjiang continued to comfort Lu Xiao. Actually, he already had a general understanding of the situation. Xinjiang arrived at the border army camp 10 minutes earlier and found the logistics battalion commander. After all, this was due to the Chun family's connections with the border troops. Originally, Xinjiang wanted to retrieve the video footage of Chun Yang's death, but the logistics department captain refused, and the captain's attitude was very cold, making it clear that he would not provide Xinjiang with any assistance. However, because of past relationships, the captain still told Xinjiang who was near Qinyang when he died. Xinjiang was aware of the conflict between Qinyang and Yi Feng. It was also Xinjiang's instruction to let Qinyang come into contact with Nangong Shui. Xinjiang never expected that Qinyang would die because of this, and he died a very tragic death, without even a complete body. The thought of Qinyang's tragic death caused Xinjiang's heart to ache. In the army camp, although the logistics commander made it clear that he would not help Xinjiang, arranging a place for Lu Xiao to rest was not a problem. After settling Lu Xiao in, Xinjiang found Captain Zhang. Xinjiang knew about the father-son relationship between Captain Zhang and the commander of the military camp, so as long as he could persuade Captain Zhang, it would be much easier for Xinjiang to do whatever he wanted. Captain Zhang, my son has been confirmed dead. I don't ask for anything else. I just want to find my son's body. Is that too much to ask? After hearing Xinjiang's request, Captain Zhang remained silent and made no move. Don't worry, Captain Zhang, I won't go myself. Just arrange for someone to bring my son's body back, okay? Sure. Captain Zhang's answer was crisp and concise. As long as it's not Xinjiang who sends people into the training area, it's fine. Captain Zhang was afraid that Xinjiang's men would cause trouble for Yi Feng. By the way, you can't touch that Yi Feng. Your son's death has nothing to do with him. I can't say anything else, understand? Captain Zhang's attitude towards Xinjiang was not friendly. This was both a reminder and a warning to Xinjiang. Xinjiang frowned upon hearing this. Why? The why that Xinjiang spoke contained many layers of meaning. Why can't I touch Yi Feng? Why is Yi Feng not involved in my son's death? No reason why. Do I need to make it clearer what the higher-ups mean? Captain Zhang's eyes were not friendly. Xinjiang was very experienced. His gaze sharpened. How could he not understand what he was saying? Okay, but even if you understand it, so what? Xinjiang didn't take Captain Zhang's warning seriously. Couldn't the huge Qin family kill a small fry? Even if Yi Feng has connections in higher-ups, what can he do? I will arrange for someone to bring Chun Yang's body back. After saying that, Captain Zhang turned and left, not wanting to say anything more to Xinjiang. Okay, I'll wait. Xinjiang nodded, and at that moment no one knew what he was really thinking. While Captain Zhang was arranging for people to search for Chun Yang's body, Xinjiang picked up the phone. Regardless of whether Yi Feng was involved in Chun Yang's death, everyone should be held accountable for his son's death. On the other side, as darkness fell, Yi Feng had already brought Nangong Shui to the vicinity of the wolf's den. Yi Feng, it's getting dark. Let's rest for the night. Nangong Shui tugged at Yi Feng's arm. The place they are in now can truly be considered a no-man's land. There are currently no other students nearby. Okay. Yi Feng nodded, admitting that it was indeed a bit late at night to affect his performance. I can't see it clearly. Moreover, the monster's fighting power will not only not weaken at night, but will actually increase significantly. We're not strong enough to act recklessly right now, so it's better to play it safe. Anyway, there were still 2 days left, so Yi Feng wasn't in a hurry at all. The two then found a relatively thick tree and climbed it. The two sat side by side on a tree branch, watching the stars and chatting, while a skeleton kept watch at night. For a moment, the scene seemed quite peaceful. Nangong Shui refrained from asking about Yi Feng's strength. They were just chatting about everyday matters, which had nothing to do with cultivation. After eating the compressed food provided by the military, Nangong Shui and Yi Feng leaned against each other and closed their eyes to rest. Yi Feng, what do you think about me going to the Border Army Awaken University? Finally, the quiet atmosphere reminded Nangong Shui of her business. Why? Yi Feng didn't even open his eyes. He was enjoying the feeling of snuggling up to Nangong Shui with his head close together. Because that way I can see you more often, and I can also help you get a less dangerous job. This is one of the conditions for me to enter the Border Army Awaken University, and they will definitely agree. Nangong Shui spoke with great confidence. However, she certainly has the right to be confident. As an S-level awakened individual, Bianjuan University would definitely be secretly laughing if they knew about Nangong Shui's decision. Let alone just arranging a position for Yi Feng, it wouldn't be a problem to even get Yi Feng into the Border Military University. Nangong Shui had thought about this question, but she rejected it herself. Yi Feng is a very arrogant person, always has been. If Yi Feng gets into the Border Army University through his connections, he doesn't know how many scornful looks he will have to endure. Let alone whether Yi Feng can hold on. Even Nangong Shui herself can't help it. She won't allow others to talk about Yi Feng or bully Yi Feng. In this lifetime, only Nangong Shui can bully Yi Feng. No one else can. Okay, if the school assigns you any tasks that require you to come to the Border Army, you have to tell me. I'll protect you. Chapter 15. Okay, I promise you. Nangong Shui was overjoyed. She knew what Yi Feng meant by saying this. He wanted to protect her. Although Nangong Shui's wish to protect Yi Feng is unlikely to be fulfilled, she feels very happy to continue being protected by Yi Feng. Oh right, this is for you. Yi Feng took out the demon core he had collected from the giant centipede. This is from that centipede? Nangong Shui could sense that the demon core Yi Feng had taken out was of a very high level, at least for them at present, so it could only be from that giant centipede. It's useless for me to hold it. You can take it and absorb it since we're free tonight. Okay. Nangong Shui didn't stand on ceremony with Yi Feng and accepted the demon core. Afterwards, Nangong Shui cultivated, while Yi Feng stared blankly at her. When midnight arrived, Yi Feng perked up. Goodbye, little white. Devour. Yi Feng ran to the skeleton and mercilessly devoured his loyal companion. Bone fluid fusion increases the strength talent stat. Summon skeletons. Seamless integration, that's how powerful it is. What are the characteristics this time? A brand new skeleton, with attributes equal to Yi Feng's, that is, over 300 points, materialized and appeared. The skeleton's bones were noticeably thicker and more robust. Yi Feng checked the skeleton's attributes, wanting to see what its characteristics were. Holy crap! 2. Yi Feng originally thought that his skeleton could no longer give him any surprises, but he didn't expect that he had underestimated his skeleton. The newly summoned skeleton possesses 2 traits, strength and agility. The agility trait increases the speed of a bone skeleton by 10%. If we devour this, will we be able to directly gain 2 talents? Yi Feng's eyes were shining. Now that we can summon 2 skeletons with different traits, will there be 3 or 4 in the future? Yi Feng felt that his future was bright. Little white, go and see what's going on in the wolf den. Yi Feng gave the command to the skeleton with his mind, and then the skeleton obediently climbed the tree and returned to Nangong Shui's side. Skeletons with 3 attributes exceeding 300 points can easily crush wolf dens. The white skeleton bravely charged forward. However, after traveling a little over 2 kilometers, it could no longer proceed. Can't we move forward? Yi Feng, who was squatting on a tree branch watching the beautiful woman, suddenly frowned. He could sense everything the skeleton encountered, like a third-person perspective, and could also command the skeleton's behavior at will. My mental strength isn't enough. This is the furthest I can go. Yi Feng's mental strength is only 22 points, and it has not improved. 1 point of mental strength represents a controlled distance of 100 meters. The skeleton cannot leave this distance. To increase the control range, the only option is to enhance mental strength. Return. 2 kilometers was clearly not enough to reach the wolf's den, so Yi Feng could only order the skeletons to retreat. However, just as the skeleton returned, 3 wolf demons set their sights on it. Monsters also have intelligence. Skeletons are just the lowest level of undead creatures and pose no threat to them. Of course, Killing skeletons would not benefit them. They would only get a pile of bones. However, the wolf demon knew that it was a human who controlled the skeleton. Therefore, when the three wolf demons discovered the skeleton, they did not rush to fight it, but instead followed behind the skeleton. Feng didn't notice the wolf demon following the skeleton until the skeleton returned to the tree where Feng was. Only then did Feng see the wolf demon's eyes glowing green in the darkness. 1, 2, 3. Only 3. Feng said with a hint of disappointment. Kill them. The three wolf demons were only around level 5 or 6, and they were ordinary level demon beasts. These things were not worthy of Feng's attention at all. The skeletal figure suddenly turned around and displayed a speed that was inconsistent with its bony frame, rushing to the front of a wolf demon in the blink of an eye. The wolf demon didn't even understand what was happening before its head was chopped off with a single blow. The other two wolf demons howled and ran away, showing no intention of avenging their companion. Wolves. Upon hearing the wolf howl, Nangong Shui, who had absorbed the demon core, immediately opened her eyes. It's all right. Feng patted Nangong Shui on the shoulder. Just as Nangong Shui was trying to find out where the wolf demons were, the skeleton dragged back the corpses of 3 wolf demons. The 3 wolf demons were grayish-white all over, 2 meters long, and had shiny fur, clearly indicating that they were well-nourished. Afterwards, Feng commanded the skeleton to cut off the wolf demon's ears. Feng didn't have to do such a bloody thing himself, which was quite pleasant. Keep cultivating, it's all right. Oh, I know. Nangong Shui pouted slightly. She definitely felt safe, but it didn't help Feng at all, which made Nangong Shui feel a little uncomfortable. Feng climbed down the tree, put away his ears, and at the same time, discreetly accepted the bones of the 3 wolf demons. It's at least a level 5 or 6 monster bone, so it can increase Feng's attributes a little. The increase is not much. One animal can only increase it by 3 or 4 points, but when 3 are combined, all 3 attributes increase by about 10 points. Having several thousand of these wolf demons would be quite nice. Of course, the demon core inside the wolf demon's body couldn't be wasted, so Feng collected it. After looting the spoils, Feng climbed back up the tree, while the skeleton disposed of the wolf demon's corpse. Upon climbing the tree again, Feng took out the wolf demon's core and absorbed it. Although Feng didn't care about the attributes provided by leveling up, he couldn't stay at level 1 forever. Furthermore, awakened beings don't just have one skill. Once they reach a certain level, they will automatically learn new skills. As for whether the skills they learn are good or bad, that depends on their individual talent. Of course, you can also buy skill stones if you have the money. The only downside to skill stones is that they are very expensive. Hey, am I seeing things? These 3 wolf demons look like they've lost their bones, all limp and lifeless. One of the people secretly protecting Nangong Shui couldn't help but speak up. You're not mistaken. Let's go take a look. The other person nodded, unable to contain his curiosity either. The skeletal figure swiftly and decisively killed 3 wolf demons. But how did these wolf demons seem to have lost their bones in the blink of an eye? If it weren't for the wolf pelts supporting them, the flesh and blood of these 3 wolf demons would probably have been scattered all over the ground. The 3 wolf demon corpses dragged by the skeleton looked like 3 blood and flesh balloons. Together? What about her? It's all right, that kid's here. Chapter 16. The 2 protectors rushed to the location where the skeleton had been dumped and examined it carefully. Sure enough, all the bones in these 3 wolf demons are gone. Even their skulls are gone. What's going on? It must be some kind of talent. This kid has definitely awakened a talent. Probably the talent of using the bones of demonic beasts to strengthen skeletons. I knew it. His skeletons were so powerful. Turns out they've awakened a talent. This matter needs to be reported. Let's report it directly to the chief commander. Good. After making their guesses, the 2 left and decided to report the news. People who can awaken their talents are rare, and those whose talents and professions are so perfectly matched, like Feng's, are even rarer. The 2 men didn't care that it was the middle of the night. They directly contacted the team leader, Zhang Gang. Captain, there's a situation. Speak. Zhang Gang hadn't rested yet, nor did he show any impatience. The person who reported then informed Zhang Gang of what they had seen. Zhang Gang had long realized that Feng had awakened her talent. so he wasn't surprised at all. Keep it a secret. Yes, Captain. On the other side, a man who looked somewhat similar to Chunyang arrived at the camp. The man was about 23 or 24 years old and was Chunyang's cousin, Chunzheng. You're pregnant? Chunzheng violently pushed open the door to Lu Xiao's room. Who are you? Lu Xiao quickly hid in the corner of the bed like a startled rabbit. I'm Chunzheng, Chunyang's cousin. Chunzheng introduced himself, then went inside and closed the door. You? Lu Xiao opened her mouth slightly. She was just thinking about how to find a child from the Qin family when Chunzheng unexpectedly delivered himself to her. However, Chunzheng didn't come to deliver seeds to Lu Xiao. He came to kill her. Chunyang was Chunzheng's only son. Now that Chunzheng's only son has died, who will inherit the Qin family business? Naturally, it was his good nephew, Chunjiang. When Chunzheng received the news of Chunyang's death, he felt that spring had come to him, but he soon learned of a terrible piece of news. Someone was pregnant with Chunyang's child. How could Chunzheng accept this? So, Chunzheng arrived at the border army camp, intending to kill Lu Xiao. It seems it really is you, then you. Chunzheng quickly stepped forward and grabbed Lu Xiao by the neck. Chunzheng is a junior in college this year. He is a B-level wind assassin with a professional level of 19. Killing Lu Xiao would be a piece of cake for him. Lu Xiao felt as if her neck was being gripped by iron clamps, her face instantly turning red, and her neck bones felt as if they were about to crack. Seeing this, Lu Xiao quickly slapped Chunzheng's hands away, shouting at the top of her lungs, "I'm not pregnant." This was Lu Xiao's last struggle. If Chunzheng didn't let go, she would surely die. Chunzheng was visibly taken aback after hearing Lu Xiao's words. What does this mean? Not pregnant? Subconsciously, Chunzheng loosened his grip. I'm not pregnant. I lied to Chunzheng. Please let go. Lu Xiao spoke again after she felt she could breathe slightly. This time, Chunzheng finally let go of Lu Xiao, but his hand was still on Lu Xiao's neck. If I don't tell Chunzheng I'm pregnant, he will kill me. You can't kill me. If you do, you won't escape either. Chunzheng won't let you get away with it. Chunzheng frowned. He knew Lu Xiao was right. We can cooperate. Isn't what you want to do with the Qin family? I'm not pregnant with Chunyang's child, but I can be pregnant with yours. Chunzheng's eyes lit up. This was far from what he had expected when he came. Time is limited. We need to hurry, come on. Lu Xiao said as she began to take off her clothes. This move really caught Chunzheng off guard. However, when he saw the white rabbit that popped up, Chunzheng swallowed hard. I like intelligent women. After 3 rounds of intense passion, dawn was breaking. Lu Xiao lay listlessly on the bed, not wanting to move at all. Chunzheng was quite satisfied with his clothes. At this moment, Chunzheng was in a pleasant mood. He had figured it out. In any case, he wouldn't lose out no matter what happened in the end. If Lu Xiao was found out that she wasn't pregnant, then it would be Lu Xiao who died, and he would still have the best chance of inheriting the Qin family. If Lu Xiao is indeed pregnant unexpectedly, then the Qin family will belong to his son. However, Chunzheng still preferred to inherit everything from the Qin family, so after getting dressed, he prepared to leave. Wait a minute, are you just going to leave like this? Lu Xiao's voice was a little hoarse, whether from the ordeal or from being pinched by Chunzheng. It was hard to tell. Otherwise what? You need to find a way to take me away. You can't let Chunzheng check if I'm pregnant in the short term. I don't have that ability. Chunzheng's statement was a classic case of, once you've done your bidding, you don't care anymore. You don't think you can inherit the Qin family just because I'm not pregnant, do you? Chunzheng isn't old yet. He can still have children. Lu Xiao had already guessed what Chunzheng was thinking. Chunzheng's relaxed emotions tightened again, because Lu Xiao is absolutely right. If he has a grandson, he won't have the idea of having a son, or at least his wife won't allow that to happen. So you have to help me. It's good for both of us. I'm just trying to save my life. From now on, I can only rely on you. Please help me, okay? Lu Xiao looked at Chunzheng with pleading eyes. Chunzheng was tempted. Lu Xiao is indeed a very clever woman, at least when it comes to saving her own life. If Lu Xiao is pregnant with Chunzheng's child, then this is a secret known only to Chunzheng. With this secret, Lu Xiao can never betray Chunzheng for the rest of her life. Okay, wait for me. I'll take you back today. Chunzheng nodded to Lu Xiao and then left the room. A smile appeared on Lu Xiao's face. She no longer needed to look worried or rack her brains to think about finding a sperm donor. Chen Zheng would take care of all of this for her. In the training area, in the trees near the wolf den. I've leveled up again. I'm level 4 now. Yi Feng, have you leveled up yet? Nangong Shue's face lit up with an excited smile as she greeted the morning sun. Yi Feng's face darkened. It's like they're rubbing salt in the wound. As it turns out, Yi Feng did indeed awaken only an E-rank profession, and his speed of absorbing demon core energy was ridiculously slow. Half the night had passed, and Yi Feng's experience had only increased by 1/3. Didn't upgrade? Okay, don't be discouraged. Keep trying. Let's go. Nangong Shui chuckled and nudged Yi Feng a few times. Being able to strike a blow against Yi Feng brings Nangong Shui a sense of joy. Humph. Yi Feng snorted, then handed Nangong Shui a compressed biscuit. Thanks, let's eat as we go. Let's get some points and head back. This stuff isn't tasty at all. Nangong Shui was a little disgusted by the taste of the compressed biscuits. As for points, that's fine. Since she only needs to get into the border military university, she doesn't need too many points. That won't do. Points are like academic credits, which can be exchanged for a lot of things. Let's go, let's farm points. Chapter 17. What if your family is not well off? Of course, you should create the conditions yourself. The opportunity is right in front of you, so just go for it. The main reason is that there is no risk for Yi Feng in engaging in score-boosting behavior. Skeletons clear the way. Anyone who comes will die. Nangong Shui had witnessed firsthand the terror of Yi Feng's skeleton. The wolf demon was killed with a single strike the moment it showed its head, without needing a second blow. Nangong Shui didn't even have to lift a finger to collect the spoils of war. Was my S-rank job awakened for nothing? After wiping out the entire wolf den, Nangong Shui had deep doubts in her heart. How could it be a wasted awakening? You take this one. Yi Feng tugged at Nangong Shui. There was a demon wolf that Xiao Bai had deliberately left behind about 30 meters in front of them. The rest of the demon wolves had already been killed by Xiao Bai. The remaining one was for Nangong Shui to practice on. Okay, Nangong Shui was eager to try. This time, no flames appeared on Nangong Shui's body. These special effects do look impressive, but they waste a lot of energy. Nangong Shui has already learned to conserve her energy. Only by accurately calculating the energy used in each attack can she truly transform into a mobile turret in the future. Otherwise, if you unleash 2 attacks and your internal energy is depleted, you'll just be left watching the show. A small fireball was launched by Nangong Shui towards the demon wolf. The fireball was only about the size of a pigeon egg, and its flight speed was relatively slow, but the flame temperature was very high. The wolf was already terrified. After all his companions were dead, and he was the only one left. As the fireball hurtled toward him, the wolf dodged immediately. His movements were agile, and the fireball missed him. Nangong Shui frowned slightly. She adjusted the size of the fireball, shrinking it to the size of a glass marble. This fireball is definitely much weaker, and the temperature will also be lower, but the advantage is that it is at least twice as fast. It can basically reach about 20 meters per second. The 2 sides were only about 30 meters apart, so at this speed, it wouldn't be easy for the wolf demon to dodge. After all, the wolf demon wasn't strong. It was just an ordinary monster. As for why the wolf demon didn't run away, it was because he was afraid. The skeleton was right behind him, and whenever he tried to escape, the skeleton would block his way. He was destined to become a target. A fireball the size of a glass bead struck the wolf demon. Although the power and temperature of the fireball had weakened, it still took most of the wolf demon's life. The impact caused serious injuries to the wolf demon, leaving a charred wound the size of a bowl on his chest, 4 or 5 centimeters deep, from which the smell of meat wafted. His fur was completely ablaze, and he had transformed into a fire wolf. After whimpering a few times, the wolf demon collapsed, but the flames on his body showed no sign of extinguishing. Your flames are quite powerful, Yi Feng exclaimed. This is not flattery, but the truth. S-rank professions are indeed different. Even their fireball spell is so much more powerful. That's right, isn't it amazing? Nangong Shui was very proud of being praised by Yi Feng. However, Nangong Shui's smugness soon faded. Because the little white creature summoned by Yi Feng ignored the flames burning on the wolf demon's body, it dismembered the wolf demon in the fire and extracted the demon core from the wolf demon's body. This scene made Nangong Shui pout. The undeniable truth is that Nangong Shui knew she was no match for Yi Feng. Even if her attacks could threaten Yi Feng, it wouldn't matter, because she couldn't hit him at all. Nangong Shui had witnessed Xiao Bai speed firsthand. Let's go. Next stop, let's roast wild boar. Wolf meat probably won't taste very good. Let's eat wild boar meat instead. Yi Feng didn't see Nangong Shui's pouting lips. He was busy packing up his spoils. Not a single bone in the wolf demon's body can be spared. Wild boar meat. Do you have any here? Yes. Yi Feng fused the wolf bones while checking the map. According to the markings on the map, there were wild boars not far from them, and they were a family of 5. Okay, let's go eat some authentic wild boar meat. Nangong Shui agreed with Yi Feng's suggestion. What Nangong Shui didn't know was that she was eyeing the wild boar meat, while Yi Feng was eyeing the wild boar bones. It's a wild boar, and it's even a monster-transformed one. Its skeleton must be very strong. If it's fused with another, the attributes it gains will definitely be substantial. Yi Feng has now figured things out a bit. The benefits of his strengthened bones are definitely more than just a little bit. There should be more surprises waiting for him. Compared to Yi Feng and Nangong Shui's joy, the atmosphere in a corner of the border army camp was very oppressive. Damn it, who killed my brother? Chun Jing's eyes were bloodshot, and the whites of his eyes were covered with blood vessels. In front of him was a pile of broken, indistinguishable body parts. Without a doubt, this must be Chun Yang's legacy. Lu Xiao was already sobbing uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. If Chun Jiang hadn't stopped her, she probably would have been lying on the pile of broken pieces and crying. Grandpa, tell me, who is it? Chun Jiang was also somewhat moved upon hearing this. After all, the atmosphere had been built up to this point, and the old father was a little unsettled, his eyes reddening. The matter hasn't been fully investigated yet. Sir, I'm taking my brother home. Is this your wife? I heard she's pregnant with my brother's child. It's too dangerous for her to stay here, so I'll take her home with me. Chun Jiang glanced at Chun Zheng. Everyone knows what's going on in big families, right? As the head of the family, Chun Jiang could see through any dark secrets. Grandpa, I know what your concerns are. Don't worry, if anything happens to your sister-in-law, I will pay with my life. That's a very straightforward and sincere statement. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Since Chun Zheng said that, it means that he really doesn't want to hurt the child in Lu Zhao's womb. If anything happens to the baby in Lu Zhao's belly, Chun Zheng will definitely not let Chun Zheng off the hook. All right, I'll leave things at home to you, Chun Zheng. Don't let me down. Chun Zheng nodded to Chun Zheng, acknowledging his words. This also meant that if Chun Zheng could handle this matter well, the Chun family's resources would be tilted towards him. Don't worry, sir. If you find out who killed my brother, please tell me. Okay, go ahead, child. You and your cousin go back first. Your uncle will handle the rest. Chun Zheng gently patted Lu Zhao's back to soothe her emotions. Uncle, it's Yi Feng. It really is Yi Feng. You must avenge Yang Yang. Lu Xiao didn't forget to give her instructions. Her acting was so sincere and heartfelt. If she hadn't been supported, she probably would have collapsed to the ground by now. Okay, Uncle knows, don't worry. Chun Jiang reassured him softly, his heart filled with emotion, happy that his son had found such a devoted girl. Chapter 18. Chun Zheng left with Lu Xiao. Of course, they also took Chun Yang's mangled body with them. When they returned to the city, the Chun family was filled with weeping and indignation. No one actually dragged Lu Xiao to get a medical checkup. After working for a while, Chun Zheng quietly left the Chun family with Lu Xiao, as he was going to play around with some technology and ruthless activities. Hoping that Lu Xiao will get pregnant naturally is too difficult. Who can guarantee that she will get pregnant on the first try? Therefore, human intervention is very important. Lu Xiao was naturally willing. Only when she was truly pregnant could she feel at ease. Have you found everyone? Chun Jiang, who remained at the border camp, kept receiving phone calls. He has already contacted 3 groups of people. The Tang family has already agreed that Tang Chong will lead a team to intercept him, and the remaining 2 groups have already gone to chase him. Money makes the world go round. Although the border troops wouldn't give Chun Jiang any special treatment, Chun Jiang could spend money to hire people at a high price. The 2 groups of pursuers were only moderately strong, both led by 2 A-level awakened. If they could kill Yi Feng, that would be ideal. If not, he still had a backup plan. District 13, Tangjia. The Tang family is even stronger than the Qin family. Tang Chong, the second son of the Tang family, awakened an S-level profession and reached level 7 in a very short time. He also has more than 3 A-level awakened individuals under his command. Xinjiang paid a high price to get Tang Chong to take action. As long as Tang Chong blocks the way back to the camp, Yi Feng will not be able to escape. As for whether this will delay Tang Chong from scoring points, that simply doesn't exist. Because everyone has to return to the camp, and everyone will be plundered by Tang Chong. It won't interfere with my own work, and I can earn extra money at the same time. Why not? Moreover, Tang Chong had other motives. Brother Chong, are we blocking the road so early? There's still more than a day to go. Tang Chong's underlings asked in confusion. As one of the 3 A-level members following Tang Chong, this underling still had some influence. To prevent that kid from returning to camp early, have you all understood the instructions given to you? Don't worry, Brother Chong. It definitely won't hurt your wife, the younger brother assured him, patting his chest. That's right. Tang Chong has also taken a liking to Nangong Shui. Only 3 S-class awakeners appeared in District 13 this year, and only one of them was a woman named Nangong Shui. As an S-level awakened, Tang Chong felt that only Nangong Shui, who was also an S-level, was qualified to be his woman. I was unable to contact Nangong Shui a couple of days ago because I didn't have a way to do so. Now, the opportunity has come, and someone is taking the initiative to help him make connections. Yes, you'll all get your share of the benefits. Cheer up and get ready to work. Okay, Brother Chong. Tang Chong's side was well prepared, with more than 20 men under his command. These men were positioned in a relatively spread-out manner to ensure that they could block a larger area and prevent anyone from taking advantage of the gaps to run back to the camp. Yi Feng had no idea that someone was chasing them. He leisurely strolled with Nangong Shui to the location where wild boars were known to roam. In order to lure the wild boars out, the skeleton was already covered with a wolf skin. The wolf skin had not been carefully processed and still contained some flesh and blood. The smell of blood is what lures wild boars. Even if you can't attract wild boars, attracting some other carnivorous monsters will do. It's all points. Yi Feng doesn't care. Unfortunately, the monsters in the training area weren't that numerous, and no monsters appeared to attack the skeletons along the way, making Yi Feng and Nangong Shui a bit bored. Fortunately, the map was very accurate, and Yi Feng's trick of luring the wild boar worked. After wandering around for a couple of hours, the wild boar appeared. Wow, quite a few. Weren't they supposed to be a family of 5? How did it become 7? Yi Feng exclaimed in surprise when he saw the wild boar family appear. There were 2 large wild boars, and 5 more were half-grown wild boars. The 2 large wild boars were nearly 2 meters tall and about 4 meters long, like 2 walls. In comparison, the skeleton's figure appeared much smaller, not even in the same league. Seeing a huge wild boar with long tusks and heavy breathing in broad daylight, Nangong Shui couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She grabbed Yi Feng's arm. This seems a bit big, is it okay? No problem. Yi Feng patted Nangong Shui's little hand. I can help too. Okay, if a wild boar charges at you, then beat it up. The two didn't discuss any specific strategies. It was very simple. Wild boars are drawn by the smell of blood, and when they saw the skeleton, the family of wild boars became extremely agitated. It wasn't the smell of blood that made them feel cheated. Rather, it was the feeling that they had been deceived. They thought there would be plenty of food, but instead it was a skeleton. The other 2 didn't look like they had much meat on them either, and they were furious. When you're angry, there's not much to say. You just start talking. 2 large wild boars led the way, pawing the ground with their hooves, and charged towards the skeleton like a green train. Can it stop it? Nangong Shui was still worried. After all, the skeleton looked rather frail. Fine. Being physically weak doesn't matter. Strength is what matters. Moreover, Yi Feng knew that her little white dog was not light. Because of the bone structure, the skeleton is actually quite heavy, just like Yi Feng himself. In the past few days, he has gained about 100 pounds. He didn't gain weight. It was all due to the strengthening of his bones. Little White was indeed fearless. It launched a countercharge against the wild boar. Although it lost in terms of momentum, the effect was good. When Little White got close to the wild boar, Little White knelt down and slid in with a big tackle. The wild boar clearly hadn't expected a skeleton to make such a move, and by the time it tried to use its tusks to send the little white creature flying, it was too late. Little White slid down to the belly of the wild boar without doing anything extra. It simply held up its bone knife and then just needed to keep the knife steady, leaving the rest to the wild boar. The bone knife was already very sharp, and with the force of the wild boar charging forward, the sound of it cutting through leather mixed with the sound of the boar stamping its feet on the ground was actually quite pleasant. When Xiaobai reappeared, the big wild boar was already lying on the ground with a thud. However, this wild boar was incredibly resilient. Even with its contents spilling out onto the ground, it didn't die immediately and continued to struggle. The large female wild boar was restless, but it did not stop and continued to charge. Yifeng and Nangong Shui were right in front of it. "I'll do it." Nangong Shui volunteered and hurled 2 fireballs at the sow. Wild boars are difficult to turn when they charge, so this time Nangong Shui used a fist-sized fireball, which was slow but powerful. To ensure the fireballs hit the wild boar, Nangong Shui deliberately used 2 fireballs. Chapter 19. You know what? Nangong Shui's fireballs are really effective against monsters with poor evasion abilities. The 2 fireballs struck the mother boar almost simultaneously, and the force of the explosions knocked her over. The fact that Nangong Shui's fireball could overturn such a large wild boar shows how powerful it really is. However, the wild boars weren't to be trifled with. This wild boar can be considered an elite-level monster, level 6, with thick skin and flesh. The overturned female wild boar quickly struggled to get up again. At this time, the wild boar looked even more ferocious because it had transformed into a fire wild boar. A wild boar engulfed in flames. "My God!" Nangong Shui exclaimed. She's still a young girl, but the sight of a wild boar standing up on fire is quite frightening. "Let me do it." Yifeng patted Nangong Shui on the shoulder. Upon noticing this, Nangong Shui immediately ran behind Yifeng. Yifeng weighed the large knife in his hand. It was something he had seized from Qinyang. "Go!" Yifeng was quite skilled at throwing knives. The large knife blade was flung away and flew in circles towards the standing sow. The female wild boar was still a bit dazed and had no intention of hiding. However, it quickly regained its senses, because the hilt of the knife that Yifeng threw hit the mother boar on the head. "Damn it, I messed up." Yifeng covered his face. Nangong Shui hid behind Yifeng and chuckled. These two seemed to be there to have fun, not taking these wild boars seriously at all. "Little White, help. What do you do when you're out of weapons?" Calling Xiaobai. Yifeng had no intention of engaging in close combat with a wild boar engulfed in flames. The flames on this wild boar were at least 300 degrees Celsius. If Yifeng got close, he would definitely turn into a human torch instantly. Little White is loyal. It charged toward the mother wild boar at an incredible speed. The mother boar was already showing signs of retreating. Even monsters know how to run away. Because of its thick skin and flesh, it will not die as long as it extinguishes the flames on its body. However, the mother boar was not as fast as Little White. Little White didn't care about the flames on the mother boar's body at all. After getting close to the mother boar, it jumped onto her back. This guy really likes to climb on other people's backs and slash around, Yifeng commented. In fact, Yifeng only conveyed the intention to attack to Xiaobai, but did not instruct Xiaobai on how to attack. All of Xiaobai's actions were instinctive. It did the same thing when it was cutting down centipedes before. However, Yifeng won't correct personal preferences. As long as it works well, that's fine. As it turns out, Xiaobai's attack strategy was indeed effective. After Xiaobai jumped onto the wild boar's back, it immediately used a bone knife to make an incision in the boar's hide. Then it pierced the skeletal hand into the boar hide, gripped the hide tightly, and began hacking wildly. The female wild boar was already quite agitated, and when she noticed the little white pig jumping onto her back, she immediately started jumping around wildly. Little White was propelled into the air by the madness, but since it was holding onto the wild boar's skin with one hand, it looked like a kite drifting aimlessly. As for the flames on the wild boar, Xiaobai basically ignored them. It was just that the wolf skin on Xiaobai's body was charred, which caused Xiaobai's bones to turn a little black. At this moment, The baby wild boars also rushed over, wanting to protect their mother. I like roast suckling pig, what about you? Yifeng looked at Nangong Shui. Nangong Shui nodded. I like it too. I'll do it. Yifeng rushed out quickly. With Yifeng's current abilities, dealing with these little wild boars is child's play. However, Yifeng didn't rush in to fight empty-handed. He picked up the large knife he had thrown. An overwhelming battle has begun. Yifeng is fast, reacts quickly, and strikes even faster. Yifeng was already very strong, and with the added sharpness of his greatsword, even the wild boars could hardly withstand a single blow from him. It feels good to kill a kid with one cut. Nangong Shui's eyes were filled with stars. The two protectors who were secretly watching the spectacle were dumbfounded. How can he be so powerful? Isn't his talent supposed to enhance skeletons? You're asking me? Who should I ask? I've never seen such a powerful skeleton commander. He's wielding a sword and hacking at melee targets. Isn't that what melee classes are supposed to do? They felt that Yifeng was even more ferocious than those A-level melee classes. In less than 2 minutes, all the wild boars were hacked to the ground, and the scene was somewhat bloody. However, Yifeng wasn't stained with blood. He was somewhat of a professional pig butcher, having spent a day working at the slaughterhouse. After Yifeng dealt with the little wild boar, the battle on Xiaobai's side was also nearing its end. The mother wild boar was too exhausted to struggle anymore. Her back was hacked to pieces, leaving it a bloody mess. Yifeng ignored what was happening with Xiaobai. He first cleaned up the bones inside the little wild boar, and then the male wild boar that had already died. Nangong Shui raised her hand to cover the camera in front of her chest. No need. They should have known already. Yifeng smiled after seeing Nangong Shui's little gesture. The reason Nangong Shui wasn't allowed to watch the battle before was because the giant centipede was too high level. How do you explain a low-level E-rank skeleton commander directly killing a level 20 elite monster? There's no need for that now. Level 5 or 6 monsters can be killed without consequence. Anyway, everyone else will find out how outstanding Yifeng is sooner or later. Once the border troops find out, he can also fight for some benefits for himself. If anyone asks, it's because of talent, and Yifeng wouldn't lie about that. Of course, Yifeng would never tell the truth about the specific talent level and effects. Okay, I know. I hope nothing will happen. Nangong Shui was still quite worried, afraid that something might happen to Yifeng. What could be wrong? Hurry up and roast the suckling pig. Be careful with the heat. The temperature can't be too high. Okay, I'll give it a try. There's so much of it anyway. Nangong Shui was about to take action. Since Yifeng said everything was fine, then everything was fine, and there was no need to worry. As for roast suckling pig, you'll get the hang of it after roasting it a few times. Yifeng used a large knife to cut some meat from the rib area and handed it to Nangong Shui. This part of the meat was delicious, while other parts were not. The main reason is that we now have the means to be selective. Only then did Yifeng deal with the bones of the female wild boar. After fusing all the wild boar bones, Yifeng smiled when he saw the attribute panel. The wild boar family made a significant contribution, increasing Yifeng's 3 attributes by more than 30 points each. Isn't this almost 500 in attributes? After destroying the wolf den and killing the entire wild boar family, Yifeng's attributes have increased wildly, and now all 3 attributes are close to 500 points. Once Yifeng merges with the current Xiaobai, the new Xiaobai will be even stronger. Feeling great, the rest was no longer Yifeng's concern. Nangong Shui focused on roasting wild boar. It was truly remarkable that an S-rank professional would do something like that. Little White was very busy, digging out demon cores and collecting ears, just like a little slave being exploited. The key point is that this slave had no complaints. Chapter 20. An hour later, the wild boar meat was roasted. Although it had no seasoning, it was still very delicious, and Yifeng's mouth was full of oil as he ate it. Nangong Shui ate much more elegantly, but she still ate a lot. After finishing their meal, the two did not leave, but waited in the same spot. The corpses on this ground reeked of blood. Any monsters nearby would surely come running over. Unfortunately, this place should be the territory of wild boars, and Yifeng and Nangong Shui waited for more than 2 hours, but did not see any monsters. By this time, it was already getting dark. We've only killed so few monsters today. We can't go too far. We have to head back. Yifeng looked at the map, somewhat troubled. The return journey would also take time. The map did indeed indicate that there were still monsters ahead of them, but unfortunately, they were running out of time. This is enough. Nangong Shui was not greedy at all. With the ears of the wolf demon and the wild boar demon, their score will definitely not be low. A wolf demon should be worth 5 points, and a wild boar at least 10. In previous years' drills, the highest scorer only scored around 50 points. Now, they have more than 50 points when they are evenly split. All right, we won't work tonight. Yi Feng wasn't that greedy. His main concern was the bones of the demon beasts. That evening, Yi Feng brought Nangong Shui to a bonfire party just for the two of them, and naturally, they ate roasted wild boar meat. This wild boar meat is indeed something special. After eating it twice, Yi Feng's attributes increased by 2 or 3 points each, which means his body absorbed the nutrients from the wild boar meat. If Yi Feng had a way to bring the wild boar meat back with him, he would definitely have taken it all with him. As night deepened, Yi Feng and Nangong Shui found a large tree and sat on its branches to absorb the demon core. When the cooldown of the summon skeleton skill was over, Yi Feng quietly jumped down. Devour. Out with the old, in with the new. The meritorious Xiao Bai transformed into bone fluid and merged into Yi Feng's body. Yi Feng stared at the attribute panel, wanting to see if he could obtain 2 talents. Great job. Yi Feng was very happy, having fused 2 talents at once. However, Yi Feng's joy didn't last long before he noticed something was wrong. This is... Yi Feng looked at the profession section on his attribute panel. If Yi Feng remembers correctly, his profession should be Skeleton Commander. But now, his profession has changed. Awakener. Yi Feng class, Skeleton Warrior Commander level. 2 physical condition, 501 strength, 503 plus, 20, agility, for 94 plus, 4, spirit, 22 skill. Summon skeleton warriors. Summon skeleton warriors with the same attributes as the user to fight. Cooldown time, 12 hours. Talent, bone fusion iron bones. Bones as hard as iron, great strength. Increases own strength by 4%. Swiftness, increases own attack speed by 1%. Bone strengthening, increases bone strength by 1%. Agility, increases own agility by 1%. Skeleton Warrior Commander. Yi Feng rubbed his eyes. He was certain that he hadn't misread it. So, where did things go wrong? Why was the professional rank upgraded? Skeleton Commander is an E-rank profession, while Skeleton Warrior Commander is a D-rank profession. Although they are basically about the same level of weakness, if you can improve once, then can you improve a second time? I've never heard of anyone's professional rank being able to be upgraded, Yi Feng said, scratching his head and deep in thought. If this isn't figured out, it won't be fun anymore. Yi Feng was afraid that he would be dissected and studied. Why is it that his career can be promoted when other people's careers can't be advanced? So, where does the problem lie? Finally, Yi Feng looked at his golden talent, bone fusion, and his newly acquired talent, iron bones. Is it because of this new talent? Bone strengthening has advanced to iron bones, so the job rank has increased? Could it be that my bones have really turned into iron bones? Yi Feng looked down at his arm and suddenly felt an urge to grab a knife and stab himself. He wanted to see if his bones had truly turned into iron. Fortunately, Yi Feng was just impulsive, not stupid, and didn't actually take a knife and cut himself. Who cares? Summon skeleton warriors. A promotion in professional rank is a good thing. If others ask, just say you don't know and don't care. If someone really wants to dissect and study themselves, then they can just make up an excuse. The skull coalesced into shape. The condensation process was a little slow this time, taking about 5 seconds. However, none of that matters. Yi Feng is currently circling around her new little white dog. No, it shouldn't be called Little White. It should be called Little Iron. You can't tell from the outside. Yi Feng circled the Little Iron twice and came to this conclusion. Because skeleton warriors come with a set of bone armor. Helmet, armor, leg armor, his whole body was covered, just like an ancient warrior. A normal skeleton warrior should be entirely white, meaning it wears armor made of normal bones. However, Yi Feng's skeleton warriors are different. Their outer armor is made of iron bones. Whether you look at it or touch it, it's all iron, and it's iron with considerable strength. From the outside, it looks like Yi Feng has put a suit of iron armor on his skeleton. They also provided him with an iron knife. There's nothing to worry about with this design, although it's a bit bizarre and unnecessary. According to Yi Feng's understanding, there have indeed been wealthy skeleton commanders who have done this before. What's wrong with equipping skeletons? Is it illegal? Good. Yi Feng was quite satisfied. At least for now, he could keep it a secret from others. When he could no longer hide it, it seemed there would be no need to hide it anymore. Anyone who tries to slice Yi Feng up for research will be sliced up by Yi Feng. Satisfied, Yi Feng climbed back up the tree branch. He had a lot of demon cores and needed to level up. Nangong Shui had no idea what had happened, but the two protectors who were secretly watching saw everything clearly. What exactly is going on? What kind of thing is this kid? Did we see that clearly? Was it him who dressed the skeleton in equipment? Who knows? Both of them were doubting whether their eyes were damaged. What they saw was completely inexplicable. Report it. Good. It was late at night again when the two of them contacted Zhang Gang, the commander of the border army camp. After Zhang Gang understood, he became somewhat unsettled. Does anyone else know about this? Commander-in-Chief, we only reported to you. You're all coming back now to sign a confidentiality agreement. You can't tell anyone else about this, understand? Zhang Gang's tone was stern. Yes. After the communication ended, Zhang Gang immediately found Captain Zhang. Before Captain Zhang could ask any questions, Zhang Gang spoke up. Now, you go and take over the task of protecting Nangong Shui. Yi Feng cannot be allowed to get into trouble. What? Captain Zhang was completely dumbfounded. Would you like to hear what you have to say? The mission is to protect Nangong Shui, but the requirement is that Yi Feng must not get hurt. Chapter 21. Zhang Gang knew that his foolish son wouldn't understand the seriousness of the problem unless he explained it to him clearly. Fortunately, Zhang Gang explained the seriousness of the problem to Captain Zhang. Upon hearing this, Captain Zhang immediately ran out of the camp and headed straight for where Yi Feng and Nangong Shui were. Just as Captain Zhang was heading to his destination, Xinjiang's men finally found Yi Feng and Nangong Shui. These people are quite dedicated. They didn't rest late at night and came in the dark. When the metallic clanging sound occurred, Yi Feng and Nangong Shui opened their eyes at the same time. Huh? Yi Feng, what is this? Nangong Shui was so focused on absorbing the energy from the demon core that she didn't notice Yi Feng's new little white dog. No, it's Xiao Tai. I gave the skeleton I summoned a full suit of armor. Where did the armor come from? Nangong Shui stared at Xiao Tai, her eyes full of curiosity. Why worry about so much? Didn't you see someone coming? Yi Feng rolled her eyes at Nangong Shui. This young lady has a rather strong sense of curiosity. Oh, I see them. What are they trying to do? The two of them were standing in the tree. How could they not see the group of people confronting Xiao Tai? The metallic clanging sound we just heard was the alarm made by Xiao Tai. They're probably here to cause trouble. It's so late at night. Why not find a proper place to hide instead of wandering around here? Yi Feng and his group were in a very remote place. Most people would never come here. More importantly, some people in this group were staring at him with burning eyes. It was like discovering a treasure. Isn't it a treasure? Chen Jiang offered 50 million to kill Yi Feng. Ordinary treasures aren't worth that much money. That's enough to buy 2.5 bottles of psionic liquid. That's a great item that can quickly increase your level and attributes. Yi Feng. Sure enough, the leader of the crowd confronting Xiao Tai called out. What is it? Yi Feng jumped down from the tree in a fit of rage. He jumped from a height of 6 or 7 meters without hesitation. And the key point is that Yi Feng's feet didn't even go numb after the jump. This scene is quite something. If you don't have the physical attributes, who would dare to jump from such a height? It's no different from jumping from the 3rd floor. However, Yi Feng's performance failed to scare these people away. After all, who isn't an awakened one? I heard you killed Qinyang, right? Don't talk nonsense, I didn't. Yi Feng would never admit to something he didn't do. It's no use denying it. We're here to avenge Qinyang. The team leader was quite shrewd. He didn't mention the bounty, focusing instead on revenge. Even if someone investigates afterward, they will have something to say. You want to kill me? Yi Feng was a little surprised. I never imagined that young people in this world would be so wild. Before the students were awakened at school, no one was shouting for violence. It's only been a couple of days, and these guys have become so brave. A life for a life. Qinyang is my good brother. If you kill him, I will kill you. Do it. All the groundwork has been laid, so the rest will be easy. However, Before these people could make a move, Nangong Shui struck first. Fireballs illuminated a large part of the night sky, and 3 fireballs the size of fists flew towards the 3 A-level awakened individuals who were leading the charge. No one expected Nangong Shui to attack so suddenly, so the fireball was quite difficult to dodge. When the fireball exploded, one person barely managed to dodge, while 2 others were blown away. Fortunately, neither of them was engulfed in flames. They were simply thrown away by the shockwave from the fireball explosion. Nangong Shui, we're here to seek revenge on Yi Feng. It has nothing to do with you. Those who dodged the fireball roared in anger, and the rest of the group prepared to attack. Xiao Tai, kill them all. If we're talking about being ruthless, who can be more ruthless than Yi Feng? He was not originally from this world and had no sense of belonging. The only people he was attached to were his parents, Nangong Shui and her son. Since others are already trying to kill him, whatever their reasons, just kill them. As for the consequences, what consequences could there be? These are the people who came looking for trouble, not Yi Feng who went to kill people on his own initiative. Besides, the rule in this training area is survival of the fittest. Whoever is stronger has the right to win. Little Iron moved, but its bone armor made no sound as it moved. This thing is essentially bone, connected to the internal bones of the small iron piece. It's part of the whole. That's why it doesn't make that metallic scraping sound when it's moved. Moreover, Xiao Tai was much faster than Xiao Bai, and the iron bone knife in his hand was naturally sharper. The result was obvious. A group of students who had just become awakened were killed and cried out in despair. The guy who wasn't hit by Nangong Shui's fireball was actually the most unfortunate, because he was closest to Xiao Tai, and his head was the first to be chopped off. These people all say they came to kill, but who has ever actually seen murder, let alone this kind of death where the head flies off into the sky? The sight of blood filled countless people with fear. Screams erupted from the chaotic crowd, with only 2 B-level awakened individuals putting up a fight. However, their attacks were like tickling Xiao Tai. Several icicles, along with a few arrows, couldn't even break through the defenses. Yi Feng glanced at the archer who had a pretty good aim. In this day and age, being able to shoot accurately right after awakening one's powers was actually considered quite talented. This guy is definitely no threat to Yi Feng and Xiao Tai, but he can threaten Nangong Shui. Nangong Shui is a mage with low defense and slow movement. If she were to be hit by a few arrows from this archer, she would definitely be injured. So, Xiao Tai charged toward the archer and the several mage classes beside him. Once the threatening characters are eliminated, the remaining melee classes will be easier to handle. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I'll give you all my points. I knelt down. Seeing Xiao Tai's wild charging posture, those whose mental defenses crumbled immediately knelt down. However, the archer was a little slow to react, and his head fell to the ground. Run! 2 people died in succession. Apart from the person who knelt down and begged for mercy, the first reaction of everyone else was to run. With 6 or 7 people running at the same time, the scene was indeed quite chaotic. Although Xiao Tai was fast, these guys were running in different directions, so there were bound to be a few who escaped. But it's not a big problem. The mastermind is definitely going to die. The remaining 2 A-level awakened are in a very tragic situation. They originally had a good life ahead of them. A-level awakened individuals are already rare. As long as they could grow up smoothly, their future life would not be bad. The battalion commanders in the border army camps are all only A-level awakened, which shows that their future is still very bright. Unfortunately, they offended Yi Feng, so they died before they could shine. Chapter 22. Of course, those B-level awakened individuals won't have a bad life afterward either, since half of them also died, all of them having their heads chopped off with a single blow. As for those who ran far away and couldn't be caught, then forget about them. Yi Feng was afraid that things would escalate and he would be charged with excessive self-defense, so things are fine as they are now. Xiao Tai, collect the spoils. Yi Feng gave a brief explanation and then climbed back up the tree. Nangong Shui, who was standing on the tree branch, looked very unhappy. If you feel like throwing up, then throw up. Yi Feng understands the reaction after committing murder. Nangong Shui couldn't hold it in any longer and turned her head to vomit. It's not that Nangong Shui is being pretentious. It's just that Xiao Tai's methods of killing were rather cruel. If it were truly a case of a knife going in and out, Nangong Shui wouldn't have reacted so strongly. The key point is that the visual impact of severing a head with a single blow is quite strong. It would be a shame not to vomit at the sight. As for Feng, I really didn't feel anything. I spent a day at the slaughterhouse and learned a lot. I'm used to dealing with bloody monster pig carcasses, so what's so unacceptable about losing a head? There's not much difference between a human head and a pig's head. After Nangong Shui vomited up nothing, Yifeng led her to a larger tree to stand guard. By this time, Xiaotai had almost finished packing up his spoils. The equipment these guys carried, along with the demon beast ears and demon cores they obtained, all became Yifeng's spoils of war. Yifeng gave Nangong Shui some small items. Nangong Shui had a small space backpack that could hold some things, but for larger items like weapons, Xiaotai had to carry them. But it won't delay things. You can just use a wolf skin to hold the items in your hand. Xiaotai can chop people up with just one hand. In the shadows, the two protectors who hadn't yet left felt a chill run down their spines. Was this his first time killing someone? Probably. He didn't have the chance to kill anyone before. Murder in the city is illegal, and the punishment is severe. Almost no one can escape it. Without strong measures to suppress it, the city would have been in chaos long ago. After all, everyone is an awakened being, and everyone has the ability to rise up and kill. Therefore, the fact that Yifeng is standing here now means that he has never killed anyone before. This guy looks harmless, but he's really ruthless. Yes, he's a ruthless person, but unfortunately, he's only an E-rank professional. Yifeng's ruthlessness is what the border troops need, but his E-rank profession is a major weakness, which means Yifeng's growth rate will be slow, his level will lag far behind, and his attributes. The attributes don't seem to be a problem. These two protectors can tell how strong Yifeng is. Someone else is coming, should we? Just as the two were sighing, another group of people arrived. This was naturally the second group of people Chunjiang had recruited. By this time, the sky had brightened considerably, and visibility had improved significantly. Don't meddle. They brought this on themselves. That's their business. Even if you save these dim-witted people today, they'll still die later. That's absolutely right. Those of them who have been through it all know very well the dark side of the world. Everyone knows why these people are causing trouble for Yifeng. If it were just Yifeng, no one would say that these people are not smart. After all, he was just an E-level awakened. So what if he was killed? But don't forget, Yifeng also has an S-class Nangong Shui by his side. In any case, Nangong Shui would not die so young. Even if these people manage to kill Yifeng today, Nangong Shui will not let them go. A fully developed S-class expert could easily wipe out these people. So, it's ridiculous to cause trouble for a bunch of dimwits. However, not all of these guys are dim-witted. At least the A-level awakened who led the team was quite clever. He saw the headless corpse on the ground from a distance, and his first reaction upon seeing the body was to stop in his tracks. Everyone else stopped in their tracks upon seeing this. This group behaved much more professionally, suddenly remaining still without asking any questions or making any noise. As the leader looked into the distance, he saw something even more terrifying. Because more than one person died, they all died in the kind of way where their heads were ripped off. Don't move, I'll go check. The leader was quite responsible. After giving an order, he cautiously continued forward. The horrific scene made his stomach churn, but he still gritted his teeth and kept going. When he saw Xiaotai, he stopped moving again. He was certain that the corpses he had just seen were all killed by the thing in front of him. What this thing is no longer important. Just as he was thinking of quietly retreating, Xiaotai looked at him. Are you here to kill me too? Yifeng's voice came from the tree. Because Yifeng and Nangong Shui were standing on a tree branch, this person did not notice them immediately. No, I'm here to deliver a message. Kill? Stop messing around, okay? What message should we send? Yifeng asked in confusion. I told you the truth. Can you please not kill me? It depends on my mood. Xinjiang hired us to arrest you. This guy is really clever. He didn't say he was there to kill people. He only said he was there to arrest people. He offered 50 million, and it wasn't just us. He also contacted Tang Chong from the Tang family. Tang Chong has already led his men to block the road back to the camp. Brother Yifeng, I want to follow you, is that okay? What's your name? Yifeng admired people who were smart enough. This guy took on the mission, and he doesn't seem to be very bright, but you can tell from his body parts that he's quite poor, probably on par with Yifeng. It's hard for a poor person not to be tempted when they suddenly see 50 million beckoning to them. Big brother, my name is Han Dong, from the 8th High School in District 13, a level professional, great swordsman, level 3, attributes. Stop. Yifeng finally saw through Han Dong's sincerity. If Yifeng hadn't stopped him, this guy probably would have revealed all his household registration details. Big brother. All right, you'll work for me from now on, Yifeng agreed. Han Dong immediately felt much relieved. At least he was sure he wouldn't die today. As for what will happen in the future, it doesn't seem too bad. Han Dong couldn't say for sure how strong Yifeng was, but Nangong Shui was an S-rank flame queen, a destined powerhouse. Following Yifeng was the same as following Nangong Shui, wasn't it? Brother, I still have some people here. With you? Yifeng jumped down from the tree again. Yes, they're all from poor families. Han Dong didn't have any other thoughts about Yifeng's approach, such as trying to catch her. You can decide what to do. Let me tell you first, there's not much money to be made working for me. It's all right, brother. By the way, brother, has sister-in-law decided which Awaken University to go to? Wherever sister-in-law goes, I'll go. I'll take care of sister-in-law for you. Chapter 23. What nonsense are you talking about? Before Yifeng could speak, Nangong Shui blushed and retorted to Han Dong. How did she become the eldest sister-in-law? Ahem, stop yelling. It's about time to go back. Yifeng coughed lightly, seemingly scolding Han Dong, but giving Han Dong a knowing look. All right, brother, we have some demon beast ears here. Do you need them? Han Dong was more than just savvy. He knew exactly what he should be doing. Since you've chosen to be someone's underling, you have to be clear about it and not make your boss uncomfortable in any way. No need. If they can rob people, can't we? Yifeng looked down on what Han Dong and his group had. If they were going to play, they should play big. Yifeng also needs points. Points can also be exchanged for items within the border army. If Yifeng only exchanges for monster bones, the points will definitely be easy to spend, since bones aren't expensive. It's possible, but it depends on our capabilities. Han Dong didn't finish his sentence. Although they also have an S-rank Nangong Shui on their side, Han Dong and his team are somewhat lacking in strength. It's fine if it works. Yifeng didn't care about any of that. Yifeng had his own reasons for accepting Han Dong. Nangong Shui definitely needs someone to keep an eye on her when she goes to school. It wasn't that Yifeng was afraid Nangong Shui would run off with someone else. He was mainly afraid that some clueless guys would harass her. Moreover, there are limitations to relying on oneself. Han Dong has a good professional level and is smart. Most importantly, he is just as poor as I am. People like him are the most grateful. It's great that she knows what she should and shouldn't do, and she can even help Yifeng gather things he needs. Brother, your wife is probably no match for Tang Chong. He's very strong, Han Dong reminded Yifeng. After all, Han Dong only saw corpses scattered all over the ground and did not know the extent of Yifeng's strength. If it were just relying on Nangong Shui, Tang Chong wouldn't have gotten through so easily. It's all right, I have my little iron here. Yifeng pointed to Xiao Tai, who was following behind him. Xiao Tai is carrying a lot of things, making him look a bit bulky when he walks. Just then, all of Han Dong's friends jumped out. Brother Dong, what's going on? They, shut up, call me big brother and big sister-in-law, Han Dong said sternly. I dared not let these bastards continue, lest they upset my boss. Although Nangong Shui had confronted Han Dong directly, telling him not to call her sister-in-law, Han Dong, shameless as ever, continued to do as he pleased. Big brother, sister-in-law. Those who followed Han Dong all knew him very well. Since Han Dong had said so, they could say they had found a new organization. The organization's leader is an S level, which sounds prestigious. As for the 50 million reward offered by the Chen family, that's nothing. This left Nangong Shui completely bewildered. There are too many people calling me sister-in-law. I can't possibly shut them all down, can I? Why are you all so poor and stingy? Yifeng retorted. One sentence left Han Dong and his group speechless. Many people lowered their heads. They've gotten used to being looked down upon. Before awakening, they were always like this. Now, although they are much stronger, they still cannot hold their heads up in front of certain people. Perfect, there's a lot of stuff here. See if there's anything you can use, Yifeng said, changing the subject. Xiao Tai stepped forward and threw a bag of spoils on the ground as if it were trash. Weapons, equipment, potions, and even demon cores. These were all confiscated by Xiaotai before. The group of people were dumbfounded. Take these for now. When you go back, put in some effort to stop people on the road. Once we've taken down Tang Chong and his gang, we should be able to get some good stuff. After you've finished picking them out, remember to take the things that nobody else wants with you. You can sell them for money. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he pulled Nangong Shui across the crowd. Xiaotai followed Yi Feng steadfastly. Han Dong narrowed his eyes. He never considered what benefits Yi Feng could offer him now. He was betting on the future, on Nangong Shui's future. But to my surprise, Yi Feng was so generous. The key point is that Yi Feng's actions were not charity, but rather he said he needed their help to block the road. Children from poor families are all shrewd. They knew that Yi Feng was only saying this to protect their self-esteem. What are you all standing there for? It's from your brother, just take it. Han Dong spoke. The remaining people, regardless of whether they were shocked or moved, started picking out items. These items were mostly gifts from the previous group, and they're all pretty good. Unlike Han Dong and his group, the previous group was relatively wealthy. After picking and choosing, Han Dong personally rolled up the wolf skin and put away all the remaining untouched items. Han Dong and his group were very self-disciplined. They didn't touch anything that wasn't their responsibility. For example, medicine or animal ears. Brother Feng, let me carry these for you. Han Dong jogged over to Yi Feng's side. He changed how he addressed Yi Feng. This change means that he has truly accepted Yi Feng as a person. Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Dong. Yi Feng, having been through it all, knew exactly what these young people were like. There's no need to talk about being a little brother or not. Those who act arrogantly towards others just because they have the ability and money are the most foolish. Superficial respect and loyalty can be faked. Yi Feng doesn't need someone like that as a follower. Because when you actually encounter trouble, the first people to run away are these kinds of people. Respect between people is mutual, and so are emotions. If you treat people of good character sincerely, they will reciprocate. This is about opening your heart to each other. Brother Feng, from now on, we're buddies. Yi Feng patted Han Dong on the shoulder casually. A surge of warmth welled up in Han Dong's heart. No matter what environment Han Dong grew up in, or how mature he is, it doesn't stop him from being a young man. A simple bro is worth more than anything. Hey, yeah, man. Brother Feng, are you and your wife really together? The atmosphere relaxed, and the word bro made Han Dong stop being so cautious, and instead he started asking about gossip. Shoo, keep your voice down. Yi Feng made a shushing gesture and gave Nangong Shui a slightly strange look. That's enough, you two. I'm watching. Nangong Shui was displeased. Did they really not take her, the person involved, seriously? I was wrong, sister-in-law. By the way, Brother Feng, what happened to that skeleton of yours? What about those people from before? As he said this, Han Dong couldn't help but shudder. Recalling the scene he had just witnessed, the impact was indeed enormous. Right? You think it's pretty strong too? I awaken my talent, and Little Iron is really powerful. Chapter 24. Yi Feng's words sounded a bit smug. Han Dong's eyes lit up. Talent? Really? What do you think? Yi Feng rolled her eyes at Han Dong. Holy crap. What kind of talent is that can turn skeletons into iron? Han Dong wasn't trying to find out Yi Feng's secret. He was genuinely surprised and curious. The others also gathered around, curious as well. It can only fuse bones. Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively. That's amazing. It can enhance attributes and even change appearance by fusing with bones. Yi Feng glanced at Han Dong, who seemed to have misunderstood, but Yi Feng had no intention of explaining. He nodded and said, If we keep finding bones and fusing them together, wouldn't we be able to train it into a master? See, Han Dong's brain works really well. Although Han Dong misunderstood, he had already thought of many good things. In fact, Han Dong's understanding was not wrong. If one really awakened the talent that allows a skeleton to fuse with bones, it would indeed be very strong. Just keep finding bones to fuse together. Cheap bones are easy to get. However, this also has its weaknesses. If someone kills the skeletons that Yi Feng has been raising, then everything will have to start all over again. Thinking about it carefully, Yi Feng felt that it was fine for others to have such a misunderstanding. If some malicious individuals were to target this weakness, he could give them a big surprise. Just keep it to yourself. Why make such a fuss? Brother Feng, Can this iron skull kill Tang Chong? This was a crucial question that Han Dong was eager to know. Even if he's already level 10, I can still kill him with this. That's good, but we might not be able to kill him. Han Dong breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Xiao Tai has the ability to kill Tang Chong, at least their side won't lose anyone. Those who followed Han Dong were all his brothers, and he didn't want to see anyone fall behind. If a conflict were to break out with Tang Chong's gang, Tang Chong might not be able to kill Nangong Shui or Yi Feng, but he could kill others. I know it's S rank. Yi Feng was still indifferent. Yi Feng was well aware that S-class individuals had special privileges. However, just because it's not feasible to take drastic measures now doesn't mean it won't be possible in the future. If Tang Chong continues to act recklessly, Yi Feng will definitely make his life difficult. Hey, what are you doing? Looking down on S-class. Nangong Shui raised her little fist, her eyes a little fierce. Why are you so dismissive when talking about S-class? No way, she's perfectly fine. All the brothers are watching. Yi Feng ruffled Nangong Shui's hair. I'm not playing with you guys anymore. I'm going to play with Xiao Tai. Nangong Shui was starting to feel uncomfortable. After all, there were so many strangers watching. Why were they acting so intimately? I'm shy, you know. Yi Feng had long been able to face the feelings between himself and Nangong Shui. There's nothing to hide. He knew how much Nangong Shui depended on him. Yi Feng didn't think of himself and Nangong Shui as having a brother-sister relationship because he only asked himself one question. If Nangong Shui falls into the arms of another man, can I accept it? The answer is no. So, awesome. Han Dong gave Yi Feng a thumbs up. Brother Feng, did you really kill Qinyang? The person next to Han Dong asked the question that had been bothering him. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't kill him. Yi Feng glanced at the man. The Chun family is utterly despicable. If it wasn't Brother Feng who killed him, why should they want Brother Feng dead? These bastards are just taking their anger out on Brother Feng. Well, these guys have been set off like a powder keg just because of one sentence from Yi Feng. They were all passionate young people, and none of them questioned whether Yi Feng had lied to them. What are you shouting for? Is this your first day getting to know them? Han Dong shouted lightly. Anyway, they're no good. Yes, he also has the stubbornness that young people should have. Han Dong couldn't help but kick the man. Don't talk nonsense when you get back. Don't cause trouble for yourself or your family. The person who was kicked wasn't angry. I'm not stupid. Brother Feng, they are still young and don't understand. Brother Dong, you're not older than us, are you? Han Dong's face darkened. So, now that they have a new big brother, they're completely dominating their old one, right? Yi Feng quite liked this feeling. It felt very real. They joked and played around all the way, and it wasn't until almost noon that Yi Feng and his group approached the camp. Along the way, they encountered many students, but most of them ran away as soon as they saw Yi Feng and the others. There are quite a few people, including Xiao Tai. There are 10 of us. This kind of group is not someone that ordinary people can mess with. What if these people come to rob us? So, it's safer to go further away. It wasn't until Yi Feng and his group encountered Tang Chong and his gang that tensions immediately flared up. So many people. Nangong Shui's influence is quite strong. Tang Chong didn't take Yi Feng and the others seriously at all. In Tang Chong's view, these people were just a mob. Brother Feng, this is Tang Chong, Han Dong reminded Yi Feng. Are you scared? If you are, just wait here. Yi Feng ignored Tang Chong and looked at Han Dong. Han Dong was stunned for a moment. He knew what Yi Feng meant. I'm fine, orphan. You guys, don't follow me, stay away. Han Dong grinned, then solemnly pointed at the people behind him. These individuals also have families behind them. I had a conflict with Tang Chong today, and I offended the Tang family. The old man is fearless, but people with families really can't afford to mess with the Tang family. They can ruin poor families with just a flick of their fingers. I'm asking if you're scared. People might really die. Brother Feng, you said we're brothers. Han Dong didn't give Yi Feng a direct answer, but it was a response in itself. All right, today I'll show you how to be cool and take you to new heights. Who isn't a young person at heart? When it comes to showing off, Yi Feng has never been outdone. Secretly watching Yi Feng, Captain Zhang was a little confused. Could he really have killed the Tang family too? If Captain Zhang kills the only son of the Chun family, and then kills the S-rank member of the Tang family, even his own father might not be able to protect Yi Feng. Therefore, he was prepared to make a move at any time. and even deliberately got quite close, only stopping when he was only 100 meters away. Yi Feng, you're pretty arrogant. Tang Chong's face was very unpleasant. The men following Tang Chong stopped robbing others and all moved closer to Tang Chong. What benefits did the Qin family give you? To get an S-rank member from the Tang family to do this, the price must have been high, right? Are you trying to find out how much you're worth? Yes, your life should be worth 10 times more than mine, right? So how much is my life worth? Chapter 25. Worthless. Tang Chong wasn't stupid. How could he possibly admit it in front of so many people? Besides, if he really wanted to give a number, he was afraid Yi Feng would get arrogant. Looks like we can't have a proper chat. Yi Feng shook his head unhappily. Nangong Shui, this is a matter between us men. You'd better not interfere. I'm here for you. Tang Chong ignored Yi Feng and looked at Nangong Shui. At this moment, Tang Chong's gaze was so intense, as if he wanted to stuff Nangong Shui into his own head. It's no wonder Tang Chong reacted that way. Nangong Shui's appearance is also extremely attractive, and coupled with her awakened profession, it's no wonder Tang Chong reacted this way. Hey, that's too much. I can't kill you, but if I cripple you, no one will bother me. Yi Feng's displeasure intensified. Tang Chong glared at him, then put his hand next to his ear as if listening. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Please say it again. Haha, did I hear that right? You want to cripple me? Tang Chong laughed heartily, and those around him also laughed. It's a ridiculous joke that a mere E-level awakener could think of crippling an S-level awakener. Xiao Tai, his laugh is awful. Tell him to shut up. Yi Feng was too lazy to say anything more. Since Tang Chong is so uncooperative, let's shut him up. Captain Zhang, crippling him is fine, right? Yi Feng has spotted Captain Zhang 100 meters away. Yi Feng didn't know who Captain Zhang was there to protect, but asking would be a good idea. As long as he could get Captain Zhang's approval, it would be like getting himself some protection. After all, he consulted someone before he maimed the person. As long as they don't kill him, it's fine. Captain Zhang was a decisive person. How could someone like Captain Zhang not realize that Yi Feng was using him? But so what if we use them? Team leader Zhang was originally there to support Yi Feng. Just then, Xiao Tai arrived in front of Tang Chong. What kind of skeleton is this? It's a complete mishmash. You think putting some equipment on your skeleton will make it work? Tang Chong's profession is an S-class superhuman, a lightning controller. It is a combination of warrior and mage, belonging to the dual cultivation, possessing both qualities. Tang Chong prefers close combat, and his first awakened skill is also a close combat skill, Thunder Body. This skill allows a part of the body to be electrified. It can not only unleash lightning attacks, but also incorporate its own power, making it quite formidable. However, Xiao Tai did not show a very fast speed, only around 100 points, which is misleading. When Tang Chong swung his two fists, now crackling with lightning, at Xiao Tai's speed suddenly went berserk. Because he couldn't kill Tang Chong, Xiao Tai used his feet instead. The skull's distinctive footprint was imprinted on Tang Chong's chest. You can clearly hear the sound of bones breaking. The laughter of Tang Chong and his group came to an abrupt halt, because Tang Chong had already flown away under their watchful eyes. All that remained on Xiao Tai's body were two dark fist marks. Tang Chong's fist landed on Xiao Tai, causing some injury. However, it's only a small difference. Xiao Tai's physical attribute has already reached 500 points. Even if Tang Chong has high-level resources, it's useless. In terms of attributes, Xiao Tai completely surpasses Tang Chong. The result of this kick was beyond everyone's expectations. If I could kill you, you'd be dead by now. I know you're not happy about it. So, Xiao Tai, beat him up. As Yi Feng spoke, he walked toward Tang Chong and his group. Han Dong stared blankly, completely forgetting to follow behind Yi Feng. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, and when Yi Feng had walked 3 or 4 meters, he immediately followed. With Han Dong taking the lead, the others naturally followed suit. Although they were few in number, they completely overwhelmed the other side in terms of momentum. Tang Chong, who had been kicked 4 or 5 meters away, clutched his chest with one hand, his eyes turning red with intense pain. Kill him. Yes, that kick was really hard. Tang Chong had to pause after saying just 2 words. I felt like I couldn't catch my breath. Let's do it. Nearly 20 people took action. It has both ranged and melee attacks. Its configuration is quite complete. Because it was closest, Xiao Tai suffered a lot of attacks, and 3 melee-level awakened beings blocked Xiao Tai's path. If Xiao Tai continues to get close to Tang Chong's fate will likely be very tragic. Tang Chong ended up in a miserable state. None of them benefited from it. Just as Xiao Tai was being stopped, a green light fell on Tang Chong. Restoration techniques. It's just a skill of a B-rank awakened priest. But this female priest was the most popular member of the team besides Tang Chong. Not only because she is a girl, but also because there are very few awakened individuals who can be restored and healed. There was no such rehabilitation profession in Han Dong's small group. You guys really look down on me, huh? Yi Feng didn't look at Xiao Tai. With their abilities, these people would all be beaten down by Xiao Tai in just 2 or 3 minutes. No need to worry. What Yi Feng really needs to worry about are those few people who think she's easy to bully. They've already charged over. There were even long-range attacks that went straight for Yi Feng's face from a great distance. 2 fireballs, 1 wind blade. Brother Feng, I'll do it. A man rushed out from behind Han Dong, and a glowing energy shield in the shape of a golden bell appeared on his body. Yi Feng was utterly dumbfounded. Regardless of the actual capabilities of this glowing energy shield, the special effects are definitely top-notch. Before anyone could explain to Yi Feng what it was, fireballs and wind blades landed on the golden bell shield. The fireball exploded, and the wind blades disappeared. The golden bell cover remained intact. Amazing! Yi Feng's eyes were shining. This defensive skill was very strong. Hey, I don't have any other skills. I'm just tough. I'm a B-rank monk, and my first skill is this golden bell shield. The person being praised grinned. However, this is not a place for jokes. This is a battlefield. Nangong Shue's counterattack was the fastest and most incisive. When someone threw 2 fireballs at Yi Feng, she retaliated with 4 fireballs. Controlling 4 fireballs in one go was already Nangong Shue's limit, and the accuracy of these 4 fireballs was limited. But it's not a big problem, since Tang Chong and his group tend to stick together. Yi Feng's monks can block the fireballs and wind blades from the other side. But who can block Nangong Shue's fireballs? The oppressive aura of an S-rank awakened erupted at this moment. The body was blown away and burned. The flames evaporated nearby moisture, including the moisture inside the human body, in a very short time. The first person to die has appeared. Ironically, the person who died from the fireball spell was a fire mage. Chapter 26. No one expected Nangong Shui to be so ruthless. With one attack, she seriously injured 3 people and killed 1. Yi Feng couldn't let anyone steal his thunder, so he set his sights on the 3 people who had rushed at him but were now hesitant. Yi Feng bypassed the monk and slashed with his sword. There's not much technique involved. Its main strength lies in speed and power. These people are not Tang Chong, and they are not entitled to be treated differently by Yi Feng. With one slash, those who could not stop in time had their arms fall to the ground. It's a real arm, not a person lying down. A scream erupted from this person's mouth. However, the scream soon stopped abruptly, because Yi Feng chopped off the man's head with one stroke. Killing is something you get used to. Yi Feng didn't even glance at the bloody scene. And Yi Feng even had a smile on her face. A man with a large knife, who has just chopped off a head, is standing in front of you with a smile on his face. I'm just asking you, is it numb or not? These young people, who haven't yet experienced the harsh realities of society and are only a little mature, who could withstand Yi Feng's power? The 2 guys who hadn't been chopped, yet were so terrified that they ran away on all 4s. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get the hell away from me. Yi Feng is not a pervert, and his hobby is not murder. The reason for killing one so quickly and decisively is to make an example of him. If we don't act ruthlessly, these guys will definitely swarm us. Yi Feng himself isn't afraid. He won't die from a few injuries, but Nangong Shui and the others are different. Just then, another scream rang out. Xiao Tai and Yi Feng's teamwork was flawless. As soon as Yi Feng killed one, Xiao Tai would kill another. Same formula, same brain transplant technique. The next moment, the people Tang Chong had gathered scattered in a chaotic manner. Everyone hates that their parents didn't give them 2 more legs, because they can run incredibly fast. Han Dong and his men were prepared for a fierce battle, and some were even prepared to die. But no one expected things to end so dramatically. It felt a bit like starting strong, but ending weakly. Xiao Tai, Bring that B asterisk 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 D back to me. Yi Feng pointed at Tang Chong, who was also fleeing and mixed in with the crowd. Others can leave, but the mastermind cannot. Little Iron's feet stomped on the ground, creating a crater, and then Little Iron's body suddenly shot out. The speed of this burst of energy is so fast that even the eyes can't keep up. When Han Dong and the others could see Xiao Tai clearly again, Xiao Tai had already grabbed Tang Chong by the collar and was dragging Tang Chong back. Tang Chong was naturally unwilling to give up. His fists crackled with lightning once more, and then his fists rained down on Xiao Tai's body. It was just a bunch of wild punches, the kind where they beat you up in circles. Unfortunately, Tang Chong's attacks remained the same, only leaving some dark fist marks on Xiao Tai's body, unable to even break through the outermost layer of armor. Don't be fooled by Tang Chong's seemingly high level and around 150 attribute points. It's really not enough for Xiao Tai. However, just as Han Dong and the others were watching the show and secretly mocking Tang Chong, who was about 10 meters away from Yi Feng, suddenly disappeared. "Oh no, Brother Feng!" Han Dong exclaimed in alarm. Although Han Dong didn't understand what was going on, Tang Chong's sudden disappearance was definitely not a good thing. Sure enough, when Han Dong looked at Yi Feng, Tang Chong had already arrived behind Yi Feng. This is a skill that Tang Chong awakened when he reached level 5. Lightning flashed. His body transformed into lightning, allowing him to teleport a short distance. The power of S-rank awakened is truly beyond comprehension. They can acquire such powerful skills at level 5. However, this skill is limited. It can only be used once per minute and consumes a lot of energy. With Tang Chong's abilities, this one use would almost wipe him out. But Tang Chong was smiling happily. Yi Feng died. A fist transformed into lightning slammed into Yi Feng's face. Now, no one can save Yi Feng. Yi Feng stared at the fist hurtling towards his face, seemingly paralyzed with fear, and didn't move. This scene made Captain Zhang nervous. Although he knew that this punch wouldn't kill Yi Feng, what if it did? Han Dong and the others were extremely worried, and they all rushed towards Tang Chong, trying to tackle him to the ground. Bang! The sound of fists colliding rang out. Yi Feng grabbed Tang Chong's fist with his hand. Although Tang Chong's fist was still in a lightning-transformed state, this lightning-transformed fist failed to harm Yi Feng. It was as if Yi Feng's palm was an insulator and dead. That's not actually the case. It's just that Yi Feng's physique is too strong and his defense is too high. This small current wasn't enough to move Yi Feng, but of course, it still hurt quite a bit, like being shocked with an electric baton. However, if Yi Feng doesn't say he's in pain, who would know he's in a lot of pain? Is this all you've got? How did your family let you go out and kill people? Yi Feng slowly pried open Tang Chong's fist. No matter how hard Tang Chong tried, he couldn't pull his hand back. Get away! Tang Chong raised his leg and rammed it into Yi Feng's genitals. Yi Feng had been on guard all along. Since Tang Chong was being so impolite, Yi Feng naturally had no reason to hold back either. Because Yi Feng was faster, before Tang Chong could even lift his leg, Yi Feng had already kicked Tang Chong's shin. The sound of bones cracking came again. Then, his arm broke and his knee was kicked and shattered. Tang Chong was forced to kneel on one knee in front of Yi Feng. Come on, keep yelling. Yi Feng knew all too well how to insult someone. When Tang Chong knelt on the ground, he deliberately took 2 steps back to adjust his position relative to Tang Chong. Tang Chong's face was completely red, and he was so angry that he felt like he was grinding his teeth to powder. Go ahead and kill me if you dare. If you don't kill me today, I'll definitely kill you. This isn't Tang Chong bragging. This is his true thought. Moreover, he knew Yi Feng wouldn't dare kill him. Yi Feng killed Chen Yang, but there was no evidence. Even if the Chun family wanted to deal with Yi Feng, they could only do so in secret. But if Yi Feng dares to kill him in front of so many people, then endless trouble awaits Yi Feng. You're putting me in a difficult position. Do you think I wouldn't dare kill you? Yi Feng looked down at Tang Chong, his eyes seemingly devoid of any emotion. Tang Chong, under pressure from Yi Feng, didn't dare to utter a sound. But this doesn't mean Yi Feng will do nothing. Yi Feng slowly raised the large sword in his hand. Once this knife falls, Tang Chong's head will be severed. At that moment, 2 figures rushed towards Yi Feng. They are the people who secretly protect Tang Chong. However, Captain Zhang stopped the 2 men. Captain Zhang, what are you doing? He's going to kill someone. Just then, Yifeng suddenly smiled, threw away the knife in his hand, and gently patted Tang Chong's face a few times. Don't be afraid. I'm just kidding. I definitely won't kill you today. Chapter 27. Yifeng's behavior was somewhat disrespectful to Tang Chong. Tang Chong stared at Yifeng with a face full of grief and indignation, without saying a word. Just then, Yifeng plopped down on Tang Chong's back. Tang Chong lay on the ground like a turtle, trying his best to flip Yifeng over. Unfortunately, what is Yifeng's physique? Neither his strength nor his physique could allow Tang Chong to feign injury. No matter how hard he tried, Yifeng pressed down on him like a mountain. Dongzi, go find a stone that's about right, Yifeng called to Han Dong. Han Dong nodded happily upon hearing this. Yifeng is a bit bad, but he likes it a lot. As for why he was looking for stones, Han Dong had already guessed. Yifeng is planning to use Tang Chong as a cushion, a rock to sit on. It will be very comfortable. Things inside rocks are easy to find. Even if you can't find them on the ground, you can smash them out by hitting the ground a few times with a weapon. When Han Dong brought the stone over, without Yifeng even having to tell him, Han Dong very thoughtfully placed the stone under Tang Chong's stomach. It was the perfect size. Tang Chong, who was trying his best to send Yifeng flying, suddenly lost his strength and could no longer muster any power. At this moment, Tang Chong closed his eyes in shame. Anyone who has ever seen this can see that Tang Chong was being sat on by Yifeng, and Tang Chong now wishes he could bury himself in the ground. Don't worry, you too, I won't kill this guy, but we'll definitely need a ransom. Let's start with 500 million. If the Tang family isn't willing to pay, I don't mind crippling him completely. Yifeng called out to Tang Chong's two protectors. But in reality, Yifeng was speaking to the people in the border camp, because only they could convey his demands to Tang Chong. When Han Dong and the others heard the number Yifeng was asking for, they couldn't help but lick their lips. This is so exciting. He can just casually mention 500 million? It's so great to have a boss like that. Okay, we'll pass on the message. This Tang Chong. It's all right, he won't die. With him here, I can protect him properly. Otherwise, if he's so foolish as to attack me again, I can't guarantee I won't kill him. What do you guys think? Yifeng's words sounded like a question, but they were actually a threat to these two not to meddle, because if they did, Yifeng wouldn't hesitate to kill Tang Chong. Good. As long as no one is killed, they really have nothing to say. Dongzi, have our men disperse and collect tolls. Don't overcharge. Each person gets a pair of demon ears. If anyone refuses, let them come and see Tang Chong. Han Dong was overjoyed after hearing Yifeng's words. With Tang Chong as an example right in front of us, who would dare to disrespect us? Yifeng dared to beat and treat Tang Chong like that, so he would definitely be even more ruthless towards others. In this way, those who collect tolls not only get points, but also gain a lot of face. They're all young people. Who doesn't like to show off a little? By the way, if anyone wants to visit him, there will be a fee, double the toll, understand? Yifeng has a good business sense. In this way, the income will definitely not be small. A few dozen or 100 points are too outdated. How many people came to participate in the live fire exercise? Even if Han Dong and his team can only intercept a small portion of the people returning to camp, it shouldn't be difficult for each of them to get over 100 points. If I don't care for my own little brother, who will? By the way, where are your demonic beast ears? Hand them over. After giving instructions to Han Dong, Yifeng looked at Tang Chong beneath him. Tang Chong couldn't help but vomit several mouthfuls of blood. Yifeng can guarantee that he absolutely did not do anything malicious in secret. It was Tang Chong who was too angry and made himself vomit blood. You can forget it, you. You talk too much nonsense. Yifeng grabbed Tang Chong's small space backpack. Tang Chong's spatial backpack was only slightly larger than his watch, and it was worn on his wrist. This thing is obviously not issued by the border army, but a high-end item provided to Tang Chong by his own family. Give it back to me, it's not yours. I'll give you the animal ears. Tang Chong said anxiously. He wasn't this anxious when Yifeng insulted him. Getting anxious? What's in your backpack? The more Tang Chong acted this way, the more curious Yifeng became. So, driven by curiosity, Yifeng opened his spatial backpack and began to examine it. Nangong Shui was also very curious, so she ran towards Yifeng to take a look. However, after only a few glances, Yifeng immediately closed her backpack, leaving Nangong Shui, who had run over, empty-handed. "What's inside?" Nangong Shui asked, standing in front of Yifeng. "Woman, being too curious isn't a good thing. Don't ask unnecessary questions." Yifeng definitely wouldn't tell. After all, it's a bit dirty. Tang Chong was immediately relieved after hearing Yifeng's words. As long as it's not exposed, everything is fine. If Yifeng exposes his things, his public image will be completely ruined. Nangong Shui put her hands on her hips. Based on Nangong Shui's understanding of Yifeng, there must be something extraordinary inside that backpack. Getting angry won't help. You can't sit here. Yifeng patted Tang Chong beneath him. Nangong Shui blushed slightly. Who wants to sit here? If it were a normal small cushion, she would be happy to sit next to Yifeng. But there's a person down there, and not just any man, but a man she really hates. If Nangong Shui were to sit on him, she would be the one who suffers. However, if you can stand on it and jump around, it seems acceptable. You won't let me sit? Fine, then tell me what's in his spatial backpack, or I'll sit down. No. Yifeng stopped Nangong Shui. This mat is too dirty. I can't touch it. Is there some terrible secret that can't be known by others? Nangong Shui was a sensible person. Joking aside, if it were something that couldn't be revealed, Nangong Shui definitely wouldn't make excessive demands. Not really. Yifeng touched his nose. Yifeng, I can give you this spatial backpack, just don't take the things out of it, and I'll pay you extra. Tang Chong stopped pretending to be dead and spoke to Yifeng in a pleading tone. So, you knew that the things inside couldn't be exposed to light. Yifeng narrowed his eyes, a hint of disgust flashing in them. You should be glad that what you did hasn't crossed my line yet. Otherwise, you would be dead today. Yes, I know everything. I can get my family to give you $1 billion. How about it? At this moment, Tang Chong dared not argue back, let alone threaten him. Tang Chong now has only one request. Don't expose what's inside his spatial backpack. Chapter 28. Since you're so sincere, I'll reluctantly agree, but you're the one who asked me, not the one who's blackmailing you. Yes, I'm the one asking you for a favor, not extorting me. Tang Chong replied quickly, without the slightest hesitation. Tell my family to prepare 1 billion yuan for him and not to cause him any trouble. I'm serious, don't cause him any trouble. Tang Chong emphasized that this wasn't him giving orders to anyone, but rather because he knew he had camera equipment on him and that someone could hear what he said, so someone would naturally relay his message. Yifeng patted Tang Chong on the back of the head twice. That's a good boy. You should have done this earlier. Tang Chong wanted to grind his teeth to dust, but on the surface he could only obediently smile and agree. Yes, you're right. Yifeng laughed. $1 billion. How many monster bones could this buy? With that kind of money, you could hire professionals to hunt Lord-level monsters, right? Lord-level monsters, also known as A-level monsters in the city, are equivalent to A-level awakened beings, and they are the kind that have grown up and are at least level 40 or higher. If the bones of this kind of monster were fused together, the improvement would definitely be great. Moreover, Yifeng only needs the bones. He doesn't need the flesh and blood or other parts from the monsters. He can easily sell them and then continue hiring people. Thinking about this, Yifeng suddenly felt that joining the border army and just coasting along wasn't so appealing after all. I have to say, having money is damn good. While Yifeng was lost in thought, Han Dong and his team had already opened for business. They didn't need to threaten him. They would just politely persuade him with smiles. If he was unhappy about something, they would bring people to see Tang Chong's miserable state. Then everything fell into place smoothly. The tolls were collected very efficiently, and those who paid the tolls were also very happy. According to Han Dong and his group, Tang Chong was the one who originally blocked the road here. Tang Chong and his group collected far too much toll, and at least half of it had to be handed over. Yifeng, in Han Dong's words, became an angel of justice. He dealt with the bullies and reduced the toll to a minimum. Tell me, who wouldn't be happy with this explanation? Moreover, Han Dong was not afraid of a standoff at all. Many of the people who had been robbed by Tang Chong and his men had already returned to their camp. He could find out about them by asking around. What did you say? Say it again. Inside the camp, Xinjiang's eyes widened. Standing before Xinjiang was a seemingly timid student who had just paid protection money and returned to the camp. I'm telling the truth. You can ask other people if you don't believe me. Yi Feng really hit Tang Chong and even sat on him like a cushion. Okay, I understand. This is your reward. Chen Jiang casually tossed a bundle of banknotes into his hand. It's not much money, just 10,000. But that was enough to make the timid boy happy for a long time. Earning 10,000 yuan with just a few words, that's awesome. Shortly after the boy left, Chen Jiang's phone rang. Upon seeing the incoming call, Chen Jiang's eyelids twitched a few times. Hey, Brother Tang. Xiao Chen, you're really good. You're really good. The Brother Tang that Chen Jiang mentioned is Tang Chong's biological father. How could a father not care about the way Yi Feng treated his son? Brother Tang, I really didn't know that kid was so difficult to deal with. The ransom will be paid entirely by my Chen family. Chen Jiang knew he was in the wrong, so he spoke very frankly. Is this about money? Your son has died, and my son will never be able to face anyone again. What do you suggest we do? Brother Tang, that kid deserves to die. Chen Jiang understood the meaning behind what the other person was saying. Having offended both the Chen and Tang families, Yi Feng is practically dead. You understand what I mean. My Tang family will handle the ransom ourselves. I only have one request. That kid can't appear in the city. Can you do that? Able. Okay, that's settled. The call ended. Chen Jiang's face darkened further because his mistake had forced him to humble himself before the Tang family. There was nothing they could do. Chen Jiang was indeed in the wrong. If it weren't for Chen Jiang's invitation, Tang Chong wouldn't have deliberately targeted Yi Feng. If the Tang family and the Chen family become enemies because of this incident, both families will suffer considerable losses. Therefore, he, the perpetrator, had no choice but to humble himself. As for killing Yi Feng, that's easy. During the drill, he was unable to get the Chen family to kill Yi Feng. However, once the drill ended and the bus returned to the city, it was quite normal for some accidents to happen on the way, and it would be even more normal for a few people to die. However, Chen Jiang did not intend to let the Chen family take action. Yi Feng's current performance has certainly caught the eye of some people. If the Chen family takes action, they will definitely face considerable suppression, and some people might even be able to overwhelm Chen Jiang. If the other party demands that he not attack Yi Feng, then he really cannot do so. Therefore, this matter cannot be handled by the Chen family. With that in mind, Chen Jiang left the temporary room. He needed to investigate in more detail. Legends about Yi Feng have spread throughout the camp. Chen Jiang didn't even need to inquire. Almost all the students who returned to the camp were discussing this matter. The main thing is, this matter is really explosive. Based on what they saw, Yi Feng was not a gigolo at all. On the contrary, he was extremely strong. Yi Feng's summoned skeletons are very strong, and their own strength is ridiculously high, easily suppressing Tang Chong, an S-class superhuman. Many people are discussing whether there was a mistake during the awakening process. In their opinion, Yi Feng could not possibly be an E-level awakener. If E-level awakeners were this strong, they would all be willing to become E-level awakeners. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiang finally smiled, a rare occurrence. He then returned to his room and made a very discreet phone call. You should be very interested in this year's geniuses. I can tell you definitively that you've been investigating in the wrong direction. There's another genius you wouldn't expect, from District 13, Yi Feng. You can find out about his situation with just a little inquiry. If you can kill Yi Feng, I will give you 1 billion in my personal capacity. Chen Jiang seemed to be talking to himself, but there was no response from the other end of the phone. However, after Chen Jiang finished speaking, there was a reaction from the other side. Good. It was just a simple good, and then nothing more. A chosen one of the gods. Chen Jiang gave a soft snort. He contacted the chosen ones, but the gods these people referred to were beast gods. As long as they sacrifice human geniuses or strong individuals, the beast god they worship will bestow upon them corresponding powerful energy, thereby helping them to rapidly increase their strength. However, these people are nothing more than rats in a stinking ditch, destined to perish in the light. Chapter 29. Despite their inability to survive in the light, these chosen ones are still incredibly powerful, making them arguably the strongest members of the Huaxiao Alliance's dark side. They're very skilled at assassinations. Actually, sacrificing to the beast god is the same no matter who you offer it to. There's no need to be too picky. Therefore, Killing people for a reward and offering them as sacrifices to the beast god is a win-win situation. The order was received smoothly. Yi Feng and his group's robbery went very smoothly. The 1 billion yuan that Tang Chong sent has been received. The Tang family gave Yi Feng 10 anonymous bank cards, each containing 100 million yuan. Yi Feng, can you let me go now? Tang Chong, who was being sat on by Yi Feng, breathed a sigh of relief after Yi Feng happily accepted the 10 bank cards. Tang Chong no longer cares about saving face. Survival comes first. Not now? I'll let you go once we get back to the city. What? Tang Chong's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but use even more force. You want to rebel? Yi Feng was no saint. When he realized that Tang Chong was trying to get up, Yi Feng took out a dagger and stabbed it into Tang Chong's buttocks without hesitation. I didn't. Tang Chong's main strategy is to never admit it. If that blow had sent Yi Feng flying, he would have run away immediately, as far away as possible. However, his abilities are lacking. Yi Feng didn't budge. Take good care of yourself, so you don't suffer. Okay, I understand. Tang Chong was terrified. Luckily, the blow landed on his buttocks. If it had been slightly off-center, it could have injured his genitals. Tang Chong cares about his own life, and he also cares about his manhood. Without that thing, a man's happiness would be greatly reduced. Tang Chong's honesty earned him gentle treatment. Until the exercise was nearing its end, Tang Chong did not do anything unnecessary for fear of causing Yi Feng to misunderstand. After Yi Feng and his group returned to camp with smiles on their faces, Yi Feng showed no intention of letting go of Tang Chong. The task of guarding Tang Chong was handed over to Xiao Tai, who then used a skeletal claw instead of a bone knife to stab Tang Chong's arm. Yi Feng wasn't doing this to torture Tang Chong, but to prevent Tang Chong from escaping. Tang Chong's lightning flash skill is quite powerful, but only Xiao Tai remains in a state of fusion with Tang Chong. Even when Tang Chong uses lightning flash, he will take Xiao Tai with him. You'd better not cause any trouble. My skeleton has a bad temper. If you dare to run, he'll chop you up the moment you start. Don't worry, I know, I won't run away. Tang Chong endured the pain with a smile on his face. That smile is uglier than a cry. Yi Feng, you don't need to worry about your safety. The border troops will protect you. When Yi Feng returned to the camp, the exercise was already over, so Captain Zhang no longer needed to hide anything and went to Yi Feng's side. I still believe in myself more. Yi Feng replied sincerely. It's a good habit. Since you're going to join the border army anyway, why don't you just stay? Captain Zhang nodded in satisfaction and extended an invitation. After thinking for a moment, Yi Feng said, Okay, but I have a request. What are your requirements? Tell me. I want to join the logistics department. Entering the border army's logistics department was something Yi Feng had decided long ago, and now that he had the opportunity to make a request, he naturally wanted to seize it. Although 1 billion is a lot of money and can be exchanged for a lot of demon bones, it is a get-rich-quick scheme that cannot last. Only by staying in the border army's logistics department can one obtain a continuous supply of demon bones. Sure, Captain Zhang agreed readily. This requirement wasn't even a requirement for him. Also, I need the bones of demonic beasts. All the bones left over from the slaughter of demonic beasts by the logistics department must be given to me. Captain Zhang, you have seen it yourself. My little iron can fuse with demonic beast bones. Yi Feng pointed at Xiao Tai. Is it your talent? Would you mind telling me? Captain Zhang was also very curious about Yi Feng's skeleton. It's a talent. My skeleton can enhance its strength by fusing with the bones of demonic beasts. I knew it. This is an incredibly impressive talent, Captain Zhang said with a hint of envy. However, there is one drawback. Yi Feng's profession is only an E-level profession. I can grant your request on behalf of the captain, Captain Zhang replied formally. Moreover, he wasn't talking about himself, but about the captain. The commander-in-chief's words represented the entire border army camp. Thank you, Captain Zhang. Thank you, Chief. Okay, Xiao Tai, let him go. He's no longer of any use. Then Yi Feng turned to Nangong Shui and said, Take this and tell your godmother that I'll go back to see her when I have time. You should also choose a good Awaken university. We have enough points. Since Yi Feng had no need to use Nangong Shui's favor, he naturally didn't want Nangong Shui to enter the Border Army University. After all, The mortality rate at Border Military University is quite high, and Yi Feng doesn't want to see anything happen to Nangong Shui. Nangong Shui pouted, but before she could reply, Yi Feng looked at Han Dong and said, "Take these and share them with the brothers. You should all have enough points to apply to the same university as your sister-in-law." Yi Feng gave Han Dong a card worth 100 million, and also gave Han Dong and the others a lot of monster ears, which were worth points. Each person could get at least 200 points. "Brother Feng, this is a bit too much." Han Dong hesitated. "Even though we're all brothers, I feel uncomfortable taking too much. What's so great about it? It's all earned through hard work. If it were up to me, I wouldn't have been able to steal so many points." Yi Feng handed everything to Han Dong without further ado. Actually, Yi Feng didn't give much, because the remaining monster ears could have given Yi Feng and Nangong Shui at least 2,000 or 3,000 points each. This is an absolutely high score, and it even has the potential to break the record set by District 13. "Okay, sister-in-law, which university should we go to?" Han Dong and his group already had high professional ranks and enough points, so they could naturally attend whichever university they wanted. "Border Army University," Nangong Shui said, glaring at Yi Feng as she spoke. "That damn man. He wants to make decisions for me without my permission." Huh. Han Dong was a little confused. The couple's accounts differ slightly, so the question is, whose side should we take? Yi Feng was also looking at Nangong Shui. "Border Army University, dangerous." Yi Feng's tone was gentle, but the deep worry within it was undeniable. "You're with the border troops," Nangong Shui replied simply. All right. Border Military University isn't as dangerous as you think, and if there were any truly dangerous missions, they wouldn't let her do them, so don't worry," Captain Zhang added, stepping in to deliver the final blow. The Border Army camp absorbed Yi Feng, and the Border Army University can absorb an S-level awakener, along with 7 or 8 talented seedlings. Where else can you find such a good thing? We can't let Yi Feng ruin things. Chapter 30. Moreover, the treatment she receives upon entering the Border Military University will be extremely high, no less than that offered by other universities, so you can rest assured. Captain Zhang patted Yi Feng on the shoulder. If Yi Feng doesn't know what's good for her, this gentle slap could be replaced with a slap like Mount Tai pressing down. "All right, remember what I said. If you have a mission, tell me immediately." "Okay, then we'll head back. Take good care of yourself here," Nangong Shui said with some reluctance. From childhood to adulthood, she and Yi Feng have never truly been separated. This is no small matter. Yi Feng will stay at the Border Army camp, while Nangong Shui will go to the Border Army University. They probably won't have many opportunities to meet for a long time. Rest assured. Let's go see how many points we can get. The joyous moment has arrived. When Nangong Shui took out all the monster ears from her spatial backpack, the instructor in charge of recording the points was dumbfounded. That's too much. While the scores were being recorded, Chen Jiang, who was still in the camp, was secretly watching Yi Feng. "It's definitely you." The anger in Chen Jiang's eyes almost burst out of their sockets. Initially, Chen Jiang did not believe that Yi Feng was capable of killing his son. The reason he wanted to kill Yi Feng was to vent his anger. He couldn't very well go after the centipede who killed his son, could he? But now, Chen Jiang is certain that Chen Yang was killed by Yi Feng, because Yi Feng has both the ability and the motivation. Yi Feng's little iron, Chen Jiang, could sense roughly its strength from a great distance. This level of strength is astonishing. Even if you have border troops protecting you, you will still die. After saying that, Chen Jiang turned and left. He no longer needed to stay at the Border Army camp. After Chen Jiang left the Border Army camp, he dialed that number again. He probably won't return to the city. You have people at the border camp, right? You can find out more about his abilities and make him disappear from this world as soon as possible. Good. The answer from the other end of the phone was still very simple. Chen Jiang did not call the Tang family to explain. The Tang family's demand was that they did not want to see Yi Feng return to the city, and Chen Jiang fulfilled that requirement. Meanwhile, in Chen Jiang's room at the Chen family residence. "Be gentle. It's just been planted. Don't let it fall off." Lu Xiao gently patted Chen Jiang's chest, signaling him to use less force. Through Chen Jiang's efforts, they found an agency that used Chen Jiang's sperm to artificially induce pregnancy in Lu Xiao. After returning to the Chen family home, Chen Zheng used the excuse of protecting Lu Xiao's safety to arrange for her to stay at his villa. As for what they did at home, that was something no one else could know. My uncle will be back soon, and he will take you away. There won't be any more good opportunities after that. Don't you want that? Who said I didn't want to? I just wanted you to be gentle, you naughty thing. Lu Xiao acted like a little woman and gently hugged Chen Zheng's waist. All right, let's stop now. It would be bad if it really fell. By the way, Yi Feng isn't dead. What? How come he's not dead? Lu Xiao exclaimed in shock. You still won't tell me how my brother died? Lu Xiao really didn't want to talk about it, nor did she want to recall that scene. We're in this together now. I don't want anything to happen to you. Tell me what happened, and I'll help you analyze it. Chen Zheng spoke with sincerity, but secretly he had already turned on the recording device. Okay, Qinyang wasn't actually killed by Yi Feng. It was like this. Lu Xiao was moved by Chen Zheng and failed to notice his subtle actions. She told Chen Zheng the truth about what had happened. Are you sure my brother asked you for help and you didn't save him? Chen Zheng looked at Lu Xiao very seriously, his brows slightly furrowed. Lu Xiao nodded somewhat uneasily. If Chen Zheng found out about this, Lu Xiao would definitely be in big trouble. It's all right. I'll handle the rest for you. Everyone who knows about this will die, so you don't need to worry about it. Those students will be back soon, and there's not enough time. I'll go deal with them first. Without them, no one will make things difficult for you. After saying that, Chen Zheng immediately stood up. He didn't blame Lu Xiao. At that time, it was a time when everyone would flee for their lives. Even if Chen Zheng had been there, he wouldn't have saved Qinyang, let alone Lu Xiao. This matter is ultimately a point of attack against Lu Xiao, and all potential problems must be resolved to prevent some members of the Chun family from using it to their advantage. Lu Xiao cannot be a pawn in someone else's hands. She can only be Chen Zheng's pawn. The seeds he left behind and the secret recordings are all bargaining chips to control Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao was very fortunate to have met Chen Zheng. Without Chen Zheng, she really wouldn't have been able to handle the situation so cleanly. Oh right, and Yi Feng too. He knows, and Nangang Shui knows too. They're going to die too, Lu Xiao reminded Chen Zheng, who was about to leave the room. Chen Zheng turned to Lu Xiao. I don't need to deal with Yi Feng. Nangang Shui is not someone we can handle. Don't mention this matter again, and you must not provoke her. Understand? Why? Lu Xiao was very resistant. She couldn't stand it. Why was she inferior to Nangang Shui? Is it because she awakened an S-class profession? The Chen family is a large and powerful family. Killing an S-level awakened person may be difficult, but it shouldn't be that difficult, right? There are many things you don't understand. S-rank awakened ones have special privileges. You'll find out later. I'm going to get busy now. After saying that, Chen Zheng left the room. Will Lu Xiao listen to advice? If she lacks the ability, Lu Xiao will definitely listen to advice. But now, Lu Xiao feels that she is very capable and competent. Chen Zheng has become her lackey, and the Chun family is her backing. As long as she can keep the child in her womb, she will be the most special person in the Chen family. I simply refuse to believe it. An hour later, the bus returning to the city from the border camp was attacked by the Chosen Ones. Dozens of students died and hundreds were injured. Among the dead were those who had followed Qinyang to deal with Yi Feng. None of them survived. This was Chen Zheng's doing. In their eyes, the lives of ordinary people are nothing. A single phone call can kill them. Of course, some of the Chosen Ones also died in this operation. The teachers who accompanied the school were no pushovers. Dongzi, you'll be all right. Hang in there. I'll go find someone who can heal you. Nangang Shui's face was full of anxiety. Han Dong was injured because of Nangang Shui. The Chosen Ones are a group that doesn't follow the rules. Nangang Shui is their main assassination target. Although there are a lot of people protecting her in the dark, a low-level awakened one who went unnoticed was still let in. Han Dong shielded Nangang Shui from the man's sneak attack. Chapter 31. Nangang Shui was frantic, but couldn't find anyone with a healing profession for the time being. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I'm fine, I won't die, Han Dong said. At this moment, Han Dong really didn't feel any discomfort, because everything below his neck was numb and he couldn't feel anything at all. It's all my fault. Nangang Shui felt very guilty. Besides guilt and worry, she also felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, it's Han Dong who's injured now. If it were Yi Feng, Nangong Shui knew that it was wrong for her to think this way, but that was her true feeling. Just then, the border troops rushed over. Nangong Shui, are you all right? The people who rushed over were responsible for protecting Nangong Shui. It was their dereliction of duty to let the chosen ones infiltrate. If anything happens to Nangong Shui, they will all be held accountable. I'm fine. Do any of you have healing professions? Quickly check on my friend. Nangong Shui didn't blame these border soldiers. She knew they were already doing their best to protect her. Yes. The border troops definitely have healing professionals, and Nangong Shui was assigned a B-level healing professional. It's okay. Don't worry. He can be saved, and there won't be any after effects. Hearing this, Nangong Shui felt relieved. Leave this to them. Nangong Shui, you come with us. Where to? Nangong Shui didn't want to leave. Han Dong was injured because of her. How could she just leave like this? The chosen ones haven't been completely wiped out yet. They might launch a second assassination attempt. You're not safe here, and you could also endanger them. Sister-in-law, you go with them. We'll see you back in the city, Han Dong said first. Nangong Shui looked at Han Dong and then nodded. Nangong Shui then got into a military vehicle with Bian Jun. Are you sure they are chosen by the gods? Nangong Shui's expression became much more serious after she got into the military vehicle. Yes, that's certain. I see. Nangong Shui didn't say anything more. Just remember this grudge. Saying more wouldn't make a difference. By the way, don't tell Yi Feng about what happened here, Nangong Shui instructed. Good. The chosen ones did not carry out a second assassination attempt, and no one knows where they have hidden. The journey back to the city proceeded without further incident. After returning to the city, Han Dong was full of energy again, proving why the healing profession is so popular. After Han Dong and Nangong Shui agreed on things like registration, they went their separate ways. What they didn't know was that a group of divinely favored individuals had already infiltrated the border army camp. They infiltrated when a large number of people attacked the convoy. At that time, the border troops focused their defenses on the students in the convoy, neglecting the border troops camp, which gave them an opportunity. However, after infiltrating the border army camp, they did not immediately go to look for Yi Feng, but instead lay in ambush within the camp. Moreover, they have an inside man. Yi Feng was unaware of the attack on the convoy. He only knew that something seemed to have happened, and the number of soldiers in the border camp had suddenly decreased. When the departing soldiers returned, Zhang Wei had already reported to the logistics department captain. Company commander, recruit Yi Feng. This is the order signed by the commander-in-chief. Okay, put them here. These are our brigade's 3 squad leaders. You can choose whichever one you want to work with. The captain didn't dare to make things difficult for Yi Feng at all, but he also didn't need to fawn over Yi Feng, so his attitude was quite normal. Yi Feng was unaware that this person had conspired with the Chun family to frame him, so his attitude was quite good. Thank you, Captain. Go. Yi Feng saluted and left. Yi Feng didn't recognize any of the 3 squad leaders. He just randomly chose the first squad and headed towards their camp. The border troops camp here is very large, and there are a lot of people stationed here. Many people don't know Yi Feng, so to enter the camp of the first platoon of the logistics department, you need to pass through several checkpoints. After all, the logistics department's camp is where all the border troop supplies are stored. If someone with ill intentions were to sneak in, things would get very serious. Fortunately, Yi Feng's paperwork was complete, and the signatories were either the battalion commander or the chief commander. Everyone knew that Yi Feng had a powerful backer, so there was no difficulty at all, and he successfully met with Wang Meng, the squad leader of the first squad. Don't underestimate Wang Meng just because he's a squad leader. He has hundreds of people under his command and is a powerful figure. Its strength is naturally not weak either. It is a B-rank profession, level 48, and it looks like it will be able to reach level 50 soon. Yi Feng, right? The captain has already greeted you and welcomed you to the first squad. I am Wang Meng, the squad leader of the first squad. Brother Wang. Hello, Brother Wang. I'm Yi Feng. I'll be relying on you for help in the future. Yi Feng is very good at flattering adults. Anyone can say nice things. A local official is more powerful than a distant one. It's definitely the right thing to do to get on good terms with Wang Meng. Sure enough, Wang Meng was very happy to see Yi Feng in this state, as he had originally thought Yi Feng would be a difficult person to please. After all, he had heard about Yi Feng's deeds, And since the higher-ups wanted to send someone to his position, he definitely wanted to find out the details. To be honest, this Feng isn't as arrogant as the rumors say. Killing the only son of the Chun family and humiliating the S-level awakened member of the Tang family. These are not things that an ordinary person could do. From now on, we'll be brothers eating from the same pot, so there's no need to be so polite. See if there's anything you want to do, feel free to do it. The logistics department is dangerous in some ways, but it's also incredibly comfortable. Because the logistics department is responsible for delivering supplies to the second line of defense camps, and even the outposts of the first line of defense, transporting troops is very dangerous. Safety, of course, means staying in the camp, cooking a meal, cutting meat, and the like. You don't even need to leave the camp, so there's no danger at all. Are there any slaughtering jobs? The captain has already approved it, and I can use all the monster bones. Brother Wong, this doesn't affect our human interests, does it? If it does affect anyone's interests, I will definitely compensate you. What cake? Everything in the camp belongs to the border troops, not to any individual. Since the commander-in-chief has approved that all the monster bones belong to you, they are yours. Don't worry. Wang Ming was very satisfied with Yi Feng's straightforward approach. Very smart and straightforward, quite good. That's fine then. Brother Wang, don't be so polite with me. I've extorted a lot of money from the Tang family. Hey, I heard you're pretty ruthless. Wang Ming laughed as he said this. Yi Feng is considered a good conversationalist. People who can make it in the border army are basically ordinary people with no real background. People like Captain Zhang are an exception. His father is the chief captain, so he doesn't count. The others, like Wang Ming, all rose up from the ranks. If there weren't no other options in the city, who would want to fight monsters every day? So, everyone is poor, and then one day, a poor person cheats a privileged class. How does that feel? Chapter 32. It's like an ordinary student in town beating up the son of a rich kid, and afterwards not only is he unharmed, but the rich kid also pays him a large sum of compensation. A kid from an ordinary family would definitely give a thumbs up and praise him for his courage. It's all right. By the way, Brother Wong, do you have any connections to buy monster bones? My profession isn't great, but I have a great talent. I can use monster bones to strengthen my skeleton, so I'd like to buy some. But I don't have any connections with our border army. What do you think, Brother Wong? Don't worry, leave this to me. We lack everything here, except for the corpses of demonic beasts. We'll give you all the demonic beast bones from our own camp. If you need anything in particular, I'll get it for you. Wang Ming really trusted Yi Feng. If it were someone who didn't know any better, Wang Ming wouldn't bother with them. That's great. It's 100 million. Brother Wang, just buy it for me. Yi Feng generously handed Wang Ming a card. How much? Wang Ming was shocked. 100 million? They just give it to you without even asking the price. Are all young people like this nowadays? 100 million. Even if I run out, I still have some left. I trust you to give it to Brother Wang. But Brother Wang, don't add money for myself. Even though we're good friends, you can't do that. You little rascal. Wang Ming was both amused and exasperated. Yi Feng was quite adept at networking. The key point is that this relationship was built in a way that made him feel very comfortable, which is quite impressive. Okay, bro, I definitely won't let you lose money on this. Just wait and see. Okay, then I'll go get to work first. Yi Feng was a little impatient. His purpose in staying with the border troops was to find bones. He wanted to see how many monster bones were in the first squad's camp. Okay, I'll have someone take you there. You'll be sharing a room with him from now on. He's my personal guard. If you need anything and it's inconvenient for you to come to me, just have him tell me. Xiao Wang, come in. Xiao Wang, who was guarding outside the door, immediately pushed the door open and entered. Captain, you heard everything I said. It's up to you now, Wang Ming said sternly. Yes. Yi Feng noticed that Wang Ming and Xiao Wang looked somewhat alike, so he moved closer to Wang Ming and asked, Brother Wang, is this your son? No, it's my nephew. That's all the same, pretty much the same. Here, nephew, this demon core is a gift for you. Yi Feng stepped forward and handed Xiao Wang a wild boar demon core. Giving Xiao Wang 100 million yuan directly is unrealistic. You? Xiao Wang stared wide-eyed. How come I'm suddenly a generation younger for no reason? This kid isn't even as old as me. Haha, just kidding. Let's each talk our own thing. Yi Feng laughed and nudged Xiao Wang with his shoulder. You two get out of here. Seeing how familiar Yi Feng was, Wang Ming stopped trying to hide anything from her. Within the border army, there were practically no truly cultured people. They were all roughnecks. All right, Brother Wang, you go ahead with your work, but don't forget about my matter. After saying that, Yi Feng grabbed Xiao Wang and ran away. Running out of the house, Xiao Wang tried to break free from Yi Feng's grasp, but he couldn't manage to shake off Yi Feng's hand no matter how many times he tried. Yi Feng had almost torn his sleeves to shreds. Hey, stop going, you're going the wrong way. Xiao Wang couldn't help but remind him. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Yi Feng was so busy wrestling with Xiao Wang that he forgot to ask for directions. Yi Feng thought it was Xiao Wang who was dissatisfied and was trying to fight against him. You didn't ask. You're over here, but aren't you an E-rank professional? And you just awakened. How come you're so strong? Xiao Wang asked curiously. Why didn't you talk so much in front of my brother Wang just now? How can that be the same? He's my uncle, and he's also my boss. He's my brother, and also my boss, Yi Feng said, pointing to himself. How can that be the same? Xiao Wang retorted. Haha, let's go. Let's go check out the place where we slaughtered the monsters. That's my battlefield. Yi Feng did not explain why he was so powerful. Xiao Wang didn't press the matter further. To do so would have been considered truly insensible. Soon, Xiao Wang led Yi Feng to the place where the monsters were slaughtered. It was a fairly large courtyard, filled with the stench of blood, and the ground was stained blackish red by the blood. Yi Feng likes places like this. Xiao Wang, what brings you here? Inside the courtyard, there were more than 20 people busy at work. One of them, a middle-aged man who was clearly the leader, spoke to Xiao Wang after seeing him. Uncle, this is the new guy, Yi Feng. He's been assigned to your area. From now on, all the monster bones here will belong to him. Many people frowned after he said that. Wang Ming said Yi Feng wouldn't touch other people's cake, but in reality, she did. Lower-ranking soldiers have limited ways to make money. Although monster bones are not valuable, they can still be sold for money. The bones of high-level demonic beasts are even quite valuable. If all of it goes to Yi Feng, they will lose one source of income. My eldest nephew can't speak, so I'll speak for him. Although all the monster bones belong to me, each of my brothers will receive 100,000 from me every month from now on. This is my personal subsidy to my brothers. How many? 100,000. Holy crap. Everyone stopped what they were doing. 100,000 is no small sum. Their monthly allowance is only 20,000. This is actually a high salary, considering they are border troops who have to risk their lives. If something really happens, even the logistics soldiers have to go to the battlefield. From the source of monster bones, each of them only earns a few thousand yuan a month in illicit income. Yi Feng genuinely doesn't care about this small amount of money, as long as it wins people's hearts. What's wrong with spending a little money? Yi Feng knew he would never lack money in the future. What is money if his strength increases rapidly? It is readily available. At worst, we can just arrest Tang Chong again. What? You think it's not enough? Yi Feng deliberately spoke loudly. You don't mind if it's not too little, right, Brother Feng? Come over here. The sun is strong over there. It's so hot. Look, the effect is immediate. And don't say these people are materialistic. Everyone in the border army has their own reasons for fighting so hard. Whether it's to supplement the family income or to live a carefree life, there's basically no one who doesn't see money as dirt. While it's true that one might have a belief in protecting one's home and country, belief and money are not mutually exclusive. You're really something. I have to go back to my post. I'll come find you after dinner. Xiao Wang knew he didn't need to worry about Yi Feng. Look at how smoothly she operates. There's absolutely no need to worry about Yi Feng being a loner. All right, then you go first, nephew. You? Xiao Wang was furious. Why was he being called nephew again? Go, go, go. Don't upset Brother Feng. Before Xiao Wang could even react, he was pushed away. If you dare to mess with their god of wealth, they're being kind by not beating you up. I'm so angry. Xiao Wang was furious after leaving the yard. But he's definitely not really angry. Those who can't take a joke would have died on the battlefield long ago. Those without comrades in arms don't deserve to live on the battlefield. Xiao Wang left resentfully, while Yi Feng and his group were quite happy because Yi Feng had started handing out money. Chapter 33. Not posting is really not an option. If I have nothing to say, who will believe Yi Feng? These people can only feel at ease when they see money. When Yi Feng actually started handing out money, everyone was all smiles, and some even started massaging Yi Feng's legs and shoulders. Yi Feng didn't look down on these people. They all had it tough. If they truly had the ability, who would be willing to humble themselves? A dozen minutes later, the real business began. All right, everyone knows Xiao Feng now, and we'll all be good brothers from now on. But we should get to work now. Make sure you all prepare the animal bones Xiao Feng wants. Don't worry, bro. I guarantee there won't be any problems. Yes, there will absolutely be no mishaps. The soldiers responsible for deboning patted their chests and guaranteed it. If Yi Feng is satisfied with how they are served, will they receive even more rewards? Well, actually, you can leave the deboning to me, Yi Feng said. How can that be? Xiao Feng, you don't need to do any work, you can just stay here. See, it's really great to be rich. They don't lack Yi Feng as a source of labor, so how can they let the god of wealth do the work? Hey, I'm really good at this, and I'm pretty fast. How about we give it a try? Okay, let's give it a try. Yi Feng has already offered his opinion, so who can disrespect it? Soon, they arrived at the bone carving area. On the bone carving table were 2 monster corpses, which had already been slaughtered, cleaned, and were waiting to be boned. Then, without Yi Feng taking the beat G knife, he walked directly to the side of the monster's corpse. When Yi Feng touched the monster's bones, the monster's entire skeleton turned into bone fluid and merged into Yi Feng's body. The process of deboning is not only quick, but also very clean. If Yi Feng can find even a single bone in this monster's corpse, then he has lost. Xiao Tai, come here. Yi Feng called out to Xiao Tai. After Xiao Tai came to Yi Feng's side, Yi Feng symbolically placed her hand on Xiao Tai's body. It's been announced that Yi Feng's talent is to enhance the bone strength of skeletons, so he definitely has to put on a show. Oh my god, this talent is amazing. The veteran bone-removing soldier, who had been doing this job for many years, was dumbfounded. The efficiency of this deboning process is simply unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, all the bones in the monster's body were gone. My god, this is amazing. This way we can save manpower and deal with even more monsters. Yes, the bonus can also be increased. The logistics department also offers commissions. The higher the efficiency, the higher the commission. Yi Feng's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The fact that their team can process more monster corpses means they can obtain more monster bones. Although it devoured only low-level monsters. Just like the one Yi Feng just devoured, its level is about the same as a wild boar. But once the quantity accumulates, the daily improvement becomes quite considerable. All right, it's decided then. Leave the bone removing to me. I'll benefit from it, and we brothers can make more money. What do you say? Yi Feng waved his hand, revealing a hint of domineering charisma. Okay, I'll do as Xiao Feng says. Everyone agreed to this proposal. It would allow everyone to make more money, so who would be foolish enough to disagree? On this day, Yi Feng was so busy that he even forgot to devour and fuse with Xiao Tai. Actually, Yi Feng just didn't find a good opportunity. There were eyes everywhere in this camp. If he had devoured and fused with Xiao Tai and then summoned an even stronger Xiao Tai, then this matter would be inexplicable. So, it wasn't until Xiao Wang came to find Yi Feng that evening, and Yi Feng followed him back to their place, that she finally found an opportunity. Devour. Little Iron was mercilessly devoured by Yi Feng. However, a new small iron was soon born. Skeleton Warrior level. 2 physical condition. 671 strength. 683 plus. 20 agility. 594 plus. 4 spirit. 22 trait. Fearless. Invincibility plus 10. What is this characteristic? Yi Feng's brain was racing. As Yi Feng expected, his attributes improved dramatically in the first half of the day, all of them increasing by more than 100. If I could improve this much every day. However, Yi Feng was concerned about this newly emerging feature. A super armor body means you can't be knocked back, right? If this is stacked to 100%, then no matter how strong the force, it won't be able to make me retreat. That's a bit too much. Yi Feng resisted the urge to devour Xiao Tai right now. If no one sees Xiao Tai tomorrow, they will definitely be suspicious. Yi Feng felt that he needed to spend a month or 2 in this military camp before he could act a little more recklessly. That's definitely not possible now. Quick, open the door. At that moment, Xiao Wang's voice rang out from outside. Yi Feng stepped forward to open the door, and Xiao Wang rushed into the house carrying a steaming pot of meat soup. What is this? Hey, Xiao Zhao, I'm only getting this thanks to you. Your team sent it over. It's really good stuff, very nourishing for your blood and energy. Xiao Wang was getting a craving. Even within the border army, the meat soup of high-level demonic beasts was not something ordinary people could afford. Come on, let's show off. Yi Feng called out to Xiao Wang, knowing he couldn't keep the food to himself. The broth was very flavorful, and it was full of bits of meat. Although it was minced meat, Yi Feng knew that it was definitely made from the flesh and blood of a high-level demon beast, and its level would not be lower than level 50. At least it was an elite-level demon beast. Elite corresponds to grade B, rare corresponds to grade A, and demon king corresponds to grade S. Even B-rank monsters are already incredibly powerful. This pot of minced meat soup could sell for 100,000 or 200,000 yuan in the city. A few minutes later, the pot of meat soup was completely gone. That good-for-nothing Xiao Wang even licked the pot clean, which made Yi Feng feel a chill. After washing up and going to bed, the two of them had grown quite a bit closer. Yi Feng naturally learned a lot about the border army camp from Xiao Wang. Yi Feng listened attentively to every detail, from how many people died that day to which outposts were destroyed and which captains killed which monsters. That night, Yi Feng went to bed quite late because she couldn't fall asleep. Suddenly changing beds and environments made her a little excited. Those who couldn't sleep either were the chosen ones lying in ambush in the camp. How are their arrangements going? When can we make our move? One of the chosen ones, who could no longer contain himself, asked. It will take some time before we can take action after we assign him a task. We can't stay hidden here for long. Quiet down, everyone. The discussion ceased after that command. Clearly, the one who issued the order was the leader among these chosen ones. Chapter 34. The next day, when Yi Feng woke up, Xiao Wang had already disappeared. He was going to stand guard for Wang Ming. Yi Feng had obviously gotten up a little late, and no one came to greet him. This made the people waiting outside his door a little restless. Which border troops can sleep until they naturally wake up? It's already past 9 in the morning. Just as this person was getting a little anxious, the door opened. Yi Feng walked out yawning. They're here. Yi Feng knew he had gotten up late, so he naturally had to report to his squad. Even a short delay could mean delaying his advancement. Therefore, Yi Feng is not planning to eat breakfast. However, Yi Feng hadn't taken more than a few steps when he was stopped. Which squad in the logistics department are you from? The person who stopped Yi Feng was clearly a military officer squad leader. When stopped by someone like this, Yi Feng had to answer truthfully. Report, first squad. Yi Feng was actually a little panicked. After all, he had gotten up too late, while others started their workday at 6 in the morning. First squad. All right, follow me. There's an urgent mission for you. Excuse me, who are you? Yi Feng asked in confusion. To be honest, he had no desire to do any emergency missions. What did it have to do with him? Logistics department, second squad. Captain, what's wrong? Can't I give you orders? Captain, may I see your identification? Yi Feng. This person blocked my way not far from my dorm room, saying it was an emergency mission. Does he think I'm a 3-year-old? Give. Deng Li impatiently handed his identification documents to Yi Feng. If he didn't have something to hide, he wouldn't have given a damn. What right does a lowly soldier have to look at his ID? Yi Feng took a look and, sure enough, it was the captain of the second squad of the logistics department. Captain Deng, can I decline this urgent mission? Everyone else has things to do, so this task is perfect for you. May I ask what the mission is? Yi Feng had already begun to assess the gap between himself and this squad leader. After some deliberation, Yi Feng felt that he was probably no match for this guy. So, let's see what this guy is up to first. A camp on the second line of defense has been attacked and urgently needs a batch of supplies. You will accompany the vehicle and come with me. Deng Li explained the task, then gave Yi Feng no chance to object. Who could it be? Yi Feng followed behind Deng Li, already pondering the question. Is it the Chun family or the Tang family? These are the only two companies with a bad relationship with Yi Feng. When Deng Li saw Yi Feng following, he breathed a sigh of relief, but he glanced a few more times at the iron skull following behind Yi Feng. Soon, Deng Li led Yi Feng to a transport truck, where 2 soldiers were already inside the driver's cab. You stay in the truck bed and watch over the supplies. They need them urgently, so you need to hurry. Let's go. Deng Li didn't give any particularly special instructions. Yi Feng knew he seemed unable to refuse, so he could only obediently get into the truck bed. The vehicles then set off, leaving the camp without any obstacles and heading straight for the second line of defense. Are they going to kill me halfway, or frame me for losing the supplies? Yi Feng began checking what supplies were in the car. Actually, it doesn't seem to be any particularly urgent strategic supplies, like artillery shells or anything like that. This truck is full of food. What could be so urgent? You won't starve to death if you don't eat for a day. It seems they're not just trying to frame me, they're trying to kill me. Then Yi Feng started knocking and tapping around, trying to see if there were any people hiding in the truck bed. After finding nothing suspicious, Yi Feng frowned. Why don't we jump out of the car? Anyway, the car hasn't gone very far. Jumping out and running back to the camp to talk to Captain Wang Ming shouldn't be a big deal. He won't be labeled a deserter. Jump. This is clearly a trap set by the other side, and Yi Feng is not going to be foolish enough to follow their lead. Without hesitation, Yi Feng jumped off the train with Xiao Tai. The jump was so effortless that the two drivers didn't even notice it. These two were unaware of it, but the chosen ones hidden beneath the carriages saw it. That kid's cunning. Let's finish this quickly. The leader of the chosen ones gave the order. The four of them released their grip at the same time and rushed straight towards Yi Feng's location. They really want to kill me, Xiao Tai? Kill them all. Yi Feng gave the order and then turned and ran. Should we fight these four to the death? It does not exist. Who knows what level these four guys are? What if they're level 30 or 40, or even level A? So run first. Yi Feng sprinted at full speed, and his speed was indeed quite fast. After all, his attributes were what they were. We must not let him return to camp. This is the only opportunity to assassinate Yi Feng in a short period of time. Therefore, success is imperative. As for Xiao Tai, who was charging towards them from the opposite direction, none of them paid him any attention. However, having decided to use all his strength, the leader of the chosen ones suddenly disappeared. Damn it, an assassin! Yi Feng ran, while observing the situation behind him. When he saw someone disappear, Yi Feng knew he was in trouble. Assassin-type professions are extremely fast and elusive, making them very difficult to deal with. Especially since Yi Feng had no idea about the other party's abilities and level, it was extremely troublesome. At this moment, Xiao Tai had already collided with the remaining three people. The three men initially thought they could easily crush Xiao Tai, but when their weapons landed on Xiao Tai, all three stopped in their tracks and uncontrollably staggered back several steps. In contrast, Xiao Tai simply took a step back and then charged forward again as if nothing had happened, his bone knife aimed straight for a person's vital points. What kind of skull is that? What immense power! Careful! These three people suffered a minor loss due to carelessness. Actually, Xiao Tai's strength wasn't that great. The key was that Xiao Tai's special characteristics played a significant role. The trait only increases the invincibility value by 10 points, which is why Xiao Tai takes a step back. If this person had a 100% invincible body, this collision would probably have knocked these three people off their feet. However, these three are also facing difficulties now. They are made of flesh and blood. They will be careful and don't want to get hurt. It's not worth risking their lives for a skeleton. Therefore, their attacks were hesitant and timid. Xiao Tai was fearless. His attacks were wide-ranging and incredibly fast, managing to suppress the three of them for a time. Clearly, these three are not of very high rank. If it were level 30 or 40, it could probably dismantle Xiao Tai in a single encounter. Meanwhile, Yi Feng felt a sharp weapon slicing towards his neck. Chapter 35. It was obvious that this was an attack by the assassin hiding in the shadows. What can Yi Feng do? Although I sensed it, the opponent's speed was no less than Yi Feng's, and the opponent had clearly used a skill. If you can't avoid it, then fight it head-on. Yi Feng raised his hand to block his neck, thinking that it was better to let the other person chop off his hand than to chop off his neck, right? Just as Yi Feng raised his arm to shield his neck, a sharp blade appeared, and the assassin hidden in the shadows revealed himself. The dagger sliced through Yi Feng's skin and flesh, but the assassin's attack was forced to stop when the dagger touched Yi Feng's bones. That's impossible. The assassin who appeared cried out in surprise and then tried to retreat. In his view, his attack would definitely kill Yi Feng. Even if Yi Feng raises his hand to block, it will be useless. He is confident that he can cut off Yi Feng's arm and neck with one blow. But to everyone's surprise, he didn't even manage to cut off Yi Feng's arm. You think you can just run away after hitting me? Yi Feng was furious. This was the first time he had been slashed like this. His tendons were severed. Fortunately, he was able to block the attack with the back of his hand. The tendon on the back of his hand was broken, but it doesn't affect his ability to make a fist or hold a weapon yet. The next moment, Yi Feng caught up with the assassin. Their speeds were evenly matched, and as long as the assassin didn't turn invisible, Yi Feng could keep up. Damn it, the intelligence was wrong. The assassin knew he was in serious trouble. Who said Yi Feng is a weakling? Wasn't it said that Yi Feng's strength was all in his skull? Why don't you come and see how fast this kid is running now? Moreover, Yi Feng didn't just chase. He also slashed, swinging his blade at the assassin's back. Fortunately, he got himself a spatial backpack yesterday. Otherwise, he would have to fight hand-to-hand now. The assassin was fast, but his strength was clearly inferior to Yi Feng's. When the broadsword came swinging down, he barely managed to block it with his dagger, and then his body was slammed to the ground and rolled around. He couldn't even withstand the force of Yi Feng's slash. It's no use getting lost. Yi Feng shouted and pounced on him. Did you think you could get Yi Feng's forgiveness by rolling around? Absolutely impossible. Yi Feng lunged forward and plunged his knife into the assassin's body. The assassin, not to be outdone, brandished his dagger and stabbed wildly. However, his attacks were mostly useless, as they were all eventually blocked by the iron bones within Yi Feng's body. In the blink of an eye, they both turned into blood gourds. Damn it! I was so blinded by bloodshed that I almost forgot. Yi Feng suddenly laughed. Because Yi Feng was stronger, he had gained the upper hand and pinned the assassin down. I was having so much fun chopping things up that I forgot all about my own abilities. Then, Yi Feng shoved a punch into the mouth of the assassin who was trying to speak. Teeth are also bones, and so is the jawbone. Devour. No matter how strong the assassin is, once his bones quickly turn into bone fluid, he'll just be a pile of rotten flesh. Because Yi Feng devoured the assassin's bones, his attributes increased, and the wounds on his body inflicted by the dagger also stopped bleeding slightly thanks to this attribute boost. The assassin, now with no bones left, was still alive. He was terrified and had no idea how to describe his feelings. However, without the support of bones, he could no longer even speak. UB asterisk 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 D die. Yi Feng stood up and stomped on the assassin's head. Can boneless, rotten flesh stop Yi Feng's trampling? That's definitely impossible. Yi Feng crushed the assassin's brain and eyes to pieces with a single stomp. The three people on Xiao Tai's side were terrified when they saw this. They desperately tried to retreat, leaving the area wide open. Everyone wanted to run away, and no one stayed behind to stop Xiao Tai. How could things possibly turn out well? The wish was good, but the result was terrible. In the end, none of the three escaped. Xiao Tai chased after them, and with a single sweeping motion, severed the lower legs of all three men. Without legs, how can you run? So you're one of the gods' chosen ones? That cut really hurts. Does anyone want to tell me what exactly happened today? Yi Feng walked somewhat awkwardly to Xiao Tai's side, leaning half of his body against Xiao Tai, his face pale. There's nothing we can do. Yi Feng still has some bloody holes gushing out. He's lost too much blood. What exactly is your profession? You can't possibly be just any level. God, please come and take this monster away. I'll talk. Xiao Tai, chop these two down. Yi Feng ordered, pointing at the two men who had spoken first. With a swift motion, the bone knife sliced across the necks of the two men. Their bones, however, were not as hard as Yi Feng's and could not withstand the sharpness of the bone knife. The headless corpses fell to the side. Yi Feng was already used to this kind of situation and felt no discomfort whatsoever. Speak, and if you satisfy me, you can live. The person who assigned you today's mission is our inside man. There's a huge bounty for killing you, and the bounty comes from the Qin family. This person is indeed quite intelligent. He knew what Yi Feng was asking and gave a very concise answer. An inside man, also one of the chosen ones. Yi Feng could certainly understand why the Qin family offered a bounty for his life, but how could an inside agent of the chosen ones become an official within the border army? No, that doesn't count. He also gets a bounty for providing intelligence and mission support. Yifeng nodded. Then Yifeng silently walked to the two headless corpses. Yifeng gladly accepted the bones from these two guys. People of this rank, who are higher than Yifeng and whose awakened professions are also quite good, have very nourishing bones. Yifeng really needs to nourish himself right now. In front of the last remaining assassin, Yifeng devoured and fused the bones of the two corpses. Such methods were like seeing a demon, and the pupils of the remaining chosen one of the gods dilated slightly. With Yifeng's abilities, as long as Yifeng dares to fight desperately and has the opportunity, even if facing a powerful being of level 60 or 70, Yifeng could probably kill them instantly, right? If Yifeng touches a bone, it's a death sentence. Isn't this shameless tactic too unsolvable? Ignoring how shocked the guy was, Yifeng took out a small medicine bottle from his spatial backpack. It's not for replenishing qi and blood, it's just to stop the wound from bleeding further. Yifeng doesn't have any of the high-end stuff that can replenish qi and blood. The hemostatic stuff was given to Yifeng by his good brothers in the team yesterday. Yifeng didn't take it seriously at first, he just casually put it away. Unexpectedly, it has come in handy now. Could you help me stop the bleeding? Yifeng, who had almost finished getting ready, looked up at the sound. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? I'm already being merciful by promising not to kill you. Thank you, you can go now. Who said I was leaving? Yifeng retorted. You want to go back on your word? The last remaining favored one of the gods roared in anger. Chapter 36. Yifeng slowly shook his head. Do you think I'm one of those scumbags? So what do you want to do? Take your bones when you die? Yifeng's words were perfectly reasonable. Those favored by the gods felt their scalps tingle upon hearing this. Yes, his lower leg has been removed, and if no one stops the bleeding, he will soon die from excessive blood loss. Just kill me. Those favored by the gods gave up. The fear of waiting for death is something most people cannot bear. Knowing he was beyond saving, he'd rather let Yifeng kill him quickly. Tell me something, and I can give you a quick death. What do you want to know? Where is your base located? Yifeng narrowed his eyes. Yifeng is the epitome of being vengeful. These chosen ones almost killed Yifeng. It would be strange if Yifeng didn't take revenge. Don't tell me you don't know. You're about to die. What do their lives have to do with you? What do you think? You don't need to worry about your family either, because those favored by the gods will all die. Yifeng spoke calmly, but his eyes were serious. His actions moved the chosen one. Okay, I'll tell you. They're located underground at farm number 3 on the outskirts of the city. You just need to find the underground water channel marked with the character Y to find them. In fact, the chosen one was not moved by Yifeng's words at all, because even if he betrayed the stronghold, no one would know that it was he who told Yifeng. The purpose of sending Yifeng to find him was simple. Whether Yifeng killed the chosen one or the chosen one killed Yifeng, it would be good news for him. If Yifeng wins, he'll have some company in the underworld. If Yifeng loses, at least someone will avenge him. All right, I'll see you off. Xiaotai swung his knife. The brains separated. Yifeng squatted down and fused the bones together, without wasting any of them. Xiaotai, can you carry me back to camp more steadily? I'm a little weak, and I don't think I can run anymore. Xiaotai didn't respond. He simply held Yifeng in his arms. See, that's the advantage of having summoned creatures. Whether it's a skeleton or something else, you can use them as mounts in crucial moments. The little iron was a bit bumpy as it ran, and many of Yifeng's wounds reopened. Fortunately, they weren't far from the camp entrance. When Xiaotai appeared at the camp entrance carrying Yifeng, all the guards drew their weapons, and the ranged classes even started casting fireballs. Don't attack, we're on the same side. Yifeng shouted as loudly as he could. Hearing someone shout, the soldiers relaxed a little. I am Yifeng from the logistics department. Could you please help me find Wang Meng, the captain of the first team of the logistics department? If you can find Captain Zhang, that would also be fine. I have important intelligence to report. By the way, buddy, you'd better find me a healer. I feel like I'm about to die. Okay, you wait. I'll be right there. Border troops are all men who risk their lives. Even if they don't know each other, they still have feelings for one another. Seeing Yifeng being hacked so badly turned into a bloody mess, everyone still has some sympathy for him. When someone ran back to the camp, the others gathered around. and a kind person even took out a bottle of blood-replenishing medicine and gave it to Yifeng. Yifeng glanced at the person who had forced him to take the medicine. "Thanks, brother. My name is Yifeng. What's yours?" "My name is Dazhuang. And you, hey? You're that recruit Yifeng." See, Yifeng is really famous. Many people have never met Yifeng, but they have all heard of his name. "Yes, it's me." Yifeng nodded. With so many people here, he wasn't afraid that some divinely favored person might suddenly appear. "My God, how did you get hacked to pieces? What were you doing outside the camp, you new recruit?" "Yes, we've been here the whole time, and we haven't seen you go out." The crowd began to attack Yifeng, each offering their own opinions. Such a famous person has become a star in the border army camp. They were somewhat excited to see Yifeng. If Yifeng weren't in such a bad state, they would all want to ask him what it felt like to sit on an S-Class Awakened. "That's a high-ranking S-Class Awakened one. What are you all doing?" "Stay away from the wounded," a shout rang out. The soldiers who were besieging Yifeng disappeared without a trace, leaving only Dezhuang behind, because Yifeng had grabbed Dezhuang's wrist. "Brother, I'm saving you, but don't betray me." Dezhuang was almost in tears. Their task was to guard the camp gate, and surrounding Yifeng already constituted dereliction of duty. Going back to stand guard now won't cause any trouble, but not going back would be considered defying the rules. "What are you afraid of?" "I'm here." Yifeng certainly wouldn't repay kindness with enmity. While the medicine Dezhuang gave Yifeng might not have actually saved his life, it certainly made him feel much better. Moreover, this medicine is a valuable item. It can save lives in critical moments, and each ordinary soldier can only carry one bottle. Yifeng is grateful that Dezhuang gave the medicine to her. "Aren't you going back to your post?" "What are you shouting for?" "This is my brother Dezhuang." Yifeng was displeased. "Brother Yifeng, this is our squad leader," Dezhuang reminded Yifeng. "So what? No matter who comes, you're still my brother, Yifeng. From now on, you're with me." Yifeng was very magnanimous. "You're full of energy, kid. You don't look like you're about to die. Do you want to argue with me and make things worse?" "Yifeng, are all the people in this world so smart?" The person who tricked Yifeng was a squad leader, and Yifeng had no evidence to prove that the other party was an inside agent of the Chosen Ones. What if Deng Li has someone protecting him? So Yifeng wants to make a big fuss about this. The more people who know, the better. "Hey, you figured it out, bro. Tell me, who tricked you?" The squad leader wasn't angry. Instead, he asked Yifeng a question. "Brother, if I tell you, you won't kill me to silence me, will you? What if that person is your brother?" Yifeng didn't dare to speak directly. He actually wanted to talk to the captain directly about this. But unfortunately, Yifeng wasn't high enough in status. "Bullshit. Do you think all these people are blind and deaf? We, the brothers in the combat unit, don't play those underhanded tricks." "Oh, okay then. It's Deng Li from the logistics department, the captain of the second squad." "So it was him. Okay, I understand. Tell me about how you were ambushed." Seeing that the squad leader's expression hadn't changed, Yifeng stopped hiding anything and explained the whole story. At this moment, the healers finally arrived, along with team leader Zhang. "Do you know who did it?" After arriving, Captain Zhang didn't immediately look at Yifeng, but instead looked at the squad leader. "No. Whoever he is, grab him." "Yes." Chapter 37. Captain Zhang personally gave the order, and that order was extremely effective. Before Yifeng had even finished receiving treatment at the camp entrance, Deng Li was dragged to his feet. In fact, Deng Li knew what was happening when he was arrested, and he didn't struggle because he knew that struggling was useless. "Should you tell me yourself, or do we have to use some methods first?" Captain Zhang's tone was cold. "I said, I'm short of money, so. How long have you been working for the Chosen Ones?" 3 years. "Do you know where their stronghold is?" "Have no idea." "Take him away and begin the torture." The question was simple, and the answer was simple. However, Captain Zhang did not believe Deng Li's words, so he decided to use torture to interrogate him. Yifeng, the victim, acted like an outsider, just watching the show without anyone talking to him. "Hey, Captain Zhang, I know where the stronghold of the Chosen Ones is." "You know?" Captain Zhang looked at Yifeng in surprise. Captain Zhang was already very surprised that Yifeng was able to come back alive. Although these rats favored by the gods are disgusting, they are still quite powerful. It was already a miracle that Yifeng was able to kill 4 people. Even if Yi Feng had special talent, it couldn't make up for the fact that he had only just become an awakened. Yes, I know. Yi Feng nodded seriously. This was no laughing matter. Come with me. Captain Zhang called out to Yi Feng. Yi Feng's injuries have been treated and have basically healed. The wounds have all scabbed over, but there is still some lack of blood flow. After Captain Zhang brought Yi Feng to his office, he began to inquire in detail about the stronghold of the Chosen Ones. Yi Feng naturally told him the truth and emphasized at the end that he would accompany them when they went to destroy the stronghold of the gods' Chosen Ones. Captain Zhang agreed and informed Yi Feng that the operation would take place tomorrow. Afterwards, Yi Feng went to the first squad of the logistics department as if nothing had happened. Of course, he changed his clothes before going. The first team had no idea what was going on. While they were happily confronting Yi Feng, they even asked De Zhuang, who was following behind Yi Feng, about it. This is the person Yi Feng personally asked Captain Zhang to bring. This is Da Zhuang. He'll be our brother from now on. How's the preparation of the monster corpse going? They're piled up like a mountain, just waiting for you to get started. Let's go, let's go. Yi Feng is in a hurry. The danger Yi Feng encountered today made him feel a sense of crisis. If Yi Feng's attributes were stronger, he wouldn't have been hacked to pieces today. By the way, I found the high-grade monster bones you wanted, but the price they're asking for is a bit high. How tall? Yi Feng stopped and turned to look at Lao Gao. Old Gao is the head of the first team at the slaughterhouse. He's a pretty capable older man. They want 10 million for a skeleton. If you ask me, it's not worth that much at all. Even the skeleton of a rare-level monster is only worth about 5 million. Old Gao's self-indulgent complaints. I'll take it, as many as you have. Yi Feng's eyes were shining. Money is a B asterisk 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 D. If you lose it, you can always earn more. You only have one life. Oh, that's too expensive. If we delay them a bit, we should be able to get a discount. Old Gao was reluctant to spend the money, even though it wasn't his. It's okay. I need it today. I'm willing to pay more. Yi Feng was naturally very anxious, as they were to wipe out the stronghold of the God-Chosen Ones the next day. So urgent? Okay, I'll go contact them. Old Gao didn't try to persuade him further. After all, the money belonged to Yi Feng, and how Yi Feng spent it was his business. Old Gao left, and Yi Feng took De Zhuang to the place where the bones were removed. In front of Da Zhuang, Yi Feng devoured and fused all the bones of the demonic beasts. This time, all three attributes increased by over 100 points. The improvement wasn't significant, just average, considering the limited level of the monster. What Yi Feng was really looking forward to was the rare monster bone that Lao Gao was about to get for him. Rare monsters are already comparable to A-level awakened beings, so their level must be quite high as well. It wasn't until it was getting dark that the bones that Lao Gao had arranged for Yi Feng were finally put in place. Is it that big? Yi Feng looked at the skeleton in front of him and was completely taken aback. Because the bone is too big, judging from its appearance, it should be a big guy with a height of more than 4 meters and a body length of more than 7 meters, similar to a hippopotamus. But Yi Feng didn't know the specifics. There's only this one skeleton available right now. Because they were in a hurry to transport it, they asked for an extra 500,000 yuan. That's outrageous. How did you get this? I know a pretty strong demon hunter team. Old Gao told Yi Feng truthfully, without hiding anything from him. Yi Feng certainly knew what the demon hunters were. They were considered a weapon in the hands of the Human Federation. It's a semi-official organization, with each squad operating autonomously. Squads earn points, money, and resources by hunting monsters and taking on missions. To put it bluntly, they're mercenaries. The existence of demon hunters is essential. The border troops' role is only defense, and they rarely launch attacks. The demon hunters are active outside the border army's defense perimeter year-round. Every powerful demon they hunt down reduces the pressure on the border army's defenses. So you're a demon hunter. I'll take as many of these skeletons as you have. Thanks for your hard work, Brother Gao. As long as you don't think the price is too high. It's not expensive at all, it's great. As he spoke, Yi Feng placed his hand on the large skeleton. He could tell that the monster had only been dead for a short time, as the skeleton was still quite fresh. Devour. No matter how big the skeleton is, it only has the right to become bone fluid in Yi Feng's eyes. The massive skeleton transformed into bone fluid before everyone's eyes, eventually merging into Yi Feng's body, creating a visually striking effect. Yi Feng also made a show of it. After absorbing the bone fluid, he ran to Xiao Tai's side and dragged Xiao Tai around for a long time. "How is it?" Old Gao asked anxiously. "If I spend so much money and don't see any results, that would be a huge ripoff." "Fantastic. How could it not be great?" After consuming the skeleton, Yi Feng's attributes all doubled, and even his class grade improved. Yi Feng's profession has now become the Skeleton Commander. Awakener. Yi Feng occupation, Skeleton Commander, rank C. Level 2 physical condition, 1571 strength, 1683 plus, 64, agility, 1594 plus, 16, spirit, 22 skill, summon skeletons, can summon skeletons exceeding 10% of one's own attributes to fight, cooldown time, 12 hours, talent, bone fusion great strength, increases own strength by 4%, swiftness, increases own attack speed by 1%, bone strengthening, increases bone strength by 1% agility, increases own agility by 1%. This skeleton doesn't look any different. Old Gao was still worried about the money. He felt that he had wasted his money if he couldn't see any changes in Xiao Tai's body. "Brother, the integration will take some time. You'll see what changes happen tomorrow." Chapter 38. Yi Feng hasn't summoned the skeletons again, so how could anything have changed? We'll only be able to see what changes have occurred once Yi Feng summons new skeletons. I see. So, do we still need to buy the skeleton? Buy as much as you can, and tell me if you don't have enough money. Yi Feng said with great enthusiasm. Don't let Yi Feng's low level fool you. With these stats, no B-rank professional below level 40 would stand a chance against him. Okay, I'll contact them again. Thanks, 100,000 each today. Dazhuang, hand over the money. Dazhuang had been just an observer until Yi Feng suddenly called out to him, leaving him a little confused. No, 100,000 per person? Where's the money? Even if Dazhuang paid for it out of his own pocket, he wouldn't be able to come up with that much money. Before Dazhuang could react, a card had already been placed in his hand. There's 100 million in this card. Everyone will receive 100,000. Don't get it wrong. After saying that, Yi Feng left without looking back, completely disregarding what the people present thought. He needed to hurry back and see what his new skill was all about. Holy crap, this is amazing. Old Gao, hurry up and get more of these high-grade bones. Yes, make more. A group of people watched Yi Feng leave as if he were a god, while also urging Lao Gao to hurry up and get to work and not to slack off. If Yi Feng could be satisfied every day, wouldn't that be a daily wage of 100,000? I'd be willing to do this job for a lifetime. Yi Feng ignored the shouts and commotion. He hurriedly returned to his room, devoured Xiao Tai, and then used the summon skeleton skill. Holy crap, that's kind of cool. Yi Feng, who had just used his new skill, was a little overwhelmed by the sight of the skeleton that appeared in front of him. The skeleton's entire body was golden, and its original armor had disappeared. However, the skeleton's height had increased to 2 meters, and the bone knife in its hand was a full 1.5 meters long. Furthermore, Yi Feng could see that the skeleton's joints had been optimized to some extent, which would make the skeleton move more quickly. View properties: skeleton level 2 physique, 1721 strength, 1863 agility, 1754 spirit, 22 skill, consecutive slashes, quickly slashes the target 3 times, characteristic, swiftness, increases own attack speed by 20%. As expected, all attributes have increased by 10%. Not only does it come with a built-in skill, but even the attributes increased by its special ability have improved. Yi Feng licked his lips. I wonder when I'll be able to upgrade my professional rank next time. Yi Feng was looking forward to it. If skeletons are this strong, then are the professions above skeleton commanders even stronger? Just then, the door to the room was pushed open. What the hell? Xiao Wang, who had just entered the room, reacted instinctively and drew his knife to slash. However, before he could draw his knife, a golden bone knife, 1.5 meters long, was already placed against Xiao Wang's neck. My God, Yi Feng, is this your skeleton? Xiao Wang almost peed his pants, but when he saw Yi Feng looking at him with a wicked grin, he immediately understood what had happened. Surprised? This, If it were you, wouldn't you be surprised? Xiao Wang was no longer afraid. He lowered his body to avoid the bone knife at his neck, and then circled the skeleton while clicking his tongue incessantly. You know what? This golden color is really appealing. What's his name? We can't keep calling him Little Iron, can we? How about gold? If Xiao Wang hadn't known that the skeleton was summoned by Feng, he probably would have broken off a few bones and kept them as a keepsake. You never know, someone might mistake this for gold and buy it. Gold. Okay, that's a good name. I'll go with your suggestion. By the way, today's matter has been settled. Guess what? Xiao Wang suddenly brought up the important matter. So, Feng cooperated perfectly, not only with the right tone, but also with the perfect expression, practically screaming, "Tell me already." Deng Li has been executed. I heard it was the commander-in-chief who gave the order. Now no one in our camp dares to mess with you. They're going to execute him like that. Feng was genuinely a little surprised. While the death of one person is not a big deal, killing a squad leader is not a small matter either. Of course. That's good. It's just a pity about all that bone in his body. Feng is now very professional. The first thing he thinks of when he sees any creature is its bones. Xiao Wang shuddered. Feng's thought process was just too different from that of ordinary people. Don't scare me. I'm easily frightened. Oh, right. The captain told me to tell you that we need to meet at the camp gate first thing tomorrow morning, so you can't get up too late. Then will you wake me up tomorrow morning? Okay. The conversation ended, and Xiao Wang left. He was on duty that night, and didn't have time to spend with Feng. The next morning, Xiao Wang returned looking tired, while Feng had already gotten up. You're awake? Saves me from waking you. Hurry up and go over there. They're already gathering. I heard they're going to wipe out the chosen ones. Be careful. Little Wang, being a conscientious person, didn't forget to remind Feng. You knew all along? Feng frowned. Yes, that's right. Xiao Wang's tone was quite matter-of-fact. Feng sensed that something was wrong. Such a secret matter should never be publicized. If the other side really found out about this, they would have packed up and run away long ago. Why would they wait for you to come and wipe them out in their stronghold? Never mind, we'll just have to go and see for ourselves. Feng couldn't understand why, but now he no longer needed to care about such petty matters. With strength, any conspiracy or trickery is just a paper tiger. Just as Feng was heading to the camp entrance to gather, things weren't quiet at the Chun family residence in the city. Is the information accurate? Chun Jiang asked the person in front of him eagerly. Accurate, news from the camp. Okay. Chun Jiang clenched his fist tightly. Chun Jiang originally thought he would need some more time and some planning before he could kill Feng. Unexpectedly, Feng brought this upon himself. During the cleanup of the strongholds of those favored by the gods, anything could happen, and it's perfectly normal for some people to die. Have the chosen ones been notified? I don't know what's going on with the chosen ones. After receiving the news, they didn't leave. They were very calm, as if they weren't afraid of the border troops mopping up operation at all. Oh, what do they want to do? Chun Jiang also sensed something unusual in this. This style of behavior is not favored by the gods. Under normal circumstances, those favored by the gods would definitely run away as soon as they learn that they are about to be wiped out. The nickname, Rat in the Dark, isn't given lightly. It's dead when exposed to the light. However, this time, the chosen one did not leave after learning the news, which was unusual and must be suspicious. Chapter 39. Why should we make sacrifices? Inside a small stronghold of the God-chosen ones, a man who looked to be only in his early 20s roared furiously with a ferocious expression. Clearly, they had learned that the border troops were coming to suppress them, but for some reason, they were not allowed to evacuate. It's not a sacrifice, it's bait. As long as we can survive this, our strength will increase significantly, and I assure you, we will definitely be the victors this time. The leader of the small outpost spoke loudly and passionately. There were about 40 people in the area, and more than half of them were invigorated by what this man had said. The rest of them still looked quite unwell. This is a decision from above. Anyone who violates it will be scorned by the beast god and stripped of everything bestowed upon them. Is this what you want to see? Okay, this is the real trump card. He who eats another's food is bound to do so. Since we've received benefits from the so-called beast god, we should listen to him. Disobedience will be punished. Don't worry, we have a big shot supporting us this time. We just need to hide here and wait for the big shot to block those border troops. Then we will get huge benefits. Really, the young man who spoke was still a little incredulous, which was also because he had only recently joined the Chosen Ones, hence his rebellious attitude. Those who have been with the company for a long time would never have such thoughts. Of course it's true. Everyone get ready. The border troops will arrive soon. After saying this, the leader turned and left. The base was underground, in an abandoned underground water pipe. They had dug many tunnels through the area, creating numerous entrances and exits, making it relatively easy for them to escape. Now, this leader is going to run. He'll just fool some idiots into blocking the border troops here. He won't stay and wait to die. Even if they win in the end, few of those left here as bait will survive. Do they really think the border troops are made of clay? Meanwhile, Feng had already set off with the team. Traveling with the group is much more comfortable, with transportation provided. 500 soldiers were traveling in 50 vehicles, a rather large operation, and Feng discovered that these military vehicles were all equipped with firearms. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's currently the world of the awakened. When they go berserk, firearms can be incredibly effective. Don't say things like, a gun is faster from 7 paces away, but I'm faster within 7 paces. Within 7 steps, the gun is both accurate and fast. Even a level 30 or 40 awakened one will die if shot in the head. However, Feng felt that he wasn't too afraid of small caliber firearms, because those things couldn't break his bones. However, Feng definitely couldn't withstand the heavy machine gun on that military vehicle, unless he could somehow get himself a suit of bone armor to wear. Dazhuang, do you know how to use these guns? Dazhuang is currently Feng's top henchman and someone Feng wants to groom, so he stays by Feng's side. Of course, but there's just not much of a chance. Dazhuang licked his lips. Men, well, they have no resistance to guns. Okay, you'll use the machine gun on this vehicle later, don't rush forward. Feng's conversation completely disregarded the other 8 people in the car, as if they didn't exist. You're criticizing others? You should also behave yourself. Captain Zhang looked at Feng with some displeasure. However, when Captain Zhang's gaze fell upon the skeletal remains, the admiration in his eyes was impossible to hide. Overnight, Feng's skeleton underwent another dramatic transformation. It looks similar to some skeletons summoned by the Skeleton King, but it is very different in essence, because this golden skeleton looks more robust than those ordinary skeletons. Captain Zhang, I can choose not to go, but my gold must go. They attacked me yesterday, so I must attack them today. Feng did not insist, but he did emphasize his own wishes. Team leader Zhang frowned. This, if he damages it, wouldn't all the training have been for nothing? This team's concerns are valid. After all, in their view, Feng's skeletons require long-term nurturing, and if they're destroyed now. Anyway, it didn't cost much. We can just start over. Feng spoke casually, not caring at all. Okay. Captain Zhang agreed. Feng was right. They could just train him again. As long as Feng could prove his worth, they could get as many high-level skeletons as they wanted, if not countless. Feng grinned, quite satisfied. The others in the car didn't dare to speak and just listened silently. After the vehicle arrived at its destination, Feng got out with Jinzi and followed Captain Zhang, while Dazhuang climbed onto the roof and began fiddling with the heavy machine gun on it. Thanks to Feng's recommendation, Dazhuang got his wish. 50 military vehicles surrounded an area completely, so that no matter where those favored by the gods came from, they would be met with a barrage of bullets. The bullet from a heavy machine gun. Line up, 18 men per group, offensive stance. First use firearms to engage. Check your watch, 9:21. 9:25, move out on time. Team leader Zhang is decisive and efficient in his work. The border soldiers are well organized under his command, which even Feng finds a bit enviable. For minutes passed quickly, and all the soldiers began to move. The border troops had basically figured out all the entrances and exits of this place. Do you really think the border troops did nothing all day yesterday? The border troops are also very capable in terms of intelligence. Captain Zhang, what about me? Feng hadn't been assigned to a group. He was still with Captain Zhang. Your skeleton is free to move around, but don't get in the way of other squads. I won't be responsible if it gets accidentally injured. Okay. Feng agreed readily. What's this talk of accidental injury? Yifeng has complete confidence in Jinzi's defensive capabilities. With just his skeletal frame, ordinary bullets can't even scratch him. Then, Jinzi rushed towards the nearest entrance. Jinzi's sudden burst of speed caught Captain Zhang's attention. Captain Zhang's evaluation of Yifeng was already very high, but now it seems that it was still a bit low. Because this skeleton's growth rate is truly astonishing. It's only been a few days. Jinzi's current speed is already comparable to that of a level 30 awakened athlete in the A-rank speed category, such as an A-rank assassin. How long does it take to train an awakened to level 30? Generally speaking, students who graduate from the Awakened University are only around level 20 to 30. If Yifeng were given 4 years, what kind of person would he be able to train this skeleton into? Could he become the next guardian deity of the Huaxia Federation? Chapter 40. Regardless of how shocked Captain Zhang was, Yifeng was serious about the matter of stabbing someone. That is to say, it would indeed be quite dangerous, which is why Yifeng did not go along. Otherwise, Yifeng would definitely have taken all the bones from the bodies of these chosen ones. Brothers in front, make way, let my skeleton scout ahead for you. Yifeng shouted, having already dismissed Captain Zhang's earlier warning. When Yifeng is focused and intentionally wants to control the skeleton, he can see what the skeleton sees, although the image is a bit blurry, but it's not a big problem. According to Yifeng's prediction, once he finds a way to improve his mental strength, the picture will become clear. For now, a blurry image is sufficient. Upon hearing Yifeng's shout, the soldiers in the passage made way for Jinzi. Jinzi ran as fast as she could, diving into every intersection she saw. Unfortunately, there were no chosen ones hiding near the entrances and exits. The idea that the most dangerous place is the safest place is nonsense. If you really try to hide near an entrance or exit, you'll be beaten to a pulp. However, as they went deeper, gunshots began to be heard. Yifeng got a little anxious after hearing the gunshot. He couldn't just not find the person. Then, Yifeng manipulated the gold to increase its speed. Heaven rewards those who persevere. Gold has encountered divine favor, and not just one, but 2 at once. What the hell is this thing? What would it feel like if a golden skull suddenly appeared in front of you in a dark underground passage? Anyway, exclaiming, "Holy crap," is definitely a valid reaction. Then comes the instinctive attack. When faced with something unfriendly, humans will definitely try to keep it away from themselves immediately. Unfortunately, they encountered gold, a skeleton that felt no pain, was unafraid of bleeding, and had an extremely hard skeleton. In the confined space, hand-to-hand combat became the main theme. After a brief clash of cold weapons, 2 more corpses, their heads separated from their bodies, appeared in the passage. In contrast, the gold remained completely unharmed. Well, he didn't have hair to begin with. Without a second thought, Jinzi abandoned the 2 corpses and embarked on his journey once more. Whether it was because Jinzi was too lucky or because he charged too aggressively, Jinzi encountered 10 God-favored ones in the second wave. And these guys were in a relatively well-lit place. What are they surrounding? Yifeng could see a blurry image, but he could make out that there was an irregularly shaped object in the center of these guys. Damn it, what is this? Summon creatures, skeletons, and fire-type ability users? Burn them. There are some talented people among this group of 10. They reacted immediately. Skeletons aren't afraid of knives or swords, but they do seem to be a bit afraid of fire. When the temperature of a flame is high enough, it can burn bones to ash. The crematorium has a lot to say about this. However, these guys were not facing ordinary skeletons at all. A wall of fire blocked Jinzi's path. Among the chosen ones, the one with the ability to control fire was quite capable. The fire wall was very strong, and the temperature was naturally not low. Furthermore, this flame has the properties of a dirty fire. Once touched, it's like a maggot in the bone, and it won't go out for a short time. This is Jinzi's personal experience of rushing into the sea of fire. However, the burning gold seemed even more ferocious. When he emerged from the sea of fire, a skeleton engulfed in flames was born. Isn't this just adding fire attributes to gold for no reason? These idiots. Yifeng laughed. Given the strength of gold's structure, this flame cannot burn it at all. There's no need to worry. On the contrary, Jinzi rushed into the crowd and caused chaos among them, breaking their defensive formation as soon as Jinzi charged in. Their reactions were rather bizarre. Some ran away, some resisted, and some knelt down to pray. As it turns out, running away when you can't win is a wise saying. Those who didn't run away all got taken care of by Jinzi himself. With that power and speed, not one of the 10 chosen ones could defeat him. In the end, 3 escaped and 7 died. This time, Jinzi didn't continue the chase because the situation wasn't quite right. Yifeng's control over Jinzi was limited to a little over 2 kilometers, and those who had run away must have already gone beyond that distance. Fortunately, Yifeng controlled the gold to reach the thing that the 10 guys were surrounding. Bones. Yifeng's eyes lit up. The thing surrounded by these favored beings turned out to be a bone from some unknown creature. The bone is quite large, about half a meter long and about 30 centimeters in diameter, and looks like a leg bone. The bones that these guys worship must be good stuff. The next moment, Jinzi didn't care whose bone it was, and carried it back home. You know what? It's only because gold has a lot of strength that it's impossible to lift this bone. The return journey was a bit of a headache for Yifeng, mainly because he encountered soldiers following behind Jinzi. The soldiers were terrified when they saw the giant, moving leg bone. They were so engrossed in their guns that sparks flew from their knuckles, and the gunfire was deafening. However, when Gold revealed his golden skull from behind this bone, someone immediately shouted, "Wait, cease fire. It's Yifeng's skeleton, don't shoot." Fortunately, these guys recognized him. Otherwise, who knows what kind of attack they might have launched. After they ceased fire, Jinzi successfully carried the bone back to the ground. Holy crap! The bones of the beast god. Captain Zhang couldn't help but exclaim when he saw what Jinzi was holding. Yifeng was even happier upon hearing this. Beast god. Is it the thing that those favored by the gods worship? If this bone were to be absorbed and fused. Jinzi quickly ran to Yifeng. Without hesitation, Yifeng placed his hand directly on the bone. We dared not hesitate. What if Captain Zhang demanded the bone? The bones of the beast god sound quite prestigious, so it's perfectly reasonable for someone to take them back for research. Yifeng wouldn't give Captain Zhang a chance to snatch the spoils, so he directly turned the bone into bone fluid. This proves once again that any bone will only meet one fate when it encounters Yifeng. Even the bones of the beast god receive no special treatment. In the blink of an eye, the enormous bone turned into bone fluid and merged into Yifeng's body. Yifeng's eyes widened. This was a huge windfall. Those favored by the gods receive their rewards through the bones of the beast god. To put it simply, the bones of the beast god can convert energy, transforming some people into absorbable energy, which is then absorbed by those favored by the god, thereby rapidly enhancing their strength. This is no different from cannibalism. It is precisely because of this function that the bone naturally contains very high energy. Chapter 41. Now, all this energy has become nourishment for Yifeng, increasing his attributes by thousands of points, including his mental attribute by 10 points. This was Yifeng's first time gaining spirit attribute points. Yifeng wasn't sure about the specific principles, but he just happily accepted the money as it was given to him. More importantly, by devouring and fusing the bones of the beast god, Yifeng actually gained experience, and quite a lot of it at once. Yifeng's level increased from level 2 to level 5, and he awakened his first skill. Flash. Hey kid, what are you grinning about? Captain Zhang was heartbroken. The beast god bone was a valuable item with high research value. But the bones had already been devoured and fused by Yifeng, so Captain Zhang couldn't say anything. However, Captain Zhang felt that Yifeng's condition seemed a bit off. I'm fine, I'm all good. Yifeng had recovered a bit and was very satisfied with his newly acquired skills, but he was a little disappointed that he hadn't been promoted. Yifeng's attributes have changed drastically once again. Awakener. Yifeng occupation. Skeleton commander level. 5 constitution. 2571 strength. 2683 plus. 104. Agility. 2594 plus. 25. Spirit. 32 skill. Summon skeletons. Summon skeletons with the same attributes as the user to fight. Cooldown time. 12 hours. Summon creatures can learn the skill, which can unleash a 3-meter-long sword aura with a power equal to 1.2 times the strength value. Cooldown time. 5 seconds. Talent. Bone fusion great strength. Increases own strength by 4%. Swiftness. Increases own attack speed by 1%. Bone strengthening. Increases bone strength by 1% agility. Increases own agility by 1%. Fearless. Invincibility value +1. Captain Zhang, what's your profession? What are your stats? Yifeng suddenly looked at Captain Zhang. This captain is considered a strong man even among the border troops. By comparing his attributes, Yifeng can understand his exact position. A-level melee fighter, 5,000 strength attribute. You want to practice with him? Captain Zhang struck a pose as if he was about to make a move. While I can still beat up Yifeng, it seems like it would be good to beat him up a few times. Given Yifeng's growth rate, it probably won't be long before he can handle things on his own. After all, Yifeng's method of increasing his strength was a bit too cheating. Huh? Such high stats? Then it's alright. Even if Yifeng's summoned skeletons can increase their attributes by 10%, it still won't reach 3,000, which is quite a bit less than 5,000. Besides, Captain Zhang must have mastered several skills, while Yifeng's skeletons currently only have one skill. Gold. Keep going, see if you can find any more of these bones. Yifeng gave the order, but of course, he was saying it to others. There was no need to go through all that trouble to order Jinzi to do things. Yifeng's mental strength has increased by 10 points, and Jinzi's activity range has increased by 1 kilometer, allowing her to explore more places. If we find another bone of the beast god, we'll hit the jackpot. Captain Zhang didn't stop Jinzi. This guy had even managed to get the bones of the beast god, which was already the most valuable resource in this god-chosen stronghold. It was certain that no one in this place could harm Yifeng's skeleton, so Captain Zhang went with Yifeng. As long as Yifeng doesn't go there himself, it's fine. But if Yifeng dies, then it's all over. Not long after Jinzi went back into the tunnel, the unexpected happened. A fireball approached from a distance and struck a military vehicle at great speed. The vehicle was overturned, and the explosion of the fireball completely destroyed the vehicle, turning it into a giant fireball. Damn it! Yifeng was startled by the sudden attack. After all, the commotion was quite loud, and the explosion happened not far from him. Yifeng could feel the heat wave hitting his face. Enemy attack. Captain Zhang was not flustered, but shocked. Clearly, Captain Zhang was already on guard. It's quite unusual that a stronghold of the Chosen Ones was wiped out so easily. Captain Zhang, how have you been? A clear female voice rang out, and then a woman wearing a red hood and a red mask flew down from the sky. That's right, it flies. Hong Wan. Captain Zhang clearly knew this woman. He narrowed his eyes slightly. I'm glad Captain Zhang remembers me, but I'm not here to reminisce with you today. However, I should give Captain Zhang some face. You can take half of the men and leave. How about that? Yifeng couldn't see Hong Wan's appearance or figure clearly, but judging from her voice, she was a relatively young woman. However, the things she said sounded a bit arrogant. How many people have come? Captain Zhang asked, without responding to Hong Wan's question. That's no need for Captain Zhang to worry about. Anyway, it's enough to keep you all here. Then let's give it a try. Yifeng, go into the underground passage and don't come out. Captain Zhang instructed Yifeng, then jumped high into the air, showing no mercy to the lady, and swung the large knife he took out of his spatial backpack at Hong Wan's head. Dazhuang, run. Yifeng was a responsible older brother. He called out to Dazhuang before running away himself. They're here. Dazhuang didn't even bother playing with his machine gun anymore. He jumped out of the car and ran, and the people in the other cars did the same. In this situation, staying inside the underground passage is the right thing to do. Jinzi was already waiting for Yifeng inside the passage. After Yifeng and Dazhuang entered the passage, they blocked the entrance. The people following Yifeng and Dazhuang entered the passage one by one. When no one else came in, Yifeng said, "Brothers, run inside. I'll keep watch here for a while." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the 7 or 8 people who had entered the passage were all stunned for a moment. Shouldn't they be at the forefront in this situation? It's obvious to everyone that the border troops intend to cultivate Yifeng. Knowing they're in an ambush, they should definitely protect Yifeng. But how come the situation is reversed now? Yifeng, you go inside. We'll hold them off here. Yes, you can go in. Upon hearing this, Yifeng immediately retorted, "We're all just trying to earn a living. Why risk our lives? Hurry up and go inside. My skeleton can hold out a little longer." A feeling of gratitude arose in the hearts of these soldiers. They felt bad that Feng, a newcomer to the border army, was being put in charge. But Feng actually said such a thing. How could they not be moved? Stop dawdling. Hurry up. Feng urged. Come with us. There are skeletons here. We don't need you, do we? The people still didn't move. Dazhuang, take them in and set up a defensive line. If I can't hold them off any longer, I'll come over right away. Hurry up. Good. Dazhuang is an obedient person. Since he's already following Feng, he'll do whatever Feng says. Chapter 42. With Dazhuang's pushing and pulling, the group finally disappeared from Feng's sight. If you don't leave, how am I supposed to devour the skeletons? Feng muttered after everyone had left. Then, Feng came to Jinzi's side. Although Jinzi was already quite strong, it was still not enough. Devour. Through absorption and fusion, Feng's attributes and talents are enhanced. However, Feng did not check. After fusing the gold, Feng immediately used the summon skeleton skill. A brand new gold item has arrived, a powerful skeleton with 3 attributes approaching 3,000 points. Furthermore, the new gold has 2 traits, strength and agility, both of which increase by 20%. This greatly enhanced the gold's strength and agility attributes, causing the values to soar to over 3,000 points. Very strong. Blocking this entrance should not be a problem. After saying that, Feng turned and ran. The soldier was right. He could have just left the gold here. There was no need for him to stay and risk his life. However, Feng didn't run too far. He had just put on a show of righteous indignation, and if he caught up with him in such a short time, his image would be ruined. Not long after Feng left, sure enough, someone came down into the tunnel from outside. Through Jinzi's vision, Feng could confirm that those who entered were not his own people. So, he made the cut. Jinzi lunged forward, and while still some distance from his opponent, he swung his bone knife. A golden slashing sword aura shot out from the bone knife, about 1 meter long, resembling a golden crescent moon, which was very beautiful. However, this sword aura is not only beautiful to look at, but also extremely powerful. The power of the slashing sword energy is 1.2 times that of the strength attribute. After the increase of 20%, the power of this slash has reached the strength of 4,000. The person who caught up could never have imagined that he would encounter such a thing right after jumping down. He was already prepared to face the border troops' firearms attack, and his shield was already raised. But instead of the clanging sound, a sound of tearing paper came out. So the question is, who is the paper? Well, it was the shield in his hand that was as fragile as a piece of paper, easily cleaved in two by the gold strike. Even a shield known for its defensive power was cleaved in two. How can the human body withstand the slash of gold? So, this person was lucky. He lost consciousness without feeling any pain, and his body was split vertically in two. Fortunately, the attack range of the slashing sword energy is only 3 meters, otherwise it would probably have cut into the underground passage. Who knows how sturdy the passageway is? If it were to collapse, things would get really messy. What's that sound? There was definitely more than one person chasing after them. Just as Jinzi killed the first guy who came down, a voice of doubt came from above. Answer. Get down now, don't dawdle. Clearly, there is more than one person above. Then, groups of 2 or 3 people jumped down from above, none of them daring to jump alone. These people were greeted by a golden skull. What the hell is this thing? Kill him. Before these guys even had a chance to make a move, Jinzi had already struck first. In this rather crowded passage, Jinzi was an unstoppable force, incapable of feeling pain, fearless of injury, and unafraid of death. He was fast and strong, and almost every strike he made could take a life. Once the cooldown of the slash was over, even the superhuman who was hiding at the back to unleash the skill was not spared. A slash of sword energy sent the 3 of them to their deaths. In less than 10 seconds, the chaotic passage returned to calm. That's it. Feng was a bit arrogant. Feng thought these chosen ones would put on quite a show, but they couldn't even last 10 seconds. What a waste. Just as Feng was contemplating whether to devour and fuse all the bones from those dead bodies, Jinzi's body was suddenly repelled. Another assassin. Feng felt a chill in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't rush over rashly, otherwise he would have been ambushed by the assassin. Most assassins are skilled at stealth, and because Yi Feng's mental strength was not strong enough, it was difficult for him to detect these hidden individuals. However, assassins are only good at hiding. Their bodies don't truly cease to exist. Even when they are hidden, they still need a certain amount of space to do anything. The gold blocked most of the passage, making it impossible for the assassin to bypass it. Therefore, the assassin had no choice but to take action against the gold. As it turned out, this assassin was indeed the most capable among them. Even with the power of gold, he couldn't withstand the opponent's power and was forced to retreat several steps. But that was all he could do. What kind of skeleton is this? It's so hard. Sure enough, the decision to kill you was the right one. The assassin muttered to himself before using his stealth ability again. After regaining his balance, Jinzi stomped hard on a small puddle beside him. It goes without saying what kind of water is here. Of course, Jinzi wasn't trying to disgust the other party. The water splashed everywhere because of Jinzi's strong stomping. The assassin's clothes were splattered with water, which not only emitted a foul odor, but also greatly hampered his ability to conceal himself. Jinzi was very good at seizing opportunities to attack. As soon as he discovered the assassin's location, he launched his attack. A very simple chop. Although Jinzi was already very fast, and his knife swings were quick and accurate, the assassin's abilities were indeed very strong. Before the bone knife could strike him, Jinzi quickly retreated and dodged. Furthermore, as the bone knife cleaved into the ground, the assassin swung his blade at Jinzi's neck. The bones in the neck may not be the most fragile bones in the body, but they are certainly among the most fragile. And once the skull is cut off, the skull is essentially finished. But can gold really make this person's wish come true? Although Jinzi wasn't afraid of being slashed in the neck, she couldn't let the other party's behavior go unchecked. Therefore, Jinzi had no intention of sheathing his sword and charged forward while maintaining his slashing posture. This time, Jinzi used her skeletal frame as a weapon, exerting all her strength. Don't ask. The answer is simply to kill you. Gold is made entirely of bones and is resistant to impacts. But can humans do the same? Humans are made of flesh and blood, and an assassin wouldn't dare to go head-to-head with gold. Even if he were a melee class, let alone an assassin, he wouldn't be foolish enough to fight a skeleton head-on. Isn't this like colliding a piece of porcelain with a broken stone? However, this is something you can't simply avoid just because you're unwilling to accept it. The assassin stomped his feet hard on the ground, and his body floated backward as if weightless. But Jinzi wasn't one to be trifled with. The passage was only so long, and there was practically no room for the assassin to hide behind him. So, bang! Chapter 43. They collided. An assassin with nowhere to hide is like a boxer forced to the edge of the octagon, forced into a defensive stance to face a barrage of attacks. However, he overestimated his strength because he couldn't even block one attack. His arm, which he had been using to shield himself, hung limply at his sides, its bones shattered from the impact, making it impossible for him to lift it. Even the dagger he was holding fell to the ground. At that moment, the assassin wasn't thinking about how to retaliate. He was thinking about running away as fast as he could. This skeleton is too aggressive. I can't mess with it. The assassin tried to run, but Jinzi wouldn't allow it. She swung her bone knife upwards towards the assassin's groin. The assassin leaped forward, trying to break free of the tunnel, but the blow was fatal. His two legs were unharmed, but his third leg was the unfortunate one. With Jinzi's knife, not only were his teeth gone, but even the stick was left. His stomach was cut open, and his buttocks were completely split in two. Oh! A piercing scream rang out, a scream so loud it seemed to tear the throat out. With the added benefit of this passage, not only could Yi Feng inside the tunnel hear it clearly, but those outside could also hear it perfectly well. At the entrance to the tunnel, everyone who heard the scream froze. Even Hong Luan, who was fighting Captain Zhang, retreated far away and distanced herself from him. Those high-level superhumans are just strong. If they can't beat someone, they just fly far away. Although Captain Zhang can jump quite high, he is certainly not as agile as those who fly in the sky. Moreover, Captain Zhang will not stray too far from this area to avoid falling into their trap of luring him away from the mountain. What happened? Hong Luan asked. The Chosen Ones had also planned this operation. They already knew pretty much everything about Feng. In the eyes of the Chosen Ones, Feng was not some walking billionaire at all. Feng was a guy who could pose a serious threat to them. Therefore, the actions of the God-Chosen Ones were mainly aimed at Feng, and they wanted to nip Feng in the bud. I don't know. Our people seem to be. It seems they're not going down anymore. The Chosen Ones at the entrance have called down several times, but there's been no response. The assassin, whose crotch had been chopped off, had already fallen to the ground. Could Jinzi possibly be polite to this guy? It had already been chopped to pieces, like flesh cut by flesh. Get down, Hong Luan ordered coldly. Hong Luan is the leader of this operation, and all those favored by the gods must obey Hong Luan's orders. If they disobey orders, the consequences will be severe. But before these people could enter the passage, a golden skull appeared on its own. Without a doubt, this is gold. Upon seeing this, Captain Zhang immediately tried to run back. In Captain Zhang's view, something must have happened to Feng. Since Jinzi has already come out, Feng will definitely come out soon as well. In this open space, without Captain Zhang's protection, Feng would soon be buried by the sea of people favored by the gods. However, Hongwan wouldn't allow Captain Zhang to leave at all, and a 10-meter-wide wall of fire blocked Captain Zhang's way back. Hongwan, do you really not want to live anymore? Captain Zhang turned around and glared at Hongwan. Captain Zhang dared not directly confront the fire-based abilities used by Hongwan. To put it bluntly, Captain Zhang is a martial artist, while Hongwan is a magician. No matter how strong a martial artist's defense is, he can't take a bath in the magic of a magician of the same level, right? Stay and keep them company. Let the children handle their own affairs. Isn't that better? When Hongwan spoke to Captain Zhang, she was full of charm, and there was not a trace of indifference in her voice. Team leader Zhang gritted his teeth. He hadn't expected the Chosen Ones to go this far. Hongwan brought at least 200 or 300 people with her. Although Captain Zhang led a team of 500 men, these were all ordinary soldiers. They could only suppress these Chosen Ones with firearms. In a real fight, the soldiers would definitely not be a match for these Chosen Ones. Captain Zhang could tell that these people were at least level 30. I'll go with you, but you should let me see your face, right? What if you're ugly? Wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? Captain Zhang knew that Hongwan wouldn't let him leave, so he could only provoke her with his anger. Those favored by the gods cannot be seen in the light. Would Hongwan dare to let Captain Zhang see her face? I wouldn't dare. Today, Captain Zhang learned about Hongwan's appearance, and this afternoon he will be able to find out the details about Hongwan's entire family. Joining the gods' favored ones isn't exactly a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of your family, but the wipe out your entire family package will definitely be prepared for you. Don't say things like your family is innocent. Your son has always been worthless, but suddenly one day his strength increased rapidly, not just once or twice. How could you not notice at all? Since you noticed that it wasn't reported, let me ask you if this is considered covering it up. While some of the families of those favored by the gods may indeed be innocent, who has the leisure to investigate them carefully in this day and age? Besides, your son was killed here. How could you not feel hatred? Who can guarantee that you won't do something harmful to society? Therefore, the all family members die package is very necessary. Even such a strong measure failed to deter those who wanted to join the Chosen Ones. If the measures were not strong enough, even more people would join. Even in times of peace, there are plenty of selfish people. In this apocalyptic world, there will be even more people who will stop at nothing to increase their power. Just as Hongwan was wondering how to respond to Captain Zhang, Jinzi crawled out of the passage. The first thing I did after climbing out was to stab the nearest guy. There was nothing they could do. It was because this guy had slashed Jinzi's head several times when Jinzi crawled out. Gold can withstand this guy's knife, but this guy can't withstand Gold's bone knife. One stroke, and he was beheaded. The wide-open eyes showed that the man died with his eyes open in disbelief. His fearful gaze was his last message to the world. Kill him. A riot broke out. There were already more than 30 people crowded at the entrance of the passage. They certainly couldn't be intimidated by the gold itself. But when Jinzi rushed into the crowd and hacked wildly, and more corpses appeared on the ground, Hongwan could no longer sit still. Get out of the way. Hongwan gave a warning, and then a fireball hurtled toward Jinzi at an extremely fast speed. The Red Phoenix's abilities are indeed very strong. The fireballs are not only powerful but also extremely fast, almost as fast as a pistol bullet. Collision, explosion. Jinzi was completely unprepared for Hongwan's attack. Otherwise, given Jinzi's speed, she should have been able to dodge it. The truth is, Jinzi couldn't escape. His whole body caught fire. This scene is very familiar to Jinzi. Isn't this giving him a buff? Therefore, those favored by the gods who are surrounded by gold are in an even worse situation. Chapter 44. A burning skeleton is terrifying, but Jinzi's bones are like gold that isn't afraid of fire. At least they won't be burned to ashes. At most, only the outer layer of bones will melt and release some bone fluid. But these chosen ones are different. The flames on Jinzi's body come from Hongwan, an A-level ability user of level 40-something. Anyone who touches her will die or be burned alive. Hongwan hadn't expected this to happen. It was truly beyond her expectations. Normal living beings, with flesh and blood, will either try to extinguish the fire or be burned and roll around on the spot waiting for death if they are burned. Even other undead summons aren't this monstrous. It's the bane of firebones. Once burned, it either extinguishes itself in a short time or waits to turn into ashes. How can it fight while covered in flames? Those favored by the gods were killed and cried out in despair, but there were always those self-righteous fools. As the battle progressed, Jinzi drifted further and further away from the entrance to the underground passage. Eventually, someone circled around to the entrance, preparing to kill Yi Feng. Yi Feng is the owner of the skeleton. As long as the owner is killed, the skeleton will naturally die as well. However, when he jumped down, he was met with a flying knife. "You really think I'm made of clay?" Yi Feng grinned, revealing 4 white teeth. Through Jinzi's perspective, Yi Feng has already seen this guy's sneaky behavior. If you dare to jump down, Yi Feng will dare to throw a knife. With Yi Feng's current strength, no matter how big the knife is, he can take someone down with a single blow. Yu, the chosen one, pinned to the wall by a knife, pointed at Yi Feng, muttering you repeatedly, but then stopped. I guess he himself hadn't figured out what to say. They're pretty resilient. Yi Feng muttered as he stepped forward and then grabbed the chin of the chosen one. Why do you have to be a dog for some beasts when you could do anything else? After saying that, Yi Feng used force and actually crushed the man's jaw. The power of 3,000 points is just that domineering and unreasonable. Those who were already unable to speak now had even less of a chance to speak. To be honest, Yi Feng was quite cruel. While the chosen one was still alive, he devoured and fused with the person's bones. When Yi Feng released his grip on the chin of the chosen one hung on the broadsword like a lump of mud, just like a crumpled, loose bed sheet on a clothes rack. There are no bones left. That's normal. Even so, the man still didn't die. His vitality was truly remarkable, but he could only survive for a short while longer. Yi Feng ignored him, drew his sword, and retreated. There was more than one clever person. Another one had sneaked over. Without any hesitation, the person jumped down as soon as they reached the entrance. Actually, he was scared. He was terrified of being killed by gold. In his view, as long as he jumped into this entrance, he could at least survive. Whether or not he wanted to kill Yi Feng was secondary. However, as he jumped down, he felt his feet were a little soft. Just as he looked down and felt that the thing under his feet looked familiar, a large knife flew over. It's the same old story, just a different guise. The broadsword pierced through the man's body, and he was nailed to the pillar of shame, or rather, the wall. That guy who wasn't dead, yet finally breathed his last, trampled to death by his own companion. However, he should be considered relieved, since living without bones is really unpleasant, and every second he can avoid experiencing it is a second less. Yi Feng stepped forward to collect the spoils. This time it was even faster than before. Sometimes experience really matters, and the saying, "practice makes perfect," is absolutely true. After Yi Feng killed the second chosen one as instructed, the underground passage quieted down because no one continued to jump in. It's not that these are the only 2 smart people, but rather that most of the others are already dead. Jinzi's speed in slashing people is only faster than Yi Feng's, not slower. Just as Yi Feng and his men were engaged in a fierce battle, several figures rushed out from the border army camp. Upon closer inspection, It turned out that it was Zhang Gang, the chief commander, leading the team, followed by several other battalion commanders from the camp. Zhang Gang received news that Captain Zhang had been ambushed. Captain Zhang was Zhang Gang's son. No matter how strict Zhang Gang is with Captain Zhang normally, when Captain Zhang is in danger, Zhang Gang, as a father figure, is absolutely qualified. However, this played right into the hands of the Chosen Ones. When Zhang Gang led his team halfway there, more than 10 Chosen Ones suddenly appeared. The weakest of these Chosen Ones is comparable to Hong Wan, and the strongest can even go toe-to-toe with Zhang Gang. The two sides met, and, without exchanging a single word, immediately began fighting. The battle was incredibly fierce, as the destructive power of high-level awakened beings is immense, especially for someone like Zhang Gang who had already reached level 60, a true Superman. Originally, there shouldn't have been any problems with the border troops. They were all seasoned veterans, and their combat strength was stronger than that of the Chosen Ones. Unfortunately, a traitor appeared in Zhang Gang's life. The captain of the logistics department took advantage of Zhang Gang's inattention and launched a sneak attack, injecting a liquid into Zhang Gang's body. Why? Zhang Gang glared at the logistics department captain. People die for money. This logistics department captain was quite a scoundrel, and then he even attacked several other captains. The scales of victory tipped in an instant. No matter how much these important figures in the border army cursed, they couldn't change the fact that within minutes, the entire border army was wiped out. However, Captain Zhang Gang is still alive. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Even if Zhang Gang has been ambushed, no one would be so foolish as to cause him trouble at this point. Zhang Gang was furious. He narrowed his eyes and then did something that none of them expected. Zhang Gang felt his head was spinning and he was about to faint, which he couldn't allow. So he cut himself and scraped off a piece of flesh from his thigh, using the pain to stimulate his nerves. Those favored by the gods were dumbfounded. They never expected Zhang Gang to be so ruthless towards them. Zhang Gang, I admire you, said the level 60-something awakener in the divine chosen camp, his voice somewhat hoarse. Zhang Gang didn't look at the man. He was staring at the logistics department captain. You deserve to die. The next moment, Zhang Gang moved. Today, Zhang Gang may die, but he will certainly die after this logistics department captain. Traitors are far more despicable than enemies. Help me. The logistics department captain was panicked. He didn't want to die. Zhang Gang, I am your opponent. The logistics commander of the border army has already been implicated, and the Chosen Ones will not let him die so easily. Chapter 45. At this moment, Zhang Gang could not unleash even half of his full strength, so he was naturally no match for this God-favored person of equal strength. However, the logistics department captain was not having an easy time either. The aftershocks of Zhang Gang's attack hit him enough to cause him serious injury and cause him to vomit blood. Just when the Chosen One was about to get rid of Zhang Gang, things took another turn. Several rockets came from a distance. Most of the border troops have arrived. Hundreds of military vehicles in a grand procession. There were definitely more than just Zhang Gang and his group going to provide support. They were just the ones who went ahead of time. Retreat. The leader of the Chosen Ones was decisive. Their individual strength was indeed very strong, but they still couldn't withstand the large-scale border army. You've left, but what about me? The logistics department captain was dumbfounded. What happened to killing Zhang Gang? Now that Zhang Gang is still alive, what will he do? Don't worry. He will fall into a coma soon and will likely never wake up again. You are not a traitor, but a hero. The new captain will treat you well. After saying this, the Chosen Ones began to flee. Upon hearing this, the logistics battalion commander glanced at Zhang Gang, who had been thrown off by the blast wave of the rocket explosion and was indeed lying on the ground, not moving. Seeing this, the logistics department captain hardened his heart and slapped his forehead. Then, he also fell unconscious. In such a brutal battlefield, it's impossible that a strong person like the commander-in-chief is unconscious while he, the battalion commander, is still awake. Fortunately, Zhang Gang was quite ruthless towards the logistics department captain, causing him serious injuries. When the logistics battalion commander regained consciousness, the first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was a beautiful military doctor, not a cold iron cage. At this moment, the captain knew that everything was in the bag. Where is the captain? Captain Lee, Don't move around. Your injury is serious. Don't worry, the commander-in-chief is fine. The military doctor rushed over to comfort Li Hong after hearing his shout. What do you mean nothing's wrong? Tell me the truth. Li Hong was very anxious. If Zhang Gang was all right, that would be a real problem. Well, the captain's injuries aren't serious. He's still unconscious. I heard he was injected with a nerve agent, and it's unclear when he'll wake up. What about the others? How are they? Li Hong was very excited, his hands trembling as he gripped the military doctor. The one favored by the gods had indeed not deceived him. The other battalion commanders, The medic's eyes reddened as he spoke, tears welling up in them. The other battalion commanders suffered even worse fates than the last. None of them survived. Captain Li, don't worry about these things for now. What you need right now is rest. After a few more treatments, your injuries will heal. Li Hong was completely relieved. Although the military doctor hadn't explicitly stated it, the basic situation was already quite clear. Apart from Li Hong, no one else survived. What's the situation at the camp now? Captain Zhang is temporarily in charge of the overall situation, but I heard that a temporary captain will be arriving soon. Captain Zhang is back? Li Hong frowned. His beautiful mood suddenly turned sour. Yes, that's right. Okay, I understand. You can go ahead and do your work. I want to be alone. Okay, then Captain Li, you should get some rest. After saying that, the military doctor left. Li Hong's expression was uncertain. The fact that Captain Zhang was still alive was painful for him. Because if it weren't for Captain Zhang, Li Hong would be the 1st Battalion commander. After all, he has considerable strength and is a veteran of the border army. Now look what's happened. He's still being outmaneuvered by Captain Zhang. However, according to the Chosen One, the newly arrived acting captain should be one of his own, and Li Hong's power will definitely increase significantly. Holy crap, something this big happened. Yi Feng exclaimed as he sipped his sweet soda in the slaughterhouse of the 1st squad in the logistics department. Yi Feng had never met Zhang Gang, but because of Zhang Gang's presence, Yi Feng received a lot of care and had a good impression of him. But it's unrealistic to say that Yi Feng was saddened to hear that Zhang Gang had fallen into a coma. If it were Captain Zhang who had been beaten into a coma, Yi Feng might have been a little sad. Yes, things are probably going to change here. I wonder who the new captain will be. Old Zhou looked quite worried. The quality of the team leader directly affects their welfare and treatment. Who cares who they are? Let's just do our job. Yi Feng couldn't be bothered with these trivial matters. As long as it didn't affect his interests, he didn't care what happened. I'll leave the monster's corpse there for now. I need to go back and get some sleep. It's been a truly terrifying day. Yi Feng is a special case, at least for now. So nobody bothers him. He can do whatever he wants. When Yi Feng returned to her dorm room, Xiao Wang wasn't there. The cooldown is over. Yi Feng certainly wasn't back to sleep. He just needed a secluded spot. Devour. The gold disappeared, turning into bone fluid that merged into Yi Feng's body. Yi Feng hadn't expected any surprises from this absorption and fusion. He already knew what he would gain. The 3 attributes increased by more than 30%, and the 2 talents each increased by 2%. It's quite standard. However, when Yi Feng actually swallowed the gold, his eyes widened. This works. The increase in attributes and the amplification of talents were roughly as Yi Feng had guessed, but what Yi Feng did not expect was that Yi Feng even absorbed and fused with the slashing technique mastered by Jin Zi. Yi Feng has mastered skills that only skeletons can possess. Yi Feng had some doubts about his own feelings. After all, this was his own realization after absorbing and fusing the gold. The slashing skill was as if it were engraved in his mind, almost becoming an instinct. So Yi Feng immediately opened his attribute panel to check. Yi Feng could only believe it after seeing it with his own eyes. As expected, Yi Feng's skills have been updated with another version of the slash, which is a slash that Yi Feng himself can use. The effect is exactly the same as the one used by Jinzi, and it is not a stripped-down version. Then, Yi Feng looked at his own talent. The golden talent, Bone Fusion, has once again skyrocketed in value. Yi Feng rubbed his hands together excitedly. However, what he didn't know was that a conspiracy against him was brewing. This Yi Feng, it turns out he's his son. He's actually doing quite well. Why can't he just live a good life? Why does he have to show his face? In District 13, in a villa in the city, a man who looked to be in his 40s narrowed his eyes. In his limited gaze, A cruel light was revealed. Young master, it's all been decided from above. You can start your post at the border camp tomorrow. Good. Chapter 46. The next day, Feng got up very early, which was unusual for him. The reason was that the newly arrived captain was going to give a speech, and Xiao Wang personally called Feng up. Feng was a little dazed and unhappy. But since the new leader was coming to inspect, Feng naturally couldn't put on airs. However, Feng and his group stood under the blazing sun for 3 hours without seeing the so-called high-ranking leader come over. Although the soldiers were disciplined, it was understandable that they were somewhat dissatisfied after waiting for so long. The day's tasks will not be reduced just because they have been waiting here for several hours. Stop talking nonsense. The chief commander is going to inspect all the departments. Anyone who says another word will have their task doubled today. Wang Ming has spoken. He will definitely keep his team in check. What is the captain's strength? Even if it's just an agent, the level should be at least level 60. Such a person has excellent hearing. If the captain hears anything unpleasant, he, the squad leader, will be the one who suffers in the future. After hearing Wang Ming's words, none of the soldiers dared to utter a sound. Doubling the workload could be fatal. Another half hour or so passed, and a large group of officers arrived. Half of this group of people were strangers to the general public. They had all been parachuted in with the acting captain, including battalion commanders and squad leaders. Everyone, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. My name is Yi Chun, and I am the temporary captain. Hello, Captain Yi. The unanimous greeting had been practiced long ago. Everyone wanted to leave a good impression on the captain. Everyone is in great spirits. There will be new recruits tomorrow. You veterans will have to mentor the newcomers. Yi Chin's smile was quite sincere. It didn't feel distant at all, but rather warm. Unlike Captain Zhang Gang, who was a stern and authoritative man, this person was completely different. Feng wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that the captain's gaze kept falling on him, and that Captain Zhang's expression was not good. It seems something bad has happened. Afterwards, Yi Chin called Wang Ming and chatted for a while before leaving with his men. Yi Chin didn't give Wang Ming any instructions, but simply inquired about the situation of the first squad of the logistics department. After the group of leaders left, the day should have passed uneventfully, since nothing else major happened. But as darkness fell, Captain Zhang sent someone to look for Yi Feng. Yi Feng went to see Captain Zhang without stopping. After all, this was Yi Feng's backer in the border army. Captain Zhang, what happened? Yi Feng entered Captain Zhang's dormitory and found that Captain Zhang's expression had become even more unpleasant. Bad thing. It's Captain Zhang. No, it's you. Me? Yi Feng pointed to his own nose, quite surprised. Although Yi Feng had a pretty good opinion of himself, he was still a nobody in front of a true powerhouse. Captain Yi personally looked into your matter. He was furious about the special treatment he gave you, saying that this precedent cannot be set. So, you're not going to give me the monster bones. Yi Feng's shock turned to anger. Anyone who hinders his progress is his enemy. What happened to the captain? No, that's not it. It's just that you can't stay in the slaughterhouse anymore. You have to go through the normal procedures for new recruits, Captain Zhang quickly explained. In fact, Captain Zhang had argued his case reasonably, but unfortunately, the higher-ranking officer could crush him. Moreover, the people Yi Chun brought were all naturally in cahoots with him. Not to mention that Yi Feng was being targeted. His own power was also taken away a lot. He couldn't be said to have been sidelined, but that was pretty much it. A deputy battalion commander was assigned to Captain Zhang's team. However, Captain Zhang wouldn't tell Yi Feng about this. What is the normal procedure? New recruits are responsible for transporting supplies for 3 months before being assigned specific positions. Send supplies to the second line of defense. Yi Feng is familiar with this. Deng Li used the same trick to scam him. Captain Zhang nodded. Yes, I always felt that he was targeting you. Otherwise, such a small matter would not be worth his attention. What kind of conflict do you have with him? Captain Zhang, stop joking around. I've never even met such an important person before. If I had a conflict with him, would I still be alive today? Yi Feng rolled his eyes at Captain Zhang, thinking that Captain Zhang really thought highly of him. Okay, I just wanted to let you know. Don't be too resistant. I've already told Wang Ming that the bones you need will be reserved for you every day. You just need to go there once a day when you have some free time. Captain Zhang knew Yi Feng's capabilities, and Wang Ming had also reported Yi Feng's performance at the slaughterhouse to him. Therefore, Captain Zhang knew that Yi Feng could remove the bones from the monster in a very short time, and it wouldn't delay things. I understand. Don't worry, I definitely won't make things difficult for Captain Zhang. Go ahead, and be careful. Captain Zhang waved to Yi Feng. As Yi Feng left and returned to his room, he also sensed that something was amiss. Logically speaking, as a mere recruit, even if I have some extraordinary qualities, I shouldn't be targeted by a captain, right? There are plenty of people with privileges in the border army, so why was his story singled out? There is no absolute fairness anywhere. There are always interpersonal relationships and social customs. Yi Feng knows quite a few examples. Take Xiao Wang, for instance. He is related to Wang Ming. Although Wang Ming is quite strict with Xiao Wang, that's just for show. Isn't this a privilege? Why should others have to fight monsters to the death, while Xiao Wang can stay safely in the camp? But I really don't know this, Yi Chan. Yi Feng is certain of this. Just then, Xiao Wang rushed up to Yi Feng, stumbling and staggering. Yi Feng, I've finally found you. Hurry up, the captain is looking for you. Here we go again. After the captain finished searching, the squad leader came to search. There's something very wrong with this whole thing. Let's go. What can Yi Feng do? When you don't have the ability to say no, you can only let it be. As expected, Wang Ming's expression was also not good. Yi Feng, Li Hong isn't acting anymore. He's trying to kill you. Wang Ming's temper was about to explode, and he started yelling loudly when he saw Yi Feng. It was as if the person standing in front of him wasn't Yi Feng, but Li Hong. Who was Li Hong? Yi Feng gently nudged Xiao Wang beside him. Logistics Department, Battalion Commander. Hey, Brother Wang, what happened to the captain? The new recruit's task is to accompany the trucks to transport supplies. That goes without saying, everyone is the same. But he actually assigned you to deliver supplies to the outpost. If you ask me, he must have taken a bribe from the Chun or Tang family. Sending new recruits to deliver supplies from the first line of defense to the third line of defense? This is all the work of veterans, and even veterans have a very high mortality rate when doing this kind of work, as they have to face attacks from monsters at any time. Asking Yi Feng to do this now, isn't that targeting him? Chapter 47. Yi Feng's expression was very unpleasant. It's now confirmed that the new captain is targeting him. This Li Hong probably isn't trying to curry favor with the Chun and Tang families. He's trying to curry favor with this new captain. Hey, it's just delivering supplies, no problem. Yi Feng's complexion returned to normal, and he displayed great magnanimity. How can you say you're all right? You have no idea how dangerous it was. Wang Ming's expression was still very unpleasant. It wasn't that Wang Ming and Yi Feng had a particularly good relationship, but rather that he was worried about what would happen if such unfair treatment were to befall him one day. Children from poor families hate this kind of privilege the most. What else can you do? Life is like our asterisk. If you can't resist, you might as well enjoy it. You. Wang Ming was momentarily at a loss for words. That makes a really damn good point. All right, Brother Wang, instead of wasting time, why don't you get me some more bones? Okay, you wait. Wang Ming knew he couldn't be of much help, but he had to listen to what Captain Li Hong said. He could only help Yi Feng indirectly, hoping that Yi Feng could pull through. After Wang Ming left, Xiao Wang hesitated to speak. What are you trying to say, kid? You're not eyeing my inheritance, are you? Yi Feng deliberately made a wary gesture. Stop talking nonsense. Actually, what I wanted to say is that this doesn't seem to be too bad for you. Xiao Wang glared at Yi Feng, then spoke in a low voice. Yi Feng's eyes widened in equal disbelief. You weren't bribed too, were you? You know nothing. The battle between the second and third lines of defense was fierce. Do you know how many bones are there over there? Huh? What did you say? Yi Feng was genuinely surprised this time. Are there bones over there? There are many bones over there. All from the rotting corpses of demonic beasts were left behind after they were eaten. Such a good thing actually happened. Yi Feng was practically jumping for joy. Monsters are attacking the city, and the second line of defense is the main force, killing countless monsters every day. These monsters, some of which were easy to recover, were transported to the rear camp. Those that are not easy to recycle are left there, and there is no need to worry about outbreaks of plague or anything like that. As for the monster corpses, other monsters will naturally eat them. Well, so I feel like it's not entirely a bad thing. Xiao Wang nodded seriously to Yi Feng. Good, very good. Yi Feng grinned and seemed quite happy about it. Fortune favors the bold. That night, Wang Ming used his connections to get Yi Feng the bones of a rare demon beast, and Captain Zhang went even further, actually getting Yi Feng the skeleton of a demon king. And they're all free. However, Yi Feng didn't even get to see Captain Zhang and didn't know what he was busy with, so Yi Feng gave all his words of thanks to Wang Ming. You need to improve yourself quickly. Whether you survive or not depends entirely on you. Okay. Yi Feng agreed without any hesitation, not caring whether it was a rare monster or a demon king. If it's bone, then none of them can escape. One in each hand, the two skeletons were fused together by Yi Feng. This time, the harvest was almost as good as the bones from the fusion of the beast god. Of course, the main source of funding was the bones of that unknown demon king. With his attributes soaring by nearly 1,000 points, Yi Feng's confidence soared. That night, in the dead of night, Yi Feng devoured little gold and then summoned a new little gold. This improvement is a bit too fast. Yi Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Yi Feng's base stats are currently close to 4,000 points, at which point the strength of his talent begins to show. For example, the strength talent can now increase by 6%, which provides a lot of additional attributes. The new Xiao Jin's attributes are 10% stronger than Yi Feng's, with attribute points approaching 5,000. Captain Zhang's highest attribute, strength, is only 5,000 points. If we consider agility and constitution, Captain Zhang is probably not even as good as Xiao Jin. Isn't this just taking a fearless captain out for a stroll? It seems even dying is a little difficult. Why hasn't this job level been upgraded yet? Do I need 5,000 points or 10,000 points? Yi Feng slept soundly with questions in mind. The next day, just as dawn broke, Xiao Wang woke Yi Feng up. Let's go. They're in such a hurry, they want to leave now. Xiao Wang called to Yi Feng. Anyone who wasn't a fool could tell that something was seriously wrong. Today was supposed to be the day the new recruits arrived at the camp, and even if there were tasks to be done, they should have been done in the afternoon. Before the new recruits even arrived, Yi Feng was assigned to a post. Moreover, the person who led Yi Feng on the mission was not an old man from the border army camp, but someone brought by the commander-in-chief. It sounded nice, saying that this deputy captain-level person wanted to help the commander-in-chief inspect the situation at the outpost. But in reality, everyone has their own guesses about what really happened. Just as Yi Feng was heading to the convoy with Xiao Wang, Captain Zhang stopped Yi Feng. Yi Feng, I'm giving you another option now. You can be admitted to the Border Army Awaken University through special admission. I've already made arrangements there. If you agree, I'll send you away right now. It turns out that Captain Zhang hadn't shown up all night because he was doing this. Yi Feng was quite touched. At this moment, Captain Zhang was not worried about his own father's affairs, but instead was running around for Yi Feng. Thanks, Brother Zhang. Why talk about this now? Don't worry, with your abilities, the Border Army University will do its best to train you. They may not have many ordinary bones over there, but they have quite a few high-level monster bones. I'm not going. Yi Feng shook his head and refused. Captain Zhang was a little stunned because he didn't expect Yi Feng to refuse so decisively. If I leave, what will you do? What you're doing is definitely against the rules, isn't it? I'm the captain. They can't do anything to me, you. That won't do either, Brother Zhang. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Yi Feng interrupted Captain Zhang. You. All right, save your own life and watch out for that guy. Captain Zhang pointed to the people watching them from not far away. This person was the deputy captain that Yi Chun had assigned to Captain Zhang. Now, Captain Zhang has stopped pretending and is clearly telling Yi Feng that this person is no good. Brother Zhang, if he dies, will there be any trouble? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. Since others have already taken action against him, why should Yi Feng be polite? Just do it. He's dead, so he's dead. As long as there are no witnesses, he died in the mouth of a monster. Captain Zhang knew Jinzi's capabilities, and even he was now somewhat frightened by the golden skeleton following Yi Feng. So can gold kill this guy? Oh, I see. Then there's no problem. There shouldn't be any of our people in this convoy, right? Yi Feng smiled, but there was a hint of wickedness in his smile. Chapter 48. Captain Zhang's eyes widened after hearing Yi Feng's words. Is this guy really that murderous? However, in this day and age, it's okay to have a strong desire to kill, as long as you don't go astray. They are all his people, but their bones cannot be touched. Captain Zhang reminded Yi Feng. If Yi Feng kills these people and then fuses their bones together, then there's no need for witnesses. Understood. I'm leaving. Yi Feng nodded, then walked towards the convoy without looking back. Big brother, I'll follow you. Dazhuang caught up from behind. Although he had only been with Yi Feng for 2 days, Dazhuang felt he had a great time. My elder brother is going to his death, so I, as his younger brother, shouldn't shrink behind. Go to hell. Just stay here and wait for me to come back. Yi Feng glared at Dazhuang in annoyance. This guy was so clueless. Didn't he realize that he had just established his image as someone ready to die for his country? Dazhuang's shout had completely ruined the atmosphere. At this moment, Captain Zhang realized what was happening. He caught up with Yi Feng and handed him a spatial backpack. The contents of this backpack were also prepared in advance by Captain Zhang. It contained all sorts of emergency supplies, as well as a melee weapon, which was much better than the one Yi Feng had snatched from Qinyang. Go ahead. Captain Zhang handed the backpack to Yi Feng and didn't say much else, just those 2 words. Yi Feng left, and Captain Zhang and the others watched him go. Yi Chun was also watching from the shadows, and when he saw Yi Feng's appearance, he narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, this kid looks a lot like that person. But it doesn't matter, because after today, this kid will end up like his father, ruined by him. Everyone's here, let's go. Although the vice captain was keeping an eye on Yi Feng, he did not make things difficult for Yi Feng within the camp. Yi Feng boarded the vehicle with a group of soldiers. The convoy departed. The atmosphere in the troop carrier where Yi Feng was located was very serious. Surprisingly, no one spoke. You don't seem to be from the border army, do you? No one spoke, and it was a bit oppressive. Yi Feng, on the other hand, was quite relaxed. After all, none of the people present were any good fighters, so why should Yi Feng be nervous? As for these people, Yi Feng is still willing to talk to them. If there isn't such a deep-seated hatred, he'll save as many as he can, just in case someone has a change of heart. That's right. Yi Feng felt like he was saving someone. Don't talk nonsense while marching. Is this the discipline of your border troops? You talk as if you're not a border soldier, Yi Feng retorted. If you're not from the border region, how could you get here? Are you from the border region's university? What year are you in? What mission are you on? Yi Feng's words attracted a lot of attention. They had only spoken 1 sentence each, yet Yi Feng had already guessed their origins. That's quite impressive. Someone at the border military university wants to kill me? That doesn't make sense. Even if they wanted to kill me, they wouldn't issue a mission, would they? So whose orders are you listening to? Yi Chun. Since no one paid any attention to Yi Feng, she started talking to herself. The first half is definitely safe. Danger will only arise after we leave the second line of defense. Yi Feng, you talk too much. The person who had just spoken couldn't help but speak again. The main problem is that Yi Feng's guesses were too accurate. Every prediction felt like a hammer blow to their chests. Was this Yi Chun previously an instructor at the Border Army Awakened University? You were all trained by him. No wonder, that explains it. But what have I done to offend Yi Chun that makes him go to such lengths to deal with someone as insignificant as me? It doesn't make sense. Could it be that I killed his father? Yi Feng, watch your mouth. See, Yi Feng's words provoked even more dissatisfaction. Just because of the phrase, killed his father, 2 people stood up. Is there even a question? These people are definitely Yi Chun's men, no doubt about it. Don't get agitated, sit down. Yi Feng acted as if nothing was wrong, actually trying to calm these people down. Once emotions are stirred up, are they so easily soothed? Yi Feng, you base. The sound of a sword being drawn rang out. The one who took action was Jinzi. The golden bone knife had already landed on the shoulder of the person closest to Yi Feng. I said, sit down, do you understand? Yi Feng's smile faded. Instead, there is indifference. Although Yi Feng has only recently become an awakened one, he has already killed quite a few people. There's definitely a murderous aura there, and besides, there's a skeleton acting as Yi Feng's bodyguard. Those oppressed by gold may want to rebel, but they must have the ability to do so. What power does gold possess? If we could take action now, Jinzi could pin this guy down under the truck bed and crush the entire truck. Yi Feng, what are you doing? At this point, the people in the carriage couldn't hold back any longer. One of them actually threw a punch at Yi Feng's face. Yi Feng casually caught the man's fist. We were just chatting. Why are you all so agitated? Yi Feng spoke casually, but his grip was surprisingly strong. They're just a bunch of guys who didn't graduate from university, level 20 or 30. At this level, even an S-rank awakened would have to kneel before Yi Feng. The sound of bones cracking rang out, and the person who punched Yi Feng turned red in the face. Instinctively, he kicked Yi Feng, trying to make Yi Feng let go. You've really given me too much credit. Yi Feng made his move. Don't be fooled by Yi Feng's lack of skill. His attributes are undeniable. When he unleashes his wild, unpredictable punches, chaos ensues. Yi Feng was holding back. Otherwise, the car could have been overturned. What are you doing? Came an angry shout from the driver's cab. Because Yi Feng and his group acted somewhat violently, the vehicles kept swaying. It's all right, Yi Feng replied. Sure enough, everything's all right now. Under Yi Feng's wild punches, out of the 10 people in the car, only the one who was pinned down by Jin Z with the bone knife is still sitting. Everyone else is lying down. Now we can have a proper chat. Tell me, what's your relationship with Yi Chun? Yi Feng had 2 people under his feet. The 2 tried to get up, but no matter how much force they used, it was no use. At this moment, a person who had been kicked into a corner by Yi Feng tried to use his superpower. He was already red-hot from Yi Feng's kick and didn't care about anything else. Are you sure you want to really do this? Yi Feng looked at the person in the corner. Jinzi's bone knife appeared precisely in front of the man's throat, about a centimeter away. Yi Feng, what exactly do you want? The person being stepped on by Yi Feng asked. I knew you were the leader of these people, so you probably know the most. Come on, answer the question you just asked. Chapter 49. He is our instructor. We are indeed from the Border Army University, graduating this year and joining the Border Army. See, violence works in many situations. Try talking to them nicely. If they don't answer your questions, just trample them underfoot, and they'll all behave. Why does Yi Chun want to kill me? Who said the instructor wanted to kill you? The person being stepped on asked, frowning. So what's going on here? Yi Feng asked, pointing to the people in the car. The instructor only said you got in through connections. Border troops aren't here to enjoy themselves. Our duty is to protect our homeland. You're disgracing the border troops. What's wrong with us targeting you? Yi Feng's eyes widened. They really are a group of lovely college students, untouched by the harsh realities of society. Because of Yi Chen's clumsy instigation, these guys are willing to become tools in Yi Chen's hands? What a bunch of idiots. You're still swearing? We've already hit you, so what's wrong with cursing you? You can't even tell that Yi Chen wanted to kill me. If you're not idiots, who is? Impossible. Instructor, you would never do such a thing. A bunch of idiots. Yi Feng shook his head helplessly. People like that definitely won't live long. If you believe everything people say, who else but you will die? These people are all new recruits. They have some skills, but not many. How many of them would survive a trip to the outpost? However, Yi Feng had no obligation to educate these people. What he was thinking about now was how to kill them. Fools don't deserve to live. Today they can be used by Yi Chun, but if we let them go back, they will still become tools in Yi Chen's hands in the future. Since that's the case, then we have no choice but to send these guys to their deaths. Then, Yi Feng knocked them all unconscious with a single punch. You can't kill people on the vehicle, nor can you throw them out to feed the monsters. The convoy consisted of more than 30 vehicles. Some vehicles were carrying troops, and others were carrying supplies. Yi Feng's vehicle was in the middle of the convoy, with other military vehicles in front and behind. If someone were thrown out, they would be immediately spotted by the people in the other vehicles. So, let's knock them out first, and then we'll figure out how to do it later. The unconscious people were piled up in a heap, and Yi Feng lay sprawled out on the chair, which made things much less crowded. They headed straight for the second line of defense without any unexpected incidents. After all, the monsters were not stupid. Small groups of monsters would run away at the sight of such a large convoy, because this is the usual formation when the border troops clear out monsters. When the convoy reached the second line of defense, it did not stop at the camp there. Instead, it notified the camp in advance, and the camp allowed it to pass directly. The convoy sped towards the outpost of the third line of defense. Yi Feng lifted the curtain and peeked out. He wanted to see if this place was littered with bones. Having just left the camp, Yi Feng didn't see any bones, but the high-voltage wire mesh between the camps caught his eye. This is something that isn't taught in books. So this is what the second line of defense looks like. Although the high-voltage wire mesh wasn't very useful, it could still block the monster's attacks to some extent, so it was better than nothing. Where's the bone? That guy Xiao Wang wouldn't be lying to me, would he? Yi Feng was a little annoyed that he couldn't find any bones. However, as the convoy moved further away from the second line of defense, the number of corpses on the road increased, and Yi Feng's eyes gleamed. The vehicle started to shake as a result, and people who get carsick definitely couldn't ride in such a vehicle. About an hour later, the vehicle suddenly stopped. Battle detected ahead. All personnel, disembark and take defense. The order came. Yi Feng didn't get out of the car. He climbed onto the roof, where there was a heavy machine gun. Yi Feng had never played with such a thing before, and now that he had the chance, he definitely wanted to take a good look at it. Jinzi then got off the car. They can't just leave this car unattended, can they? It doesn't seem to be aimed at me. Yi Feng, standing on the roof of the car, had a better view and saw that a battle was indeed taking place ahead. It is a battle between humans and monsters. The demon hunters have disturbed the Wind Wolf's lair, and they're preparing to provide support. The order was given by the vice captain, and everyone began to prepare. Yi Feng browsed. This is a bit unreasonable. The demon hunters and the border troops are two separate systems. It's already good enough if they don't interfere with each other and steal the spoils. It's rare for the border troops to help the demon hunters. Now, the distance is still so far, at least 1,000 meters, and you're already preparing to provide support? Moreover, something was also wrong with the demon hunters. They didn't run anywhere else at all, but instead led the wind wolves straight towards their caravan. In this situation, it's highly likely that the demon hunters wanted to seize the caravan's supplies, and the wind wolves they attracted were merely weapons in their hands. Under normal circumstances, defense is necessary, and shouting for the demon hunters to stay away is the right thing to do. If the demon hunters do not listen, then they will also become targets of the border troops. His intentions are written all over his face. Yi Feng cursed under his breath, then glanced behind him. There were vehicles behind him, and his back was right under the muzzle of their heavy machine guns. Then, Yi Feng jumped off the roof of the car. In this situation, you definitely need to find a relatively safe place. You can't stand too high. If someone really shoots you in the head with a burst of bullets, where can you go to seek justice? Yi Feng, what are you doing? Where are they? The driver shouted angrily at Yi Feng. The passenger in the front seat had already run to the passenger compartment to check the situation. With a thought, just as the person in the passenger seat entered the car, Jinzi also rushed in. The people in the car behind saw what was happening, but they didn't know what had happened. After all, there were only a handful of people who actually knew about Yi Chen's actions against Yi Feng. If this gets out and everyone knows about it, how will we handle it? What can I do? Prepare for defense, Yi Feng said as he walked toward the driver. Without needing to ask further, the driver definitely knew the inside story. When Yi Feng walked up to this person, Yi Feng suddenly put his arm around the person's shoulder. Don't move, or I'll kill you, Yi Feng threatened. However, what truly prevented this person from making any rash moves was not Yi Feng's threat, but the force emanating from Yi Feng's hand. Yi Feng, I know you want to kill me. Now all you need to tell me is this a setup or an accident. Don't lie to me. I don't hold back when I hit someone. As Yi Feng spoke, he increased the pressure on his hands considerably. The driver's shoulder bones had begun to groan, and the intense pain caused his face to turn as red as a monkey's bottom. This. Okay, I understand. Yi Feng nodded. No need to ask. It must have been Yi Chun who arranged the program. He killed himself in the chaos, with many witnesses, and no one would hold him accountable afterward. It's pretty good. Indeed, it's normal for some people to die when things get chaotic, but who will die is another matter. Chapter 50. Don't panic. Prepare to attack. The vice captain is actually quite competent. At least his acting wasn't too fake. At long range, firearms are used for attacks. At medium range, superhumans use various range strike skills. The pack of over 100 wind wolves was thrown into chaos, but the wind wolves were elite level 30 or higher monsters, and their numbers reached 100. After 2 rounds of attacks, half of the wind wolves still managed to reach the front line of the defensive formation. As for the person who lured those wind wolves here, they have long since disappeared without a trace, and no one knows where they went. Originally, Such a beast charge would not have been able to harm their caravan. Their initial defenses were quite good, and they had managed to block the charge of the Wind Wolves. But when the Wind Wolf King appeared, everything went into chaos. The Wind Wolf King, a rare level 50 being, is much stronger than the vice captain of the caravan. Such a powerful creature charged into the defensive formation, and 2 wind blades took away 4 or 5 lives. More importantly, the defensive formation was torn open. They really went all out. Yifeng did nothing but keep an eye on things from a relatively safe spot, while the driver was still being held in Yifeng's hand and never let go. Yifeng, let's run. Isn't your mission to kill me? Why are you running away? Yifeng rolled her eyes at the driver. This guy is so unprofessional. He's trying to run away before even finishing his task. The driver felt bitter. If he had known Yifeng was so capable, he would never have come here. By the way, you must have done something to me, right? Otherwise, how could you be sure that Wind Wolf would come to kill me? The fact that these people attracted the pack of Wind Wolves shows that they still care about their reputation and don't want to kill Yifeng themselves. They want to use the Wind Wolves to talk Yifeng out of it. Unexpectedly, the driver shook his head. My orders were to kill you in the chaos. Not acting anymore. You admit it. Yifeng grinned. That's right. Everyone here is a smart person. What's there to act out? The driver remained silent. At this moment, the deputy captain also realized that something was wrong. The people he had arranged had not made a move against Yifeng. Although he couldn't see where Yifeng was, the golden skull was very conspicuous and could be spotted at a glance in the crowd. The fact that the skeleton is still there means that Yifeng is not dead. What are these idiots doing? Kill Yifeng, that was Yi Chen's order. If it wasn't carried out. Thinking of this, the vice captain prepared to take matters into his own hands, as this chaotic situation could not last long. It won't be long before all the Wind Wolves are killed, and the Wind Wolf King will be surrounded and killed. Before that, Yifeng needs to die. Fortunately, things are in a mess right now, so it's not impossible for the vice captain to kill Yifeng himself. The vice captain frowned slightly when he saw Yifeng. What are you doing? Look, Yifeng is pulling the driver aside and peeking out from behind a car. Vice captain, the driver exclaimed in alarm. This person was not only the deputy captain, but also his deputy instructor at the Border Army University. What's all the noise about? If you're so capable, go and follow the Wolf King's envoy. Yifeng didn't tolerate this vice captain at all. You disrespect your superiors, you deserve to die. Well, the vice captain is no longer acting. He immediately comes up with an excuse to kill Yifeng. It's not that Yifeng looks down on this guy, but despite having the title of vice captain, this person's strength is probably not much stronger than Yifeng's. Yifeng could handle him without even needing to lift a finger. Well done. Then, the vice captain made his move. This person was a melee class. Yifeng didn't know exactly what, but this person was using a knife. Seeing the large blade aimed at his head, Yifeng knew this guy was serious. Since he's not going to act anymore, why should Yifeng be polite to him? It's just a knife, isn't it? Everyone has one. However, just as Yifeng drew his sword to block the vice captain's attack, the sword suddenly burst forth with light. As the blades clashed, Yifeng was forced to kneel on one knee by the immense force. Fortunately, the knife was given to me by Captain Zhang, and it was quite sturdy, so it didn't break. Yifeng was surprised by the man's strength, while the vice captain was even more surprised, as he hadn't expected Yifeng to be able to block his attack. Even if Yifeng blocked it with his knife, he should have been shattered internal organs by now, collapsing to the ground, gushing blood. But now, he just knelt on one knee because he couldn't bear the force. What does that mean? Keep in mind that he used a skill that allowed him to unleash 1.5 times his normal power. My turn. Yifeng didn't get up, but raised his hand and swung his knife upwards. Slash. This is a skill that Yifeng inherited from Jinzi. Yifeng is not far from the vice captain now. He certainly can't see him when he swings his sword, but the sword energy extending from the slash can still hit him. Who would have thought that a summoner class could use melee skills that are typically only available to melee classes? Caught off guard, the deputy captain suffered a great loss. A diagonal gash was slashed across his chest, extending from his heart to his kidneys. If he hadn't retreated in time, and if the slash hadn't only been able to cut 3 meters away, this strike would have been useless even if the vice captain had retreated in time. It would have definitely cleaved his body in two. Thinking of this, the deputy captain broke out in a cold sweat. However, just as he was about to express his opinion, a golden bone knife pierced through his stomach. Life slipped away quickly, and as the vice captain's body went limp and he collapsed, he saw Jinzi standing behind him. Did you really think Feng would fight this vice captain one-on-one? Stop joking. Do you think gold is just for decoration? The driver witnessed the whole thing, but he didn't dare utter a single word. They can kill even the vice captain without hesitation. So how hard would it be to kill yourself? Feng, what are you doing? Are you trying to betray us? Feng killed the vice captain, reported immediately. Many people witnessed what was happening to Feng and his team, since everyone was waiting for the vice captain to command the battle. What a pity, can't you just live a good life? Kill all the gold. Someone has already taken the blame, so what is Feng hesitating for? Just kill them and that's it. The Wind Wolf King and his pack were already enough to give these people a hard time, and with the addition of Jinzi, the traitor, the soldiers were being slaughtered and crying for their mothers. Countless people were cursing Feng. Feng ignored him completely, pretending he hadn't heard a thing. The Wind Wolf King was also intelligent. He realized that Jinzi was helping him kill people, so he ordered all his underlings to stay away from Jinzi and not come to disturb him. When about half of the soldiers had been wiped out, some of them finally couldn't hold on any longer. The collapse has begun. The Wind Wolf King wanted this kind of collapse. When soldiers are grouped together, they can complement each other's strengths and weaknesses, making them difficult to kill. A lone soldier is only fit to become food for them.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.